specialized to look in her eyes. She needs no disguise.
The Strong and the Stolen, Gifted Fae Academy, Book 3. Written by Brittany Chanel. Performed by Matthew H. Longoria and Lessa Lamb.
Chapter 1. Kaito.
Some nights, even 2 years later, I swear I could still feel the warmth of Reina's tears on my fingertips, her quivering body as I held her to my chest. "Stay strong," I'd whispered as the guard stepped forward to take me. "You have to find Bree." There was so much to say, but our time was at its end. I wanted to ask her not to forget me, but I knew what she would say, and though I desperately wanted to hear those words one last time, I wasn't sure I could bear them. Her lips trembled against mine as I stole a final kiss. I smiled at her, grateful to know those tears were for me. Despite it all, she loved me. I wish I could say I was a man with no regrets, but I found many to dwell on even in the short walk away from Reina to the cell I'd spend the remainder of my life. But not all was lost. I like to think that I'd managed a bit of redemption toward the end. The Fallen's leader was no more. Yamoja-Ryu was cleared and back in the field, and I hoped I'd done enough to ensure Reina a happy life. Someone had to be made an example of for the Fallen's assault on the Fae, and while I hadn't taken their lives, I was far from innocent. I'd been the face of the Fae-killing movement. I'd questioned the chairman, broken out of the agency prison, and I'd helped Reina take DT's life despite not being licensed as Fae. I'd gone so far into the darkness not even the great Yamoja-Ryu could clear my name. I'd done it all for Reina and for the safety of the other GFA students. If I had to do it all again, I wouldn't change a thing. Still, the agency judged me much harsher than I felt I deserved. A teenager with somewhat good intentions given life in prison hardly felt just. It was a testament to how far the agency was willing to go to keep the power in their hands. Life in the agency's prison without a trial in exchange for Reina's love was hardly a sacrifice. I only wish I could have been there when she needed me most. The walls seemed to do nothing but scream my life's shortcomings in a constant loop. My parents had abandoned me, and I'd become exactly what they feared. Despite missing it with my whole being, I sometimes blamed my gift for how I ended up. If I had been a serf, I never would have been targeted by the Fallen. I wouldn't have to spend my life alone and wonder what happened to my best friend, Zane. I never would have turned on Reina, and I might have even become the kind of guy who deserved her. The isolation was maddening. There was nothing to do but think about how I'd ruined my life. I must have cried the entire first year. I couldn't stop thinking about what I lost, or rather, who I lost. Even on nights when I could hold back tears, there was always another inmate to fill our cold cells with sounds of sadness. The others, from what I heard, weren't hardened criminals, but a group of strongly gifted guys who the agency didn't feel they could control. I was permitted outside with the other elite criminals for an hour each day, but the entire prison was sealed off from gifts, with a barrier system much like the one they used at GFA. Instead of an infused barrier designed to keep unwanted gifts from breaking through, the prison barrier neutralized the abilities of the inmates inside without affecting the guards. There were certainly a lot of conspiracy theories about how the Fae set up the barrier, but as a secure facility there was no concrete information about it online, and very few of its kind. It was almost flattering that I'd been sent here as a teenager. Only the Fae guards could manifest abilities inside, and I couldn't help but glower at them every time they did. I missed tapping into my ability, the feeling of total weightlessness, and dreamed of it often. Because of the severity of my crime, I couldn't have visitors or make phone calls, but there was no one I wanted to see. My only comfort was believing Raina's life was better without me, and I didn't want to see that contradicted. But there was one basic need that the agency fiercely denied: news. For 3 years, I was left to wonder what had become of Ansatol, the gifted Fae Academy, and Raina. For 3 years, I speculated worst and best case scenarios. In that 3rd year, when Walter Gamboge, the Fae guard I was least fond of, escorted someone down the stairs, my blood ran cold. Routine was everything in prison, so much so that breaking it after so long felt deeply unsettling. But when I recognized the figure, I was certain I was minutes from death. Fear pricked my body, my adrenaline the only force keeping me on my feet. DT strolled coolly down the hall. Impossible. He's dead. I was sure of it. I blinked hard as if I could break the hallucination. I saw his corpse. I watched him bleed out. Yet now he stood only a few feet outside my cell. Since my cell was closest to the stairs, I saw everyone who came and went. The only time I'd ever seen someone new arrive was when a new prisoner was brought in, and that was extremely rare. Judging by DT's lack of restraints and his new weatherman-like demeanor, he was no prisoner. Breath left my lungs as the fate of everyone I loved suddenly seemed uncertain. He wore a neatly tailored suit, his snowy hair was slicked back, and his smile suggested he didn't realize or care that he was in a prison. He sucked in a deep breath like the dingy underground was a field of daisies. I looked away, wishing I could disappear into my cell, but I knew he'd undoubtedly come to take my life. His energy and cheerfulness unnerved me. I ventured another look, my mind still unable to accept this new reality, when his gaze met mine. His crystal blue eyes sent a shiver down my spine, and his gaze lingered over my face just like it used to. He turned his focus to the other inmates. "Can I have your attention?" he asked, his voice a lance of familiarity. "My name is Calvin Hall."
What of it?
Shouted one of the more aggressive inmates, Wolf. "You fucking idiot. He'll kill you." DT turned to Walter, his voice almost a whisper. "They know nothing about it, right?" Walter nodded. My ears pricked. If DT wanted to tell us something, it wasn't going to be good. Ansatol is experiencing a restructuring of sorts. One of the issues near and dear to my heart is to ensure Ansatol's criminals a fair trial. Shit, what the hell is happening out there? It's a new world, gentlemen. I'm ungifted, and just this morning I've been named the interim chairman of Ansatol. Of course, there will be an election in a few weeks, but I'm hoping to drum up enough support to keep my position. His mouth twisted into a smile, and I dreaded whatever he planned next. I'd like to offer you all a deal. He paused for dramatic effect. I'll offer you your freedom in exchange for your support in the upcoming campaign. No fucking way. He's going to let us out? No, I knew better. We were all going to die there. The cheers of excitement as the other inmates processed the promise of their freedom filled my cell. DT's gaze moved to me, his eyebrow raised as he basked in the joy of the other inmates. This sick bastard is toying with us. We'll start at the back and then we can save the best for last. His gaze drilled into me, and I swallowed hard. The other inmates didn't seem to share my horror, but what was scary about a serf politician? I knew DT had money. He'd also made a lot of connections during his time with the Fallen. But I was so caught up in my arrest, I didn't realize that he'd never gotten any media coverage for his role. I watched him die, the snake's head cut off from the rest of the Fallen. But now that I knew he'd somehow survived, it disturbed me to know there were only a small handful of us who knew him for what he really was. And what was with the Surf Act? Dread pooled in my stomach as DT began speaking to the other inmates, letting them out one by one. I remained frozen, leaned against the back wall like a trapped rat. There was nothing I could do. Whatever he came to do to me was a done deal. I cautiously watched the inmates walk free, listening for a commotion at the top of the stairs, but none came. DT moved closer, one cell at a time. He spoke to each inmate, shook their hand, and let them out. I kept waiting for the monster to show his face. I kept waiting for his death touch to drain the life out of someone, but perhaps he was saving that honor for me. My body went rigid. Yanis, my only friend from the inside, stepped up to the bars outside my cell. Yanis was 21, just a year older than me. He had dark brown skin, kind eyes, and a smile that scored him extra pudding from the cafeteria ladies. He'd used the extra pudding as a way to become somewhat unanimously liked, though most of the inmates still kept to themselves. Seeing him free felt surreal. Yanis flashed his white teeth, his gaze moving toward the staircase every second or two as if he was afraid he'd miss his chance to run. He fought the impulse just long enough to shake his head and say, "This is fucking crazy, man. He's letting us all out." He gave an impatient shrug and hustled toward the stairs. I inched toward the bars, eyeing the unguarded staircase. This was obviously a trap. I watched, still, as several cells down, Wolf shook DT's hand and stepped out to the free hallway beyond. Not wasting a second, he ran by me. He smirked and waved before bolting up the stairs. I had more questions than answers as my mind raced to make sense of what was happening. Okay, he's pretending to be a serf. No one would elect someone with a death touch. As long as there are witnesses around, he can't touch me. My hope drained as one by one the prison cleared. Finally, he stopped outside my cell. I stepped up to the bars, knowing that resisting was futile. Walter leaned in.
Kaito Nakamura.
DT's face lit as if my name brought him joy. Oh? The leader of the Fallen? I snorted. The fucking irony. DT turns to Walter. If you don't mind, I'd like to handle this one on my own. Walter nodded, handing him the key to my cell.
Yes, sir. I'll be at the top of the stairs. Shout if you need me.
DT watched Walter leave, then faced me. We glared at each other as my heart beat so hard I could practically hear it. His icy stare stirred my fear, the waking nightmare paralyzing my body. I saw you die, I said. He grinned. I am death, remember? I should actually thank you for taking the fall. He peeked around at my cell. This place looks miserable. I clenched my jaw. I learned 2 things from you. First, the only way to get power and hold it is to do it legally. And second, his eyes darkened. You can't trust anyone. So you're going to kill me then? He smirked. Not today. He sighed, drinking me in like a long-lost friend before he caught himself and cleared his throat. I'd just like to say that I know your mistakes don't define who you are. Everyone deserves a second chance. He grinned and slipped a hand through the bars for me to shake. Can I count on your vote? I swallowed a mouthful of fear and shook it. You can count on me to do what's best for Ancetal. He bit his bottom lip, his eyes glittering, no doubt tickled by the vague threat. He whispered, "Oh, how I've missed this." I tried to drop my hand, but he held it a second too long. He unlocked my cell and I considered attacking him. My gift was locked away, but I could still punch him. My body didn't move, though. Instead, I waited until I could no longer hear his footsteps on the stairs before I felt brave enough to walk out. My mouth dried as I started up the stairs. How was he getting away with this? Letting out convicted criminals to score votes hardly seemed like the work of a sane man. Unwilling to push my luck any farther, I climbed the 4 flights to freedom. There was no ceremony, no battle, and no fuss. Just an open gate, and my freedom returned to me on a Tuesday in mid-March. My apprehension dissolved the instant I stepped out into the sun, even if there was another gate and a barrier between me and freedom. I'd accepted a life behind bars. I never gave any thought to what I might do if I was free. I'd failed to protect Ancetal from DT, but it seemed he was game for a rematch. I had a second chance, and I wasn't going to waste it.
Chapter 2. Reyna. I was on full alert as I crept through the darkened alley, but the night was unforgivably quiet. Each time a member of my team moved, the scrape of shoes on concrete echoed up the walls like a siren. I could feel Odin on my heels, as ever, eager to be in the field, but the rest of my team had grown wary from years of dead ends and cold trails. This time, for sure. I came to a gray door with a thin chain and padlock. Lifting the padlock as soundlessly as possible, I turned it over in my hands. I wasn't sure if my gift was strong enough to cut it, but if I tried, the noise might spook whoever the hell had Bree locked in there. Before I could look back, Odin stepped around me, taking the padlock as his broad shoulders blocked my view. His body flexed, and a slight click ricocheted up the alley. This is it. I was sure this time. We'd tracked Bree's signal to this exact location. Sensing my fear, Camilla squeezed my wrist from behind in silent support. But I wasn't afraid of a battle inside. I wanted nothing more than to unleash my fury on whoever had stolen my best friend. But that didn't mean I wasn't afraid. What frightened me was the thought that kept me up most nights. The possibility that I'd keep opening doors and not finding her there. My team was on its last legs. I needed this to be it. I turned back, signaling the 4 others with a glance. Then I stepped in front of Odin. My heartbeat drowned out my thoughts as I pushed open the door. I sharpened my free hand into a blade, and despite my best efforts, it glowed a little. Adrenaline surged as I soundlessly slipped inside. I stopped short as the rest of my team filed in and stood beside me, their battle-ready stances released as they had a look around. This can't be real. In an instant, my hopes were stolen from me. The entire building was gutted. I could see clear across the room even as the moonlight was obstructed by dirty windows. Exposed pipe and insulation, but no Bree. My body numbed. Reyna, Odin said. I walked toward the center of the room. Spread out. We need to check for a hidden door or Reyna. I wanted so badly not to take out my frustrations on him, or any of the others for that matter. But my anger was potent, ready to spray out like a shaken soda. She's not here. I glared at him as my thoughts filed into a point, ready to impale him. Don't you think I fucking know that? I don't need someone to follow me around stating the obvious. But of the 5 team members along for this mission, Odin was the only one who could even make eye contact with me. We'll reset, look back at the data, and try again tomorrow. I pushed past him, bumping his shoulder and forcing myself to use anger to block out my disappointment. The next morning, I tapped my fingers on the desk as the morning light spilled through the dusty window and warmed the side of my face. I gazed outside at the once perfectly manicured lawn that was now overgrown with weeds. As usual, the classroom was empty. Gifted Fae Academy was no more. Just a shell. And I just a hermit crab trying to make a home of it. The school was on thin ice after our winter formal was attacked by the Fallen. The Royal Worsham family had nearly succeeded in closing the school after their son, Finn, was wounded in the attack. But it wasn't until Bree was kidnapped from the newly fortified campus without a trace that GFA closed for good. That was 2 years ago, and I still couldn't bring myself to move out of the decaying campus. Yamoja had purchased the property with hopes of someday resurrecting it, but no one could have predicted how broken Ansatal would become almost overnight. The cobwebbed corners and padlocked rooms were a constant reminder of that. The memories of my time at the school lingered in its neglected halls and classrooms, and I unmindfully sat in the same seat I had when I was a student, back when being admitted was everything. But losing GFA was nothing compared to losing Bree. My heart tightened, and I willed his name out of my head before it slipped in. He was gone forever, and the open-hearted girl I was, along with him. Now my sole purpose was to recover the one thing I could, Bree. I didn't care about my chances of finding her. I'd never give up until I found out who took her. How could I call myself a defender of this city if I did? I saw movement outside, out of the corner of my eye, and knew I didn't have long before one of my team members found me. Normally, I'd be overjoyed to see them. All 12 had joined my investigation 2 years ago, and, in my mind at least, they were the most admirable Fae I'd ever known. They'd risked their abilities far longer than the seasoned Fae, all to find my lost friend. But on that particular day, I knew they came to give the bad news. They came to say goodbye. They were justified. I failed. All of my leads went cold, and now the city was no longer a safe place for elites. Too many were losing their gifts, and the ungifted didn't want us here. Even the chairman had been evacuated, and I was eagerly waiting for the announcement to see who would replace him. Whoever it was would likely be ungifted, which meant the protection for elites would no longer be adequate. Still, I couldn't bear to lose another friend. I'd said enough goodbyes for a lifetime. Above all, I wasn't ready to face that I may never solve the mystery. If my team was throwing in the towel after all this time, they were probably right in doing so. Though I'd been expecting it, I flinched when the knock sounded at the door. "I'm here," I croaked, my throat constricting in anticipation. Odin peeked in, his yellow-green eyes catching the golden sunlight as he walked over and pulled up a chair in front of me. I was relieved he was alone, but the solicitous look in his eyes said that my fears had been valid. He took my hands and rubbed them between his. We sat there without speaking. I was afraid if I let any emotion slip out, it would open the floodgates, but the tension never eased. Anything spoken would have only twisted the knife. If I'd been told 3 years ago that Odin would become one of my closest friends, I wouldn't have believed it. Perhaps more so than even with Miranda, who had her own complicated history with me. Odin had been my first boyfriend back when I attended GFA, turned enemy when I defended Kai after the Winter Ball attack, and Kai and I had to hospitalize him to get to DT. But once he started to heal from losing Quan Laveau and understood Kai's motivation for joining the Fallen, he'd become one of my closest allies. Odin knew me well, and life was a little easier when he was around. Out of my entire team, he and Miranda were the only two who personally knew Bree. Odin watched me closely, as if trying to read my thoughts. He could read me well enough to know when to step in, or when I needed space. He'd seemed to come to terms with my decision not to date, though that first year the topic came up quite a bit. We'd settled on mutual appreciation and helped each other accomplish our goals. I drank in the allure of his bronzed skin and long eyelashes for a few more seconds. Then I stood, and he followed. I leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek before heading for the door. I felt him fall into step behind me, the way he had 2 years ago, and never stopped. When I reached the Fishbowl, GFA's former cafeteria, the rest of my team was already gathered. They were spread out across several tables, bags piled on them. Suitcases cluttered the space between the benches, and the nervous energy in the room said they expected a battle. My gaze ran across each of their faces as I waited for the right words to find me, but I halted when I got to Miranda. Her hair was pulled up in her usual ponytail, and she picked at her fingernails with disinterest. But what struck me was her absence of luggage. From where she sat, she didn't appear to have any bags. If she did, they'd likely take up half the cafeteria. Camilla must have drawn the short straw because she stood, her jet black hair glossy and straight. The chairman evacuated. I slipped my hands into my pockets. Yes, I heard. Nobody wants to lose their gifts, and the ungifted don't even want our help anymore, she said. Without protection, it's too much of a risk. It's time, Reyna. Of course, I said, willing my voice not to crack. I felt Odin touch the small of my back. I turned and quietly offered him my thanks. I completely understand. I won't ask any of you to risk your abilities any more than you already have. Asher huffed from the table at the left, his fiery red hair falling over his eyes. Where was this speech before I lost my gift? He had freckles that suited his face, and was usually the shortest one in a room, and also the most charismatic. Camilla teased, "Shut up, Ash. You were barely a comm to begin with." The group did a poor job of muffling their laughter. I was grateful for Asher's attempt to lighten the mood. He had taken losing his ability in stride, and I wasn't sure that the rest of us would have done so with the same level of grace. We might not have found her, but you've given me hope. I don't know how to thank you all for your efforts these past few years. I wish I had something to give. Camilla's eyes darkened. Come with us, Reyna. Please. It's too dangerous in Ansatal. Bree knew that before any of us. I'm staying, I said automatically, but I couldn't ignore the longing I felt to agree. What would it be like to leave with them and start over? How would it feel to finally let go of GFA and everyone I'd met there? But those thoughts were fleeting and empty, drowned out by the unbreakable need to find out what happened to my friend. Even if all the other elites abandoned the city, even if the city thought they were better off without elites, I couldn't leave. It might have been just a last-ditch effort for the old chairman to keep the elites in power, but my heart echoed the vow I made last year, to protect Ansatal with my dying breath. when I was finally sworn in as Fae.
Chapter 3. Kaito. I waited for the sound of freedom, my heartbeat kicking up a notch as a few more inmates joined the rest of us where we gathered behind the gate in the agency courtyard. I was stunned by the silence. It was as if each of us held our breath, waiting for our luck to turn sour. Any second now, all hell will break loose. Most of the other 30 or so prisoners watched the gate suspiciously, but I scanned the crowd for DT. My eyes were drawn instead to Wolf as he paced in front of the gate like a predator stalking his next kill. Though I wouldn't consider us closer than acquaintances, I liked that Wolf was easy to read. He spent a ridiculous amount of his imprisonment doing push-ups, but never outwardly seemed to put on any muscle. He was a beanpole of a guy with a permanently greedy glower in his eye. I lamented never asking him what he'd done to be imprisoned, because he looked like he'd be the first to rush through the gates when it opened and I'd miss my chance. The buzzer sounded and the steel gate released, the magical barrier tearing open in its wake. A sudden rush pulsed through my blood as my gift flowed back to me. The intense wave of magical energy was so powerful I had to clamp my jaw shut to avoid yelling. When it passed, the sound around me and the absence of reaction from the other prisoners threw me. I cleared my throat, the extra second buying me enough time for the rush to die down. Did no one else feel their gift rush back? I scanned the courtyard, and, to my surprise, there were no other guards around. What kind of game was DT running? The place was deserted. I followed the other prisoners in a daze, as if in a lucid dream. When I reached the outside of the agency gates, I was surprised to find at least half of the inmates still standing there, looking as aimless as I felt. Before I could do a search for Yanis, he came up beside me. "What now?" he asked, fear evident in the rough timbre of his voice. It was a valid question, one I couldn't answer. "Let's go," I mumbled, and I only paused for a second as I stood on the property line between the prison and the sidewalk. I realized none of us knew what we were about to walk into. All we had were two deeply unsettling pieces of the puzzle. Something had gone horribly wrong in Ansatol, and a madman was vying for the chairman position. As we scattered, the inmates with families or loved ones vanished quickly into the streets. The rest of us lingered a little to come up with a strategy. I need a minute," I said over my shoulder, unwilling to stop putting distance between me and DT. What could I even do here? I was as lost and alone as they were. Not to mention a rush of thoughts clouded my reasoning. Things that a few minutes ago didn't matter. Things like where my friends were, or how 3 serfs were going to survive in Ansatol. Yanis followed quietly, leaving me to my thoughts. The only place I could think of going to was my childhood home. There was a good chance they'd sold it off. Even when I'd lived there, they hardly ever visited. But even that was more than a lot of these guys had, based on the way they loitered. Wolf hurried sheepishly over, his gaze darting between me and Yanis. "Can I tag along with you guys?" he asked. Wolf choosing me and Yanis to tag along with was only slightly less random than a dice roll. We were a little closer to his age, or perhaps he was a little more familiar with us than the rest of the guys. The most likely reason was that we just happened to be standing closest to him when he started to panic. He didn't wait for an answer, but instead asked, "How much further do we have to go for our gifts to be reactivated?" I felt a lump rise in my throat. So I was right. His gift was gone. "I don't know, man," I said. I turned to address them both. "But I might know a place where we can lay low." Yanis and Wolf exchanged glances, but despite whatever apprehension they might have had, they followed just the same. My thoughts raced, still muddied with the fact that the world's most dangerous criminal had Ansatol in the palm of his hand. The more I filled in the gaps of what I'd missed, the more appealing evacuation seemed. I doubted many people knew the truth about DT, but at least his face was finally on a public forum, which meant his little disappearing act wouldn't work again. One thing I'd learned years ago was that the moment evil had a face, it could be stopped.
Chapter 4. Reyna. The cafeteria was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. I scanned the faces of my former teammates and could see them processing my decision with their tortured expressions as they started to preemptively mourn me. I understood their concern, but I wasn't ready to give up on Ansatol just yet. I felt the words lock in my throat, and my conviction held strong as they stared at me. Odin cleared his throat. I'm staying too, Reyna. I started this with you, and I want to finish it. I exhaled. I couldn't say I was surprised. Odin had been by my side every step of the way. We'd had our problems, but he never gave up. Still, he'd risked enough. Look, I appreciate you being here to help me find Bree, but I really can't ask you to risk your ability for me. You should go. Luckily, you didn't ask me to. I volunteered. You weren't the only one who took that oath. Odin was Fae through and through. We'd been sworn in together, and we were the last to become Fae before the system collapsed. Before I could protest any further, Miranda interjected, I'm staying too. Miranda's decision hit me like a truck. Where I could have predicted Odin's decision, Miranda was always a wild card. She raised an eyebrow, as if my bewildered expression had been the exact reaction she'd hoped for. Someone has to keep this operation on track. Then Asher spoke. I'm not saying I'm a hero or anything, but I'm also gonna stay. Odin smirked. Bruh. Warmth filled my chest. They'd stuck by me all this time, and even without the protection of the agency and most of the Fae already evacuated, they stood by this mission. There was no way I'd ever be able to pay them back for this. A new burden lowered onto my shoulders. The worst of it was knowing that Asher and Odin had given up on both Bree and Ansatol a long time ago, and were staying solely based on our friendship. I was responsible for them. Asher had already sacrificed his ability for this cause, but Odin had way too much to lose. If he lost his ability, it would be entirely my fault. Miranda was different. Since she had the original vision of Bree's abduction, she'd been single-mindedly searching for her. As much as I didn't want to admit it, I needed her. She was the only person who hadn't given up on Bree, and without her, I wasn't sure I would have hung on to hope this long. Still, I'd expected her to leave with the others when the time came. Or I hoped she would, for her sake. I'd meant my goodbye to be brief, but I needed each of the teammates I'd grown to love to understand that I held no ill will against them, and that I'd appreciated every second I spent with them. There was so much to say, so I took the time to pull each person aside to explain what their partnership had meant. I was relieved they would no longer be in danger, and felt comforted to know they'd be safe together. By the time they actually collected their belongings and made their way off the GFA campus, the shadows grew larger around me on the cafeteria floor, the day's intense light fading from the windows. I was so emotionally drained that I could barely stay on my feet. The four of us sat in silence, the emptiness of the room deafening. None of us dared to speak. We'd all agreed to go down with Ansatol's ship. Normally, we would have been going through the day's reports, logging who had lost their gifts that day and marking their location to see if we could find a pattern. But goodbyes were all I could emotionally manage that day. Even Asher, who normally had a joke for every occasion, couldn't manage to lift the blanket of despair that covered us. So after a long while, I pulled myself up and left the cafeteria. Later that night, the moonlight poured through the old GFA Battle Dome, refracting into bright colors as it filtered through the magical barrier. It had become my favorite spot on campus, but the barrier dimmed without the school's teachers reinforcing it, and I thought I could almost see the stars through it on clear nights like this. I sliced a sharpened katana made from my gift into the practice dummy on the far side of the arena, heaving for breath as I lunged for another attack. I pushed through fatigue as sweat trickled down the back of my neck. Training until my body gave out was the only way to trick myself into sleeping, and even then, I wasn't guaranteed a good night's sleep. It always started the same. The boy with the crystal blue eyes and frosty white hair lying on the ground, his crimson blood on my hands. I knew it was part of the memory I'd struggled to suppress in my waking hours, but the dream wasn't exactly the same as how it had happened. For one, in the dream, I was alone. I fought only for my own safety, and something about that unsettled me. Secondly, the boy with the death touch did not attack or defend himself. Instead, he looked regretful and scared. I knew that these differences mattered, and that, in the moment, I'd done my best to protect the guy I loved. But based on the frequency of the image, I never really got over it. I was hung up on one moment in particular. There was a split second where DT paused his assault. I'd taken it as a moment to attack, but that second often lingered in my thoughts. Perhaps there was another way to defeat him. Even all these years later, I hadn't made my peace with it, and I worried that I never would. I knew the world was safer without him, but the state of Ansatal still seemed to degrade after he died, and I couldn't help but feel it was my fault somehow. The arena was far more open than the battle dome I'd used as an underclassman. When Bree first went missing, Ansatal rallied all their efforts to find her, but it was in vain. After a few short weeks without results, the world gave up on her. The Warshams had enough concern and ammunition to finally shut down the school. I don't think Finn wanted to leave, or say goodbye to Odin or the rest of the school's remaining nobles, but he was the first to depart. After that, we all kind of went our separate ways. I thought that was the end of my dreams to become Fae and protect Ansatal. For many students, that was the last of their professional training. Too many of the top schools closed, thinking that they'd likely be targeted next. But I was one of the lucky ones. I had Yamojiru, or Mo, as I now called her. I felt a presence behind me and whirled around, snuffing my gift out instantly to be sure I didn't hurt someone. Odin strode in. I lowered my hands, grateful for a reason to take a short break. "How's the training going?" he asked. Through heavy breaths, I said, "Well, it's training." "I know you had a tough day, but I wanted you to know that Miranda, Ash, and I are here because we want to be. It was our choice to make." He broke eye contact and shifted his weight. My throat threatened to fill with tears. And just because we have a smaller team doesn't mean we're not going to find her. Don't give up." I took a step towards him, wanting to hug him, but I stopped short when I realized how sweaty I was. Reading me, he smirked. "Bring it in, Ray." He walked over and started to pull me toward him. "I'm sweaty," I muttered, but he pulled me tightly into his chest. "Like I care."
Chapter 5. Kaito.
I swear to God, Yanis, Wolf barked. If you touch me one more time, I'll wrap a vine around your throat.
Yanis grinned and threw up his hands in surrender. Sorry, man. I'm just nervous because my gift still hasn't returned. I mean, we have to be far enough away from the prison by now, right? I mean, can you still use your gift? Or were you going to steal a tomato plant from someone's kitchen garden? Wolf responded with no more than a disinterested grumble. I had prepared myself to see a changed Ansatol on our walk home, but it wasn't at all how I'd pictured a city run by DT. I didn't see empty streets and scattered citizens. I saw the opposite. The seemingly ungifted walked around in droves without gloves. They held hands, unafraid of touch. Was this part of the restructuring DT mentioned? I used to enjoy sorting the serfs from the elite with a glance. I prided myself on my accuracy, only now I didn't see a single one. Where were they? I suppose that without them, the serfs were free to live a more peaceful existence. But to see people actually holding hands was surreal. At least on the surface, things seemed better. I'd always been interested in life before gifts, and to have a peek at it was like stepping through time. The sight of it was practically a fucking DT campaign poster, and I was beginning to understand how he'd snaked his way into power. We rounded the corner to the block where my childhood home was situated, but I felt no comfort from the sight of it, just the sting of buried memories as they sprouted. I told myself that I didn't care how things went down with my parents. Were they bad parents for giving up on me? Or had I just been an unbearably disappointing son? Returning only served to stir feelings I'd long thought settled. I realized I had stories I was unwilling to share with my new crew. But when we reached the door, I froze, giving myself away. We in the wrong place or something? Yanis asked. Wolf silenced him with a jab of his elbow. I swallowed and stared at the front door, remembering all the times I returned home after school, hoping my parents would be there, only to find an empty townhouse and a loaded debit card. I knew they wouldn't be inside, but even after everything, the hope they would be lingered. Remembering myself, I hustled to enter the code, hoping it hadn't changed. The door swung open and I stepped into the empty foyer. I slid off my shoes and noticed Wolf and Yanis follow my lead. I flipped a switch and was surprised to see the space fill with light. I started exploring the rooms and was astounded to find them all in excellent condition. It was like no time had passed. I wondered if the electricity and continued use of the cleaning staff meant that my parents still spent time there, or if they'd forgotten to cancel those things in their haste to disappear.
You didn't tell us you were rich, man. Nice place.
I smirked. Make yourselves at home, I said, suddenly aware that I'd let 2 convicted strangers into my home. I'd hardly gotten the words out before Yanis threw himself onto the couch and put his feet up on a dusty ottoman. I turned to Wolf to see what he'd do first. His whole demeanor shifted, the harshness of his expression slipping into excitement. It was as if he thought our release was just a dream, and he'd only just realized it was real. His eyes widened.
Can I take a hot shower?
Yeah, man. Let me show you the way. I pulled out some fresh towels and sent him into one of the guest bathrooms to get situated, but nearly sprinted back to the living room when I heard the TV echoing around the vaulted ceilings. There was no need to think about what I wanted to do first with my freedom. Yanis beat me to it. I took a seat beside him on the couch and watched a somber reporter address the public.
Last year's mass evacuation of elites and commons has led to a staggering drop in our city's crime rate.
What's the deal with this evacuation, man? I asked, hoping he'd gotten a little more information when I was sorting Wolf out. He shook his head. I popped up and headed for my bedroom. I snatched my laptop from the desk along with the charger and returned to the living room. This time I took a seat on the armchair to keep my search out of Yanis's view. I flipped open my laptop, my pulse rising as I anticipated my first search. The password bar popped up and I smiled as I typed. Reina. Let me know if you find something, Yanis said. They're not really saying what happened. But I could hardly hear him as this time I typed Reina's full name into a search engine. My screen flooded with images of her. It felt like the first snow of the year, or pulling my favorite book off the shelf for a reread. My heart warmed as I scanned her face. 2 years and she still knocked the wind out of me. She looked just as I remembered, only more refined, grown into her features and bloomed into the woman she'd wanted to be. It took everything in me not to burst into tears when I read the headline. Reina Rue, Ansatol Division, Gold Tier Fae. She did it. I looked up to see Yanis's crinkled brow, wide eyes, and clenched jaw. What is it? Shit, I was supposed to be looking up the evacuation. Unwilling to close my search on Reina, I opened a new tab, this time searching for news. Apparently there was some kind of epidemic. My gaze darted across the screen. Some elites started losing their gifts permanently. I gulped. Those gifts were the pillars of our society. It didn't surprise me that an opportunist like DT used whatever this was to gain power. I feared there would be no comfort to offer Yanis or Wolf. Once a gift was gone, it was gone for good. I needed more information. The forums were loaded with theories, and they all seemed to agree that gifted citizens who lived in Ansatol were losing their abilities, and they weren't returning. The rest was an array of theories that got more bizarre as I read. The most popular was the one the media adopted, that this was some kind of virus. The only evidence they seemed to have of this was that it was spreading in high-density areas. But after I'd been passed over, I had a hard time believing it. I wasn't alone either. There were thousands of theories. Everything from God purging the earth of abnormalities to chemical warfare and, my personal favorite, alien parasites using elites as hosts. I had no more answers than when I started. But I did find it interesting that there was a large group of people who saw the epidemic as a good thing. I thought about the carefree families that I saw on my way here and how different their lives must have been without fear of touch. The city was proud that their interim chairman was ungifted, as were most of the candidates in the election. The fact that all of this epidemic stuff seemed to be benefiting DT more than anyone was impossible to overlook. If this was his doing, it was even more elaborate than the Fallen scheme, and the effects were more widespread. How could he possibly pull something like this off? As much as I could see the appeal in the changes for some citizens, Ansatol without Fae would be easily targeted and controlled. Plus, I didn't like the idea of losing my gift, especially as it had only recently been returned to me. I trembled to think of how lucky I was not to have lost it already. Guilt tore through me as I realized I was the last of us to possess a gift, a fact I would hide until I found a way to break it to them. I searched Calvin Hall next. The news he'd been nominated as interim chairman until the elections concluded had only been up for a few hours. I searched his opposition. The only one who seemed to have much support was a woman named Rachel. I searched conspiracies on DT but came up short. No one had made the connection. I pulled up a picture and glared at it. Something about his eyes freaked me out. There was once a time that we were almost friendly. We bonded over things that most people couldn't understand. Now those similarities haunted me. It was true that we were both capable of cruelty, but I hated that he considered us the same. After an exhaustive search, I was convinced that I'd been right to doubt the epidemic was natural. I couldn't prove it yet, But the epidemic was not something that happened to Ansatol. It was someone.
Chapter 6. Raina. I walked across the campus to Pink House, a hard breeze whipping my hair that was still wet from my recent shower. It chilled me, but felt good after a hard workout. No matter how many times I saw Pink House with light pouring out of only Miranda's room, I could never quite get used to the unsettling look of it. I understood Miranda's need to hold on to routine. She could have chosen anywhere on campus to make a home. Asher had chosen a classroom to convert to an apartment, and Odin one of the conference rooms in the front of the building. But Miranda stayed in her tiny dorm room as if she wasn't ready to let go of her time as a student. I could hear the music playing through the door and heard her scramble to shut it off before swinging the door open. "I've been expecting you," she said as she spun and led me into the room. "You have?" She sat on her bed and I took a seat at her desk. "You're here to pick my brain about me staying. I assure you, I'm a big girl and can make my own decisions. Look, Miranda, I just want to make sure that you're doing what's best for you, and not just staying because you think you're responsible for what happened to her." She rolled her eyes and swept her blush-pink ponytail off her shoulder. "I know you're scared. The council is gone, but there are still people fighting. Your mom is still here fighting." I nodded. "They need us more than ever, you know. They're vulnerable." She eyed me, her ocean blue eyes glinting in the warm light. "I think maybe you need them, too. What is a Fae without people to protect?" My gaze dropped to my hands. She wasn't wrong. I'd fought so hard to become Fae, to try and fix the system, and just after I was sworn in, that system collapsed. Did that mean my job was done? Miranda picked up a magazine from the corner of her desk, leaned back into a pile of pillows, and flipped through. "How are you holding up, with everyone leaving and stuff?" I swallowed hard. "I'm glad that they'll be out of harm's way. I appreciate all they've done to help us." I looked up to see Miranda's lips pursed and one eyebrow raised. "The cameras aren't rolling. You can say how you feel." I swallowed a lump in my throat. "I'm sad." Miranda's expression was notably displeased, so I continued. "I'm frustrated." I stood and started to pace. All of our leads on Bree were dead ends, and honestly, I'm stunned by how quickly everyone just gave up. And I'm not just talking about the team. I mean, I know nobody wants to lose their gifts. I get that. I know that statistically, our odds of finding Bree are pretty fucking bleak. But how can the council just up and abandon the city? How can the Fae actually leave people unprotected? Where are the heroes I looked up to all my life? Why isn't anyone still fighting? I heard they made some serf the interim councilman. She sighed. Like that's going to do anyone any good. I hadn't heard, but I'd expected them to choose someone ungifted. Everyone was so ready to live in a city without gifts. Everyone but me. "Is there anything else?" Miranda pushed. My thoughts tangled with all the ways the situation was fucked. The council had evacuated last year, and the chairman was the last real holdout. Without him, the elite were screwed. An ungifted chairman would have absolute power. He could outlaw gifts if he wanted. Based on the way the city turned on the Fae, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. I struggled to remember why I still fought for them, but the reason rang through my thoughts like a bell cutting through the rest of the noise. Yes, there is something else. My parents died protecting Ansatol. Kai... Miranda's back straightened and she set her magazine aside. I shook my head. Never mind. "No, Raina, let it out. It's time." I felt my throat constrict. I don't know what to say about it. It's all fucking unfair. Wait. A prickle ran across my skin. Holy shit. Miranda leaned forward. What? What is it? If the chairman is gone, what did they do with Kai? Most of the Fae-related programs were shut down. They weren't heartless enough to execute all the prisoners, right? She stood. Oh my God, should we? But I was already headed for the door, my mind racing, my veins loaded with adrenaline and fear. What if I was setting myself up for another heartbreak? But that fear drowned in the promise of what could be. Wait, Raina, you don't want to put on a little makeup or try to wrangle your fro a little? I could barely hear her over my thoughts. What? I mean, you might see Kai. I grinned. You coming, crazy? I wouldn't fucking miss this for the world. As we hurried out into the night, I felt Miranda's fingers brush across my wrist. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her excitement dim, but she didn't stop me, nor did she share the vision that she stole from our future. Ever since Bree's case went cold, she'd been more reluctant to share her visions and preferred instead to let things play out. But the sudden change in her temperament, even with her best efforts to hide it, had told me everything I needed to know. I would not see Kaido tonight. It was more likely that I would never see him again, a fact I'd fought to come to terms with. I was grateful for the clouds that blocked the moonlight and the fog that dimmed Ansatal's neon lights. The darkness hid the silent tears that fell as I realized I'd made a horrible mistake. For a few minutes, I'd allowed a parasite back into my body, one that had nearly destroyed me years ago. A parasite called hope.
Chapter 7. Kaito.
You're fucking kidding me,
Wolf said, shuffling into the living room with a towel wrapped around his waist. His wet hair dripped onto his face, making his menacing gaze look unhinged.
So that's it? We were infected and now we're all just fucking serfs?
Yanis glared down at me as I shuffled through articles on my laptop.
I mean,
I think our gifts should have returned after we left the prison. I shook my head. They might be gone. Wolf stormed over.
Do you think those council fucks did this on purpose?
My thoughts moved to Walter. No, I mean, they evacuated too. They must have been afraid it would happen to them. I guess that's why everyone's evacuating. The crash of shattering glass made me and Yanis jump. Wolf turned back to the shelf, pulling a second vase from it. He slammed it down, scattering its shards across the hardwood floors.
Calm down,
Yanis shouted. It was a sentiment I echoed, but I didn't have the right to speak it, not while I still possessed my gift. I took a deep breath. This sucks, but at least we don't have to worry about the epidemic. Wolf gaped at me.
What the fuck do you mean by that? We're fucking broken.
I mean, we don't have to evacuate. Without a gift, the epidemic can't really hurt us. His voice broke.
What are we going to do now?
My words caught in my throat, but Yanis filled the silence, giving his best attempt to lighten the mood. We can do a hell of a lot more than we could in prison. I'm not happy about this either, Wolf, but, I mean, we got girls out here. Wolf's shoulders sagged a little and relief washed through the room. Yanis exhaled loudly, eyeing the shattered glass. Where can I get a broom? I gestured to the closet in the corner, and he hurried over to sort out Wolf's mess. Wolf took a couple deep breaths, each relieving the bright color from his face until he said, Speaking of girls, these total babes came to the door a few minutes ago. I invited them in, but they were bitches or whatever.
It's like they were mad I was naked. Like, whatever, you came here to my house at booty call hour.
Your house? Yennis said with a smirk. I smiled, bringing my attention back to my laptop. Bruh, Yennis said as he swept. What are you even talking about? Is this a real story or something that happened in your head? I chuckled, firmly on the side of it all happening in his head. If someone knocked, I probably would have heard it, even with the TV blaring.
I'm serious. They were the hottest girls I've ever seen.
Yennis grimaced. Are you going to help me clean this? Wolf shrugged. How long were you in? Yennis asked. Wolf's gaze dropped to the floor.
8 long years.
I tried to focus on my search, but Yennis said, I'm sure any girl would seem hot to you at this point.
No, man, really. One had these, curves in the right places. Her hair was all wild and shit. You know, like she likes to get down. My type, you know? And the other was a pinkish blonde, with legs for days.
I looked up from my laptop. Was there really someone here? Wolf turned to me as if he'd forgotten I was in the room.
Yeah, they knocked when I was walking by.
What did they want? I asked.
Nothing. I was showing them my abs and shit. Told them I'd drop the towel if they wanted. Then I invited them in. They looked confused and left.
I leapt up, my laptop toppling to the floor. That's because you don't fucking live here! I snatched my laptop from the floor and turned it to show him the screen where I'd been searching Reyna. Was this her? He nodded sheepishly. Fuck! I tossed my laptop onto the couch and sprinted towards the front door. How long ago was that?
I don't know. 10 or 20 minutes, maybe?
I bolted to the door, calling back. Which way did they go?
I don't know.
I tore down the street, desperation choking every labored breath. Where are you? I pleaded to the universe, called in every favor, every karma point I could have possibly stored in my lifetime. But apparently it didn't amount to much, because 3 hours later, my shaking legs brought me back to my house empty-handed. Yennis sat on the couch, watching the news, while Wolf scrolled through my laptop. I slumped onto the couch beside them. She's gone. Bro, you owe us a story on this one. I nodded, my body heavy from both my search and the disappointment that accompanied it. Wolf said, So obviously that was your girl before you went in. I bobbed my head in agreement. Yennis grinned. I see you. Dating celebrities and shit.
Don't be a dick,
Wolf said.
But you're a serf now and a felon. She's a gold-tier fae.
I leaned forward and sunk my face into my hands.
Plus, there's this guy,
Wolf said, pointing at the screen. I didn't need to look to know what picture he was referring to. I'd seen it in my search, and it seared into me. It was one taken on the day Reyna was sworn in. She stood in the courtyard of the agency building smiling brightly, Odin Gates beside her.
Chapter 8. Reyna. My limbs were heavy as I plopped into my bed for the night. It seemed like in one short day, everything I'd built over the last 3 years had fallen apart. My team was disbanded. The council, chairman, and Faye had officially evacuated, leaving Ansatol unprotected and in the hands of some serf. The worst, though, was that for the first time in years, I'd allowed myself to backslide into sadness over Kai. I didn't know what I was expecting to find when Miranda and I arrived at the agency. It was eerily vacant, the prison abandoned, and any trace of Kai or anyone else wiped away. As if that wasn't enough to kill my hope, I'd insisted on checking his childhood home. Who even was the naked guy who answered the door? Somehow knowing Kai was gone was worse. I was not ready or willing to take on another case. It had been a while since I'd felt so defeated, and when it all seemed too much, I knew it was time to visit Mo. Things between me and my former hero-turned-adopted mother, Yamoja-Rue, had been a little tense of late. She had to take herself off Bree's case to focus on the rest of the city as it self-destructed. She would have preferred if I spent less time on Bree and more on helping her slow the city's collapse. But regardless of our differing views, we were family. My eyelids drooped, my thoughts mixing with my subconscious as I slipped in and out of sleep. My attention orbited Kai, and I tried in vain to draw him into my dreams for a visit. But after years of trying to move on, I could hardly picture his face. Bree's face, however, was clear in my mind. I often dreamed about her offbeat personality and the memories we shared during our time at GFA. I missed the feeling of those days. I missed the possibilities and the hopes I had for my future, which all seemed to be replaced with fear. The vibrant moments that used to make up my life dwindled down to nothing more than tiny wisps of light, like stars that flickered through the wide expanse of darkness. More often than anything else, I dreamed of Miranda's vision. I made her describe it so often and with so much detail, I sometimes forgot that I wasn't in the room when Bree was taken. She'd even shown it to me once or twice. Those red eyes haunted me the moment I drifted off. My thoughts cycled through the only words that could ease me. Tomorrow will be better. I knew it. I awoke feeling refreshed. Even if I couldn't remember, it was as if my dreams had brought back a piece of myself. The day teemed with potential, and if things hadn't been going well, I was due for a win. Bree was waiting for me to find her, and I'd never give up until I did. I slipped on my boots and had a look in the mirror before I bolted out the door toward the fishbowl. I felt strong, like the universe was pushing me toward something. The morning splashed a golden glow across the campus. The air was filled with the chirps and whistles of spring, and I knew that despite everything, it would be okay. Odin waved from inside the empty cafeteria. A weight landed on my shoulders, nearly knocking me off balance as Asher grabbed me from behind. "Morning, boss," he said. "You ready to find the girl today?" I shoved him back playfully. "Sure am." He raised an eyebrow, gesturing to the vibrant pattern on his shirt. "You think she'll like this look on me?" I shrugged. "You'll have to ask her about it when we get there." We reached the cafeteria and joined Odin. Miranda didn't usually join us this early, so I went right for the table with my maps. It was weird to have such a smaller team, but it also meant there were fewer people at risk, and that weight seemed like the greater one. Odin straightened. "You look better," he said, his green eyes a golden yellow in the sun's rays. "I feel better." I spread the city map across the table, the colored zones covered in notes from previous shifts. Asher moved to the corner of the room and turned on the TV, flipping through the channels. He paused a little longer on a cartoon before Odin urged him to change it to the news. I steeled my nerves as we watched, conditioned for bad news. The woman on screen had sandy brown hair with strands of silver running through. Her eyes were focused and serious behind her glasses, while her gentle smile made her seem approachable. What Ansatol really needs is an experienced leader. She addressed the cameras directly, folding her hands on the podium in front of her. Asher snorted. "Oh boy." Odin shushed him. The woman continued. "Since the remaining population is ungifted, we should have someone ungifted to represent our interests. I, like most of the people left in Ansatol, was not born lucky. I've been poor, so I understand what this city needs. The epidemic has hit the reset button. This is a chance for a fresh start, a chance to level the playing field. I've been in leadership roles for many ungifted organizations and have more experience than some of my younger opponents. That's why you should vote Rachel Black for your new chairman." My gaze moved to Odin. "And what do you make of her?" He sucked in a breath through his nose. "She seems okay. I kind of like the idea of not having a gifted chairman. What do you think?" Before I could answer, my phone buzzed in my pocket. The number was unfamiliar, but I answered it anyway, my nerves churning. What if it was Bree? "Hello?" an unfamiliar voice said. "Is this Raina Rue?" I tried to hide my disappointment. "Yes, may I ask who's calling?" "This is Dr. Patel from Willow East Hospital. Yamoja Rue has had an incident. We need you to come down here immediately."
Chapter 9. Kaito. I spent half the night searching online for clues to where I might find Raina, but she'd gone off-grid. The media was concerned with nothing but the epidemic and the election for the new chairman. It seemed like some cruel trick of the universe that Raina was right here and I missed her. The fact that she came to my house at all had me reeling. Did it mean that after all this time she still thought of me? Had she gone to the prison first? Would she stop by again? Of course she wouldn't. Not after Wolf threatened to flash her. Why did I let him stay again? Wolf took every opportunity to remind me how different things were now. I wasn't sure why it was so important to him, but as I scoured the internet for clues, he never went more than a few minutes without reminding me that I was no longer a prodigy with the world at my fingertips. He relished the chance to point out that I was now ungifted. I didn't correct him. But it was true that in the 3 years I'd spent away, I hadn't trained my gift, while people like Raina and Odin went on to become Fae. But none of that mattered if Raina came to my house looking for me. I needed to find her. I awoke with a crash as my laptop hit the floor beside my bed. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and retrieved it before checking it for damage. A knock sounded at my door. Yanis poked his head into my room. "You okay in here?" "Yeah, sorry. My laptop." I yawned. He nodded. "Did you find her?" I shook my head. "Not yet. I will." He walked into the room, pretending to browse the bookshelf near the door. Hoping to avoid any further conversation, I opened my laptop and began my search where I left off. But Yanis didn't seem to take the hint. "You know, I think Wolf has been too harsh about the girl and stuff." I sucked in air through my nose, feeling the tension of whatever was coming. I don't need a pep talk. I just need to find her. He picked a book off the shelf and pretended to thumb through it. And even though I was focused on my search, I could feel his gaze on my face. "Yeah, I know, man. It's just, I don't want you to get your hopes up. She's a gold tier Fae and you're..." When I didn't interject, he closed the book and slid it back in its place. "I just don't want to see you get hurt." I glared at him, but softened when I realized that I had also viewed everything through that lens once upon a time. I'd made a sport out of reminding Raina of her place. I clung to the comfort of knowing exactly where my place was in society. I knew what I deserved and never strived for anything out of bounds, except Raina. Oddly enough, it was my fall from elite status that showed me what kind of man I wanted to be, and unlike my parents, Raina thought that was the kind of man worth loving. "Sit," I said, gesturing to the chair next to my desk with a sigh. She wasn't like an ex-girlfriend or whatever you and Wolf think. It was... I rubbed my hands over my face. Different. I know things change. This whole goddamn city has gone to shit. I have no delusions that Raina still feels the same way about me. What I do know is that she came here. She needs me. In whatever capacity, I'm going to be there for her. He blinked at me, his face deadly serious. We ate lunch together for 2 years, and I never knew you were such a softie. He stood and let out a long exhale. You aim high, man, and I'll give you that. I looked down at my hands, heat rushing to my face. You have no idea. He stopped when he got to the door. Can I ask why you never mentioned her? I swallowed hard as 1,000 reasons collided, leaving me with one. Because it hurt too much to know I'd never see her again. But I couldn't give my answer before he said, I get it. Yanis! Kai! Wolf called from downstairs. Yanis shook his head. He's an idiot. I'm serious, get down here! Was Raina back? Yanis's wide smile said he might have had the same thought. I leaped out of bed and we sprinted downstairs, tripping over each other as we raced to Wolf. My hopes dimmed as we turned the corner to find Wolf stretched out half naked on the couch. I'm serious, he said, offended by our obvious disappointment. He pointed to the screen. I walked over, fully intending to smack him on my way by, when the screen came into view. Yamoja Rue hospitalized. No word if she's been affected by epidemic. I sucked in a sharp breath. How long ago was this? Wolf paused to delight in our full attention, a pleased smile plastered to his face. You guys should take me more seriously. I called you right when I saw. Do you think she'll be there? Definitely. My pulse felt deadly fast as I sprinted up the stairs for the quickest shower of my life, threw on a collared shirt, and pleaded with myself to calm down, to no avail. I took the stairs back down too quickly and stumbled, my gift activated for a fraction of a second, and I got my feet under me, but clumsily enough that neither Yanis or Wolf seemed suspicious. Wolf grinned. Aw, he got pretty. Yanis asked, You want us to stay here? Wolf scoffed. Like hell I'm staying here. No fucking way I missed this train wreck. Bro, I said, keep it up and you'll be paying rent. It took 30 minutes to reach the hospital and my legs were jelly by the time we made it. I was shaking so badly that I leaned on my gift with each step, risking discovery. There was a large crowd gathered out front, and this time the sight was strange enough for Yanis to mention the change. Once again, the citizens were no longer wearing long sleeves and gloves. The bulk of them were obvious Yamoja Rue fans, carrying posters and flowers. But the rest seemed to be members of the press. Several reporters spoke into cameras, including the one Wolf had us watching on the news at home. Most of the press, however, concentrated on 2 people. Both I recognized as chairman candidates. Dread filled me when I saw DT giving an interview, a mask of sincerity slipping with every forced gesture. It was disgusting how politicians always used tragedies to win votes. I'd barely given the election any real thought as I sorted through the articles looking for conspiracies about DT. But now that the campaign was in my face, I was certain. Despite new circumstances, the spirit of this election would be like all the others. With so many people outside, security was tight. Police officers in their distinctive aqua-colored jackets roped off areas for both press and fans, and it didn't look like they were letting anyone in that wasn't coming directly from an emergency vehicle. What's the plan? Yanis asked. A familiar face caught my eye. It was a girl with sandy brown hair and blue eyes standing at the front of a crowd just off camera. She looked about 9 or 10, and I didn't immediately know where I'd seen her before. But when her gaze met mine, her eyes widened. She smiled and began to push through the crowd until she stood in front of me. "You're out," she said. My brain was empty until recognition hit me like a tidal wave. She was not the cake-loving 7-year-old I remembered. She looked more like Zane. My chest was heavy with the reminder of my friend. There were so many things prison had taken away from me that I dared not dwell on. But now it was time to face them. "You're almost a real human now," I said, looking around. "Is Zane here?" The glint in her eyes darkened. No. Something was off. "Do you know where I can find him?" She shook her head. "We're not in touch." An awkward silence passed as Zane's sister appraised my friends. Wolf noticed. "Who's your friend?" "Fuck no," I said, sending him a gaze full of daggers. "She's like 9. 10, she corrected. Same difference. "It wasn't even like that, I swear," Wolf said, stepping back, but his guilty smirk gave him away. "You can never tell these days," he mumbled. Yanis cringed but sympathetically patted Wolf on the back. I turned my attention back to her. Zane seemed like a sore spot, so I tried a roundabout way to get more information. "Who are you here with?" She pointed a thumb back over her shoulder toward the crowd. "My mom's running for councilman." "That's amazing," I said. "Tell her congratulations from me." From all Zane had told me of his parents, I never could have imagined them running for a position like this. I supposed they had some money from the payout they received from the Fallen, but it was hard to get used to the idea of ungifted people in power. To think she had no idea she was running against the man responsible for helping her. No wonder Zane bailed. His family was everything to him before I went away. "Calvin's running for councilman too, did you see?" she said, pointing to DT. I moved my head in affirmation. We'd shielded her from a lot of what DT did, but she had to pick on some of the connections between him and the Fallen. Either she couldn't remember the details, or she was playing dumb. Either way, she was safer if she stayed in the dark. "I have to get going." "Wait," she said. "How can I call you?" I shrugged. "I don't really have a phone or anything." She dug through her purse and a crumpled receipt fell to the ground before she pulled out a marker. She grabbed my wrist and I was stunned by the brazen gesture. She'd already gotten used to this new world. I remembered her amazing gift and wondered if she'd lost it in the so-called epidemic. It didn't seem like the kind of question you could ask. She wrote her phone number on my arm and smiled, before pushing back through the crowd and taking her place beside the woman who must have been her mother. I turned to Yanis. "I'm gonna do a perimeter sweep to see if there's another way in." My real plan was to find an open window and fly in, but I wasn't ready to have a conversation about my gift in this epidemic just yet. "Both of you stay here so I can find you. If I'm not back in half an hour, I'll meet you at home." Wolf threw up his hands. "What? We don't get to see anything?" "Plus utilities, Wolf, I swear." He rolled his eyes. "We need the code." "Yanis has it." Wolf scowled. "Why does he get to know it?" Yanis interrupted. "Good luck, man." I nodded my thanks and turned toward the hospital. I'd find Reyna this time, and after I did, I wasn't losing her again. Getting into the hospital was as easy as I'd anticipated. Just a quick float through a patient's window and an awkward scurry out of the room into the hallway. But now that I was inside, I wasn't sure where to start looking for Yamosha's room. If I asked someone, I'd be mistaken for an obsessed fan and dragged out before I got anywhere near it. I was wandering the halls, trying not to look as suspicious as I felt, when a hand grabbed my shoulder and spun me around. Odin's green eyes bore into me. From his stone-like expression, I could tell I was unwelcome, but he was a familiar face. I couldn't help but grin. His shoulders were broader and he was an inch or two taller than I remembered, but his face was for the most part unchanged. "Wow," I said. "You're here." I took it as a good sign when he didn't immediately try to kill me like the last time we'd met. I was sure by now he understood why I left the GFA for the Fallen. "I need you to leave," he said coldly. Apparently not. "It's cool you got out and everything, but she won't want to see you." My smile dimmed. "I don't know what you think I'm trying to do, but this is about what's best for her. Do you really want to put this emotional burden on her right now? Do you know how long it took her to accept the fact that you were in prison forever?" He nodded to a door on the right. "Now you're just going to waltz in here, the same old asshole you always were." He glanced down. "And with some other girl's number on your arm, no less." He scoffed. "What's your goal here? To hurt her worse than she already is? If you care about her at all, you'll leave right now." "So," I said with a shaky exhale. "She's in there?" "Did you not fucking hear what I said?" But I had already pushed past him. I was drawn to the door, ready to accept whatever reception I found on the other side. I heard him mutter, "You're just as selfish as always. She'll see right through you." Good. Reyna's ability to see through me was the only reason she'd given me a shot in the first place. I didn't care if Odin, Wolf, or even Yanis believed that it would be a mistake to see Reyna after all this time. I didn't need their approval. My breath caught as I reached for the doorknob. All I needed was the guts to push open the door and face her.
Chapter 10. Reyna. The cold hospital lights made a faint buzzing sound that chipped away at my nerves. Don't be dead. I'd lost my parents 5 years ago, but the wound felt fresh as I prepared myself for the worst once again. I'm not ready to say goodbye. I still need you. Yumojiru had stepped into my life as a mentor, but grown into a parent when I needed her most. Part of me knew this was my fault. It was my job to make sure she was safe. She had gotten older. I knew she was slowing down and said nothing. Why hadn't I made her stop? Was it because I needed her to look after the city while I looked for Bree? Due to her status as a celebrity and gold-tier fae, the hospital was not releasing information quickly enough, leaving ample time for my mind to race through every worst-case scenario. Had she lost her gift in the epidemic? Was she injured in combat? All I knew was she was in danger, and I could only hope it wasn't too late to make things right. My body shook as the doctor pulled me aside just outside of her room. "I'm fine," I whispered to Odin, squeezing his hand, only so I could release it without offending him. I appreciated his support, but the way he fawned over me made me more nervous. "Ms. Rue," Dr. Patel said, tapping his clipboard with his pen. "It's not the epidemic. Her abilities are still intact." I exhaled the flicker of relief that passed through me before my fear shifted. Odin asked the question that seemed lodged in the back of my throat. "What happened?" Dr. Patel's gaze bounced between us. "She had a heart attack, but we operated and she's stable." I felt Odin's body relax a little. He'd been so calm all morning that I almost forgot he was as invested in Yamosha's welfare as I was. His relief was obvious, but I didn't share it. A heart attack was so much worse than losing her gift, even if it was the greatest in the world. If she'd lost it to the epidemic, at least I'd be sure she'd stop fighting. She was killing herself, and it was because she knew I wasn't ready to take her place. The doctor's neutral expression waned, and his gaze avoided mine. It's no longer in her best interest to continue Fae work. I shook my head, finding my voice. Of course she's going to stop. His eyes grew somber. I'm not sure she'll agree to that. She's resting now, but she made it clear she had no intention of slowing down, nor does she have plans for retirement. Like hell I was going to let her continue. I wasn't going to lose her. My parents had been taken from me so suddenly, I couldn't bear to lose Mo the same way. I'll talk to her. I felt Odin's hand rub across my back. Dr. Patel scratched his thick beard. She should be out for a few more hours. I nodded. Can I see her anyway? Of course. I turned to Odin, but I didn't need to tell him I needed time alone with her. He had already stepped away from the door. I appreciated his company, his support in all this, but I couldn't fall apart in front of him, and I was already exhausted from putting on a brave face. I'll be around. Call me if you need anything, Odin said. I offered a small smile, then pushed open the door, closing it behind me. Yamoja lay still, her magenta hair spread out in a halo around her head. The monitor beside her beeped rhythmically, like a ticking clock. Despite her stable condition, each beep sent a nervous pulse through me, as if it threatened to be her last. My emotions overtook me when I saw the tubes and wires connected to her. She was the strongest person in the world, and she looked helpless. I pulled a chair from the corner to the side of her bed, but instead of sitting, I took her cold hand in mine. I knew she couldn't hear me, but perhaps I could gather my words and have a practice run at telling her it was time for her to retire. It's me. I'm here, I said, the tears spilling over my cheeks. You scared me. She remained motionless. The doctor said you have to slow down. I need you to stop. You've given this city enough. My breath hitched and I slumped into the seat beside her. I can do this. You can leave the city to me. I promise not to let you down. My throat tightened with guilt. If I had just listened to her. If I had helped her more and let go of my obsessive search for Bree that never got me any closer, I might have been able to take some of the burden off her. She might have even retired by now. I'm sorry I'm a bad daughter, I whispered, running my thumb over her soft hand. It was hard to see her this way, so weak and broken. It was official. The time of the great Fae had ended. Despite my promise, I didn't know if she could trust me to take it from here. I was no Yamoja Rue. My head split with pain as I cried into my hands. It had been some time since I called out to my parents for help. I wasn't sure if it was because it hurt to reach out with no response, or if things just felt beyond saving. But I needed all the help I could get. I wasn't ready to lose Yamoja. I wasn't ready to lose the only family I had left. I sniffed and I whispered, Please, Mom, Dad, if you're out there, I need a win. Please, if there's anything you can do. I swallowed a lump as soft sobs rose to the surface. I need a little help, just a small win. Anything, and I'll take it as a sign to keep going. I sniffled. Please. I heard the door creak open, and I wiped my face, hoping that the doctor hadn't heard me. Ray? The familiar voice sent a jolt tearing through my body. I turned to the door to see Kai. My heart raced as I stood, trying to understand how this had come to be. Was I imagining him? Had I fallen asleep in my chair? Kai's gaze swept over my face as he closed the gap between us, stopping a few feet away. Kai, I breathed. His hair was longer than I'd ever seen it, partially covering his charcoal-colored eyes as they read me. His features were more defined and traces of boyhood gone. "She's okay?" he asked. I nodded. "Are you okay?" I was frozen, stunned by his arrival. My heartbeat deafened me as everything I'd fought to keep at bay threatened to unleash at once. Kai shifted nervously and put his hands into his pockets. I'm sorry to show up like this. I didn't know how to find you, and when I heard..." Heat rushed to my face, and I wanted nothing more than to rescue him from the limb he'd climbed out on, but I was paralyzed. His gaze bore into me, but neither of us looked away. "Do you want me to go?" "Say something." His vulnerability only made it harder to speak. "Come on, say something." "I went to your house," I managed. He pressed his lips together to push back a smile that broke through anyway, lifting the corners of his mouth. "Thought so. I'm sorry for my friend. He didn't know who you were." Silence drowned out the beeping of Yamoja's heart monitor until I blurted, "She had a heart attack, but she's stable." Kai took a deep breath. "You don't..." He shook his head. "You don't have to be strong right now." My heart skipped, recognizing its broken counterpart. "You either." He stepped closer, his gaze intense and serious. "I don't." The space between us narrowed, sending a prickling sensation down the back of my neck. I mouthed the word, "No." Kai's hands slid around my waist, and I threw my arms around him, burying my face in his neck. I could feel the intensity of his heartbeat even as my emotions spilled out. I cried so hard that I almost didn't notice his tears as they slid down to my shoulder. He moved a hand into my hair, pulling me closer for a second before his gift pushed into me. My body rose and settled into his arms. Then he carried me across the room and took a seat beside the bed. From his lap, I nuzzled closer, unable to stop my tears from falling as he held me tight to his chest. I couldn't help but think that my parents had something to do with Kai's arrival, which could only mean one thing. They'd been with me all along.
Chapter 11. Kaito. Reina cried herself to sleep in my arms. The warmth in my chest never eased even as an hour slipped by. I felt intoxicated by the coconut scent of her hair. I was so afraid that 3 years away had been enough to break whatever bond we'd formed. Even as I stood in front of her and looked into her eyes, I worried that coming had been a horrible mistake. Odin's words flashed through my head. Was it selfish to be here? But as her even breaths pushed against my chest and her body warmed mine, my doubts melted away. I shuddered to think of the hard times she must have been forced to endure without me. The memory of her was all that kept me going most days, but especially today. I wished I could hold her forever. But the beeping of Yamojiru's heart monitor was a constant reminder that time was passing, and that moment would also slip away. The door opened and Odin poked his head in. His gaze met mine and he glared at me before rushing into the room. "What did you do to her?" he asked, his tone hard and threatening. Before I could shush him, Raina stirred, her eyes blinking open. She looked at me, her eyes widening like she was seeing me for the first time. Her face was swollen and her eyes were still pink from crying. I smiled at her, but Odin cleared his throat, drawing her attention. "Oh," she said, hopping off my lap. I eased her landing, and she shot me a thankful glance before turning her attention to Odin. "Kai's here." His expression was neutral, but his fists were balled. "Yes, I see." "I was crying and stuff, and I must have fallen asleep." His gaze shifted to me for a second, but he spoke to her. "You don't need to explain. I just wish you told me you needed me. I would have come right—" "I know," she said. Odin moved to the foot of Yamosha's bed. "She's still not awake?" "Not yet," I said, but Odin didn't seem eager to acknowledge me. When he did, I regretted speaking up. "How was prison?" I felt the back of my neck flush. Raina stepped between us. "Nice, Odin. Really? This is how you're going to handle this? Not even going to wait until my mom is out of the hospital?" His gaze dropped to the floor. I'll wait outside." He left and Raina turned to me. "You should—" "Yeah," I said, heading for the door. "But—" I spun. "Stay close, okay? We should—" She reached up and touched the owl charm on her necklace, and my pulse stuttered as I tripped on memories. I clenched my jaw, drinking in this new version of her. She had grown into a beautiful woman, one I didn't know well anymore. But I could still see the magnetic force that drew us together had remained unbroken. We would once again get a chance to face off against a world determined to keep us apart. She may have had her doubts, but I was sure this time we'd win. I didn't want to leave her for a second, but she needed time and support. Her life had changed and I didn't know if she had room for me in it. But I knew I had to try. I could see the rise and fall of her uneven breaths as I closed the distance between us. I slid my hands to the back of her neck and unhooked the chain. I held her gaze as I put it on, bringing the owl charm to rest against my chest. I had stolen Raina's necklace once before and, in doing so, she'd uncovered how I felt about her. I had a feeling this time she already knew. I wasn't going anywhere. I paused for a moment, giving her a chance to protest, but she stayed silent. "So you're still with me?" I nodded my understanding, a smile teasing my lips as I turned away. As I stepped out into the hallway, Odin shot me a victorious smirk. "She kicked you out too?" I softened and simply waved at him. Odin had been there for Raina all this time. Regardless of our turbulent history, I owed him a lot. He was loyal to a fault, and I wondered if, however unlikely, there was a future for us as friends.
Chapter 12. Raina. My body was racked with nervous energy as I paced at the foot of Yamosha's bed. Kai was back, and that complicated things. My heart and head struggled over what to do about him. Mo would need help with her recovery, not to mention I needed to find her something to do that would satisfy her need to serve others without compromising her health. It was time to push my search for Bree to the sidelines and focus on helping Ansatal transition. Where did Kai fit in with all that? I hoped he didn't think I'd be able to drop everything and pick up where we left off. I rubbed my face with my hands. Who was I kidding? My stomach was full of butterflies, and even the thought of him filled me with electricity that I found both excruciating and fervid. I'd made my peace with him being gone years ago and closed myself off to romance. It was the sacrifice that most Fae had to make, to devote their lives not to a person, but to the city itself. When I took that oath, I accepted a life following the footsteps of my mentor. The other Fae could flee and the council along with them, but my job wasn't finished. The city's fate rested in my hands, and saving it was no longer some far-off goal. It was the culmination of my life's work. Why did I feel afraid? I put my hand on my chest as if the gesture could steady my heartbeat. Kai is back. And I knew what came next. The greatest love I'd ever known, shortly followed by the greatest sorrow. If there was one thing I'd learned, it was that with him, one always accompanied the other. I wasn't sure I could bear it. Not again. That's a lot of fear, honey. I spun to see Umoja smiling softly. I rushed to her side and took her hand in mine, my relief surging. Hi, Mo. How are you feeling? That's a little better, but not much. A bit of color returned to her face, but the light didn't reach her eyes. I wondered if my fear was strong enough to wake her. It seemed too soon for her to be using her gift, even in a small way. You should be resting, I urged. I'm fine, I promise. I'm sorry I worried you. I brought my hand to her cheek. Worried? Nah, I knew you'd pull through. She snorted. The only person with more fear than you right now is that boy in the hallway. Her eyebrows rose. I turned away, hoping to hide my burning cheeks. Yeah, Kai's out. Oh? It's not like that. She flashed a bright smile that almost made her look well again. Then she looked up at the ceiling. Nobody's buying that one, Raina. Not even you. Is that why you gave him your necklace? My hand rose to where the owl used to rest. How'd you know about that? You just told me. I smirked. That's it. I'm telling the doctor that you faked the whole heart attack thing. Please do. I have to get back out there. My smile faded, but I wasn't about to lecture her after she'd just woken up. Let's focus on getting you better. The door squeaked and I nearly jumped out of my skin. Odin stepped in. Do I hear voices in here? His green eyes widened and he rushed over to Umoja's side. Hey, boss, you gave us quite a scare. No need to worry. I'll be back on my feet before you know it. Odin looked at me, his gaze loaded with the same thoughts that passed through my head, but like me, he didn't say any of them to Umoja. At least he'd be an ally in my attempts to slow her down. I took a seat in the chair on the far side of the room while Umoja and Odin chatted. Despite my best efforts, my gaze kept moving to the door, wondering if Kai would walk in. My nerves only held me there for half an hour, and when Kai still didn't join us, I excused myself to find him. I needed to find out what his plans were. I scanned the crowded hallways as doctors and patients rushed about until I saw Kai across the hall. His face lit when he saw me, his posture straightening. I am so fucked.
Chapter 13. Kaito. I bit back a smile as I ran back to my townhouse, but I stopped to catch my breath before I went inside. The sound of the closing door brought Yanis and Wolf to meet me. The glint of sadness in their worried expressions spoke volumes about what they thought my chances were. I planned to push past them and milk their curiosity for every second I could, but Wolf's gaze moved right to Raina's necklace. No fucking way. What? Yanis asked, his gaze darting between us. Catching on, Yanis's eyes bulged and, Out of pure excited impulse, he leapt onto me. The bulk of his weight crashed down on my shoulders. Forgetting myself, I used my gift to slow his descent. Shit. Realizing my mistake, I dropped him. It had only been a split second. Did he notice? His excitement died and he stumbled back. You still have your gift? How is that possible? Wolf's neutral expression darkened. Seriously? I dropped my head. I'm sorry I didn't say anything. It just didn't seem fair. That's because it wasn't. Wolf stalked out of the room and my gaze moved to Yanis. I'm sorry, man. He patted me on the back. Maybe give Wolf a little time. Yeah, all right. His face brightened. So what happened with Raina-Roo? I put my hands into my pockets and let out a slow exhale. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think you had a shot. I shrugged. I'm not even sure I do. What are you talking about? She gave you her necklace. I've only been searching her online for like 20 minutes, and even I know that's her thing. We wandered into the living room. Wolf was sitting at the piano in the corner, pretending not to listen. Well, I tousled my hair. She didn't really give it to me. I kinda took it. Yanis laughed. And we're back to jail. I sunk into the couch, my brain replaying the afternoon. Yanis sat beside me as if he expected me to continue with the story, but there wasn't much to tell. When he got tired of waiting, he asked, So what's the next move? She wants us to join her team. Us? Wolf cut in. He means him. We're useless now. So he had been listening. Actually, all of us. Apparently, some of her other teammates don't have gifts anymore either. It's not as rare as it used to be. Wolf stood up. That's rich coming from you. Look, man, I shouldn't have lied. But I wasn't the one who took your gift away. He returned to the piano, but some of the tension in his shoulders eased. This time I spoke deliberately, punctuating every word to try to pique Wolf's interest. Raina said if we want, we can move in with her team at Gifted Fae Academy. From my spot on the couch, I could only see the back of Wolf's head as he sat motionless at the piano, but I could feel his excitement from across the room. Are you fucking serious? The actual Gifted Fae Academy? Yanis asked as he began to pace. Wolf said, I heard on the news it's closed. And Yamoja-Roo bought it. We can have our run of the place. Yanis was spinning, but Wolf's attentive posture made me think I had him if only I pushed a little more. Haven't you ever wondered what the legendary campus looks like? His shoulders slouched as he let out a sigh. Fine. Whatever. He hopped up, his face filled with repressed excitement as he headed for the stairs. Where are you going? I asked. To pack my stuff. What stuff? But he was already bounding up the staircase. I turned to Yanis. He's going to steal my shit, isn't he? Afraid so. Actually, I'm a little thin on supplies too, he said with raised eyebrows. Go. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted after Wolf. I sighed. We're going to look like a fucking boy band. I sat in the silence of my living room with the same excitement I'd felt the night before I first attended GFA. Only this time I wasn't thinking about my rank or my status. I no longer cared about winning the approval of my parents. Gifted Fae Academy had only one dream left for me. Raina.
Chapter 14, Raina. I closed the door to Mo's room and stepped into the hallway. It was far less crowded at the hospital than it had been during the day. As was typical with my mentor, I'd watched her energy and strength return much quicker than the doctors thought possible. It was comforting to know she was okay, but I worried it might make retirement a harder sell. Dr. Patel waved me over, and even though I'd just seen Yamoja resting, I prepared myself for bad news. It must have shown on my face because the first thing he said was, "She's fine." I exhaled my nerves. "I just want to ask that you make sure she stay put for the next few days." "Of course." "She just seems eager to get home, and we don't want to rush these things." I admired her spunk. It was one of the many reasons she was my favorite Fae, but it was obvious she still needed time to recover, especially since she would most likely try and jump back into crime-fighting mode. "I'll make sure she stays." He nodded, but I wasn't sure I'd convinced him. I headed into the waiting room to meet up with Odin, but before I even turned the corner, I heard the click of high heels on the linoleum. Miranda stood next to a magazine rack at the back of the room, flipping through them before making her selection. As usual, she looked like she had walked off a runway, a stark contrast to the doctors and nurses in scrubs and the rest of us who all seemed to be in emotional survival mode. There were a few scattered people seated in the waiting room, but I didn't see Odin. I figured Miranda must have sent him home for a good night's rest and taken his place. It was strange to think Miranda and I had been at odds when we were students, when the version of her I knew now was packed with qualities I admired. Her brutal honesty, for one, her persistence and sense of justice, and, above all, her unbreakable loyalty. She didn't have to be here, especially since hospitals were a sensitive place for her. Miranda was many things: opinionated, confident, and glamorous, not to mention she'd become extremely powerful. But it wasn't until we found ourselves on the same side, both searching for Bree, that she'd shared her past with me. She'd spent her childhood in hospitals and was a cancer survivor. I'd always known she was strong, but the clues to what made her that way had eluded me for my entire first year at GFA. I was lucky to finally be on the same side as someone so formidable. "Oh, God, you look like hell," Miranda said when she noticed me. I smiled. Feel like it, too. It had been a long day, and I felt more than a little sticky. She took an empty seat and waved me over. "How's Mo?" she asked casually. "Well, she's doing a little better. She seemed not to be a bitch, but I really don't care. Tell me what happened with Kai." I rolled my eyes. Yeah, he came here." She nudged me. And what?" Miranda's soft features dripped with irritation. I played with the upholstered seat beneath me before saying, "It's bad timing, you know? Mo needs us to take over. We're not even going to have time to find Bree." She looked down at her perfectly manicured hands. I decided in that moment that was what I loved about her most. For the last 3 years, she was the only person who truly felt how I did about finding Bree. I felt the battle raging inside her, but she straightened and flashed an easy smile. "We'll still find her," she said. I looked into her eyes. Truth. Miranda had never admitted to having a vision of us finding Bree, but I'd suspected for some time that she had at one point. Each time she said we'd find her, I felt the truth in her words. We sat in silence, my exhaustion getting the better of me. The drowsiness had almost won when Miranda spoke again. "Can you at least tell me how he looked?" I closed my eyes and leaned my head against the wall. "He's fucking hotter than I remember." She laughed. "Dibs." I lurched forward, glaring at her. She grinned. "You know, since you'll be too busy and all." "You're the worst." She tossed her silky ponytail over her shoulder. You love me. The question is, do you still love Kai? My chest warmed and I leaned my head back against the wall. Miranda studied me for a second before she apparently saw what she was looking for. Her voice was barely audible as she muttered, "Thought so." She sighed. "Let's get you out of here. We'll come back and check on Mo in the morning." But there's no reason to be here while she's asleep. Before I could protest, she stood and held out her hand. I sighed in resignation and took it. For a day that had started so horribly, I made my way home feeling as if my parents had been looking out for me after all. Yamojaru was in recovery, and maybe I was too.
Chapter 15. Kaito. For the time being, my debit card was still working. I'd tested it out on ordering food for the guys before we left my house. But in the back of my mind, I worried it might alert my parents that I was out. I didn't expect them to rush home, but they might cut off my account. Still, until then, I figured it couldn't hurt to make life a little easier. On our way to GFA, we stopped at an electronics store to pick up some cell phones. It was the perfect alarm system. When the service dropped, it meant my parents were onto me. Until then, I could come and go as I pleased from my childhood home, and use my card until I found another way to get by. I felt responsible for Yanis and Wolf. They'd chosen to follow me, and I didn't want to let them down. I didn't have a plan beyond that day, and hoped by some miracle we all got along with Reina's team. Yanis was sure to make friends quickly, but Wolf took a little longer to warm up. I never considered that it might be me who struggled to belong until the gate to GFA opened and Miranda stood on the other side. "Oh, Miranda," I said, trying to morph my wince into a smile. Surprisingly, it was Wolf who rescued me. "Remember me? Or do you need me to take my shirt off?" Miranda's judgmental gaze swept over us, landing on Wolf. "Firstly, ew." I spit out a laugh. Wolf dropped his shirt back over his stomach and crossed his arms as Miranda shifted her attention to Yanis. "Please tell me you're not a weirdo too." Yanis shrugged. "Hi, I'm Yanis." She paused and then nodded approvingly. 1 for 3. I scoffed. What did I do? But she ignored me. "Alrighty guys, follow me and I'll give you the tour." Wolf was a little dejected as we walked the empty campus, but he couldn't mask his excited glow as we explored. I was certain by the end that GFA had also been a dream for him. Yanis hardly seemed to notice the campus as he chatted with Miranda. He was an excellent conversationalist, and I appreciated having him around as a buffer for awkward pauses that would have been the bulk of any conversation between me and Miranda. When our tour concluded and we headed toward the fishbowl, where I had eaten lunch as a student before everything went to shit, it dawned on me that I might have been judging Miranda based on a version of her that was long gone. She looked like the old Miranda, but the way she made an effort to include all of us in her conversation, and to puff up Wolf's bruised ego after she'd adequately crushed it, showed me how much she had changed. A guy with red hair waited for us in the cafeteria. I hadn't seen anyone else during our tour, so either the rest of Reina's team was out in the field, at the hospital with Odin and Reina, or that guy was the final member. If this was all Reina had left, and the rest of the Fae had been driven out of Ancetal, it seemed likely that DT would get his way. Miranda took the lead. The tables weren't spread out like they had been at school. They were pushed together into large islands, each littered with maps and charts. I wasn't sure if they were tracking the epidemic or if they were still looking for Bree. But since I hadn't seen her during my tour, I figured it was the latter. I knew better than to ask,
so I nearly choked when Yanis did. Looks like you guys have been busy. What are you looking for? Miranda turned to me, her stilted expression confirming my theory. Of course Raina hadn't given up. If this team hadn't found her yet, the odds weren't good. After someone went missing, the odds of finding them were next to nothing after a week. By now, the trail had to be completely cold. I'm Asher, the red guy said. I'm a surf now. Miranda spun. Way to just blurt that out? What do you expect them to say? Yanis jumped right in. I'm Yanis. Lost my gift too. So did my buddy Wolf here. The whole room turns to me. I still have mine. Miranda sighed. Okay, now that we have this awkwardness out of the way, do you guys want to choose a dorm room or something? Wolf ran his fingers over a map that was almost completely covered in scribbles. He shifted his attention to the rest of the cafeteria, taking in the remnants of the legendary campus. Can I ask why Yamojiru bought this place? I guess she hoped that the epidemic would pass and things would go back to the way they were, but she shrugged off the rest. So, Blue House? We nodded. She offered a Cheshire grin. Kai, are you going to be staying with Raina because her room is... What? I asked as heat crawled up my neck to my cheeks. No. Asher's head snapped from me to Miranda. Wait, what's going on? Miranda seemed a little too delighted by my discomfort. So much for the new her. She tilted her head. This is Ray's old boyfriend. I exhaled loudly and headed for the door. I could still hear Asher when he said, "Oh man, Odin's going to be so pissed."
Chapter 16. Raina. There was a gift-infused entrance to the hospital that allowed me to sneak in and out while avoiding the media circus. It was just a door that the staff programmed to allow certain high-profile patients and their families to have special access. I stepped out to get a few minutes of sunlight when my phone buzzed. Miranda, the guys are all settled in. What should I do with them? Me. I'm coming back for dinner tonight. Maybe we can eat as a team, get to know each other. Can you throw something together? Miranda. Hells yeah, like a party? Me. Like a dinner. My gaze shot up as a white-haired man stepped into my personal space. My stomach dropped as I recognized the impossible. No fucking way. DT? I stared into his cold, predator eyes, my power flaring to life in my defense. You're alive, I breathed. My body shook as I looked into the eyes of a corpse, my thoughts slingshotting to the moment I saw him bleed out. He smiled as if I'd complimented him. No thanks to you. He ran a hand through his white hair and I flinched. How? You're not the only one with elite colleagues. Kai never mentioned DT having a team member with that ability, but maybe he had more cards to play than he'd shown. I could tell by the way his face brightened that I wasn't going to like what came next. I thought I'd introduce myself since I'm the interim chairman and you're the last of the Fey vermin to exterminate from Ansatol. My mind superimposed the memory over him like a filter, and I could practically see the blood spilling from his neck. You're lying. They would never. I'm very well connected. He let out a cheery breath. Look, we were bound to run into each other. All I'm asking is that you do me a favor and stay out of my affairs. Why should I? Because I hear you're still having trouble locating your friend. It would be a shame if she turned to dust. My body shook, half in fear and half in rage. You took her. He shrugged, and I lunged forward, cocking back my fist. I halted mid-air as a pair of wide arms slipped around me. What the fuck, Raina? Odin, let me go, I spat. You don't understand. This is DT. He's still alive. DT watched with an amused grin. Calvin Hall, actually. Odin's grip didn't loosen, and I struggled to break free. Let me fucking go! He has Bree! I looked up as an officer jogged toward us. Is there a problem here? He called. Our confrontation lured some of the bolder reporters, their cameras already pointed at us as they rushed over. Odin's voice was close enough for me to feel his breath on my ear as he whispered, If what you're saying is true, this can only go two ways. DT's eyebrow rose with interest. Either he kills you with a death touch, or he takes the beating and you go to jail for assault, or even assassination. We're fine, officer, Odin said. I struggled to free myself. He whispered, Fight another day, once we have Bree back safe. DT began to walk away, back toward the media circus. Over his shoulder, he said, You should listen to your puppy, Raina. Stay out of my campaign. When he was just a few strides away, Odin released me and I spun on him. He's pretending to be a serf. He'd expose himself if he used it in public, and I'd gladly go to jail forever to know Ansatal is safe from him. We need a plan, a strategy. What would Mo say about charging in out of anger? I shook my head. This is so fucked up. I watched him die, Odin. I saw him bleed out. We'll figure it out, I promise. But this time, I wouldn't swallow my hatred. DT's gaze met mine, and he smiled like he knew exactly what was coming. I didn't remember the run over to him, just the pop my fist made as it collided with his cheek and he dropped to the ground. Fight back, you coward! I yelled. But the police had already pulled me back. Odin jumped to my aid as cameras flashed over DT, who took a moment to flounder helplessly before getting to his feet. Everyone paused, their attention split between me and DT. DT smiled. It was just a misunderstanding. Everything's fine. You're not pressing charges? The officer asked. With lips pursed and a shiner starting to drip blood, DT shook his head. Odin pulled me away. A reporter's voice cut through the air. Mr. Hall, is Raina Rue lashing out at you because of the pro-ungifted movement? Do you think the Fae should be removed from Ansatal? I looked back, and DT winked at me. Odin's grip tightened until it hurt, and he practically dragged me back into the hospital. My head was spinning. He was a monster, and now he had the public in the palm of his hand. I just made that so much worse, but fuck, it felt good to punch him. He had Bree, and I hoped she'd see the mark I'd made and know I was still coming for her. Odin was so angry he couldn't speak, but I had too much on my mind to worry about him. In truth, I should have been paying closer attention to the election. Whichever candidate was chosen would be in charge of the police force and the Fae. But I'd checked out a while back when I heard that all the candidates were ungifted. I never thought that DT could possibly be alive, let alone the agency's first choice for interim chairman. There were hardly any Fae left, and it seemed like the management of Fae wasn't considered an aspect of the chairman's role. That explained why he was faking being ungifted. I paced in the hallway, and finally Odin spoke. That was pretty fucking stupid. I'm sorry, but he took Bree. You're lucky you're not in jail or that he didn't kill you. There will be consequences for what you just did. Right. This is going to be a battle, so you should really think about whether or not you still want to be here. Because that passive let him walk all over us nonsense isn't going to get it done. He turned his face away, but still glared at me from the edges of his vision. That's not even what I meant, but maybe I do need to talk about things. I stared at the floor, my eyes moving to a discolored square of linoleum. I'm not going back to campus. The ice in his tone wasn't lost on me. I nodded. I deserved his indignation, but things had shifted a lot in just a few hours, and it felt like the time to have the conversation I'd been avoiding. It used to feel like all our conversations led there, a place where he'd force me to reject his feelings and remind him that all I had to offer was friendship. We'd talked about it so many times that I couldn't stomach it again, but I never explicitly let him go. I had thought we were getting past it, as it had been almost a year since our last go-round, but with Kai back, I sensed Odin was going to force my hand. I knew I owed it to him to talk it out, once and for all, but I couldn't show up for that conversation with Mo lying in a hospital bed a handful of yards from where we stood. I crossed my arms almost protectively in front of myself, shifting my body and gaze toward the door of Mo's room. So, you don't have anything to say about that? Odin broke the silence, indignation clear in his tone. Right at this exact moment, no. My priority right now has to be Mo. I would think that you, more than most, might want that too. Odin closed his eyes and took a deep breath, like he was calling on the last of his patience and strength to see him through all this. Fine, he said, reopening his eyes. He held my gaze for a moment longer than I was really comfortable with, before he turned and walked away. I detached myself from the events of the afternoon for the sake of my sanity, and luckily, Mo was uncharacteristically chatty. Before I knew it, my phone was blowing up with threats from Miranda, telling me that if I was late for the team dinner, she'd make sure I wouldn't leave the hospital again. I kissed Mo goodbye and hurried on my way, just as the sky turned a dusty blue. Even across the campus, I could tell that Miranda had outdone herself. I could see the flicker of candles as they turned the fishbowl into a lavish banquet hall that glowed like it was draped with Christmas lights. Before I could reach it, I saw Miranda standing outside Pink House, dressed for a red carpet event. Wow, you look amazing. I know, she said, ushering me into the dorm. We're not going to eat? Her eyebrows rose. Oh, we decided on more of a black tie theme, and your grungy 10 years at the hospital look is throwing off the aesthetic. I can just head to my apartment and deny me the joys of making you over? I turned on her. Miranda Rose Calix, what are you up to? She feigned offense. What? You asked me to do dinner. I did it, and now you're complaining. She headed to her room. I don't work for you. I just thought it would be nice to, okay, I'm sorry, beautify me. She grimaced. Shower first. You have 5 minutes. By the time Miranda pinned my last curl, I was certain she was up to something. She'd put me into a stunning teal dress with a layered skirt and a bodice that pushed my boobs up practically to my throat. She'd done my makeup for me, pulled my hair into an updo, and completed the look with a choker and a pair of heels. I enjoyed the process. I hadn't gotten a chance to see Miranda so in her element. I even thought she did a great job picking a look for me that felt more like my style than hers. I hadn't seen myself that dressed up since the winter ball, which brought forward memories of Kwan's blood smeared across the floor and a glass shard scraping my forehead. It wasn't a particularly pleasant memory, nor an easy one to forget. But even with the twinge of sadness that came from it, I had to admit I cleaned up pretty well. You don't think this is a little much? She beamed at me in the mirror. Are you kidding? You're my masterpiece. It's perfect for the occasion. I would have protested had she not been equally dolled up, but I at least wanted to know what she was up to. And this isn't about Kai? I pushed. We're late, she said, looking at her bare wrist. She knew better than to lie, but if that wasn't the most obvious question dodge I'd ever seen, I didn't know what was. I felt a little silly in my dress and a little wobbly in my heels, but Miranda held my hand the whole way to the fishbowl. I wondered if I would have felt less nervous if she'd chosen a more relaxed look, but perhaps she was doing what she could to ease a stressful few days. The bulk of the tables were pushed against the side walls, but a few were gathered together near the windows and covered with a velvety tablecloth that shone in the candlelight. I walked over to inspect the spread. Shit! I spun, and Miranda looked frazzled. I forgot my phone. I'll grab it and round up the guys. She hurried out, and I turned back to the table, smiling at the pizza box among the rose petals and candles. This is cute. I picked up the bottle of wine and started reading the label when I noticed something awry. There were only 2 wine glasses. I riddled out Miranda's plan a second too late because as I turned to run and find her, Kai stepped into the doorway.
Chapter 17. Kaito. I looked into Reina's befuddled expression, her eyes blinking far too quickly, and knew that we'd been set up. Miranda just couldn't let things happen on their own, huh? Did she really think it would work in my favor to ambush Reina like this? My body refused to move any closer to the doorway, but my gaze traveled all over Reina. Holy shit. I didn't mind the least I'd been forced into this suit. Not if this was going to be my view for the night. Keep it together, Kai. She set us up? I nodded. Looks like it. I tried not to smile, but I wasn't exactly mad about it. Are you going to come in? I haven't decided yet. Jazz music burst from the speakers, then dimmed as someone adjusted the volume from the front office. Reina laughed. They're not subtle, but there's wine. I ventured a step into the room to get a better look at the setup. How did Miranda get Odin to agree to this? I had to at least give her props for that. A dinner date with Reina seemed a little too normal for us, when we usually spent our time together when the fate of the city was on the line. But every part of me wanted it, even if Miranda's taste was cheesy. But this was going to be too much too fast for Reina, and I wasn't sure how to get out of it without making her feel rejected. Wine is good. Are you sure this is okay? I mean, those assholes are still on campus. We can hunt them down and kick their asses instead. We could, but then this pizza and wine would just go to waste. We can kick their asses later. Her smile teased me. A matching grin stretched across my face. I could never resist her. Good point. I headed for the table and poured wine into both glasses. I handed one to her, but I was having trouble keeping eye contact, especially with her all dressed up. She eyed me suspiciously. Kaito, are you nervous about dating me? Fuck. She'd know if I lied, but I didn't want to admit to that. No problem. I could just say something true. You look beautiful. Good. Be done with it. Of course I'm nervous. Shit, I was so close. She smirked. You don't look terrible. You can say sexy. It's written all over your face. Her eyes flickered a devious glint that sent a pulse of desire through my extremities before she turned away shyly. Shut up. No, it isn't. I moved closer. Tell the truth, Raina. Her gaze moved to my lips before she looked away and took a sip of wine. Who was this goddamn temptress? So much of her had been what I remembered that I hadn't counted on seeing facets of her personality I didn't know yet. Take it slow. She needs a friend right now. I took a sip of wine and the bitterness filled my mouth. It slid down my throat and warmed my chest. I looked down at the glass. Why hadn't I thought to drink after I got out? Not bad, right? Raina asked as she took a seat at the table. I responded with another mouthful. She laughed. You miss drinking? I took a seat beside her. I missed a lot of things. Me too. I felt her gaze on my face, but I couldn't muster the courage to look at her. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that, really. Maybe if I had done some things differently. I felt a weight on my glass as Raina refilled my wine. And she's trying to get me drunk. Is it working? Yeah, one more glass and you could probably have your way with me. I took a sip but nearly choked as she tipped the bottom of my glass up. I swallowed a huge mouthful. Oh, it's like that? I stood and pretended to push the contents of the table to the floor. The jazz song dragged to its natural end and a soft piano followed, mixing with Raina's laugh. The sound made me want to touch her. I knew she was messing with me, relishing the power of knowing I wanted her. I'd put all my cards on the table and I was still waiting to see hers. I shook my head as if I could shake off her attractiveness before I moved to sit across from her. Say it. I leaned forward. Why did you agree to go along with this? Her eyelashes fluttered as she took another sip of wine. I could see the words forming. It's okay. I can take it. I mean, obviously this thing between us is still here. But She shook her head. DT's alive. I know. I saw him. Do you have a plan yet? She shook her head. No. But I have a responsibility to this city. It's my job to protect everyone. You're afraid I'll get in the way. She finished her wine. I reached for the glass to refill it, but I froze when her hand came to rest on mine. Fumbling to keep my composure, I said, I read that most of the Fae left. Maybe it's time to just... Her tone landed hard. I'm not giving up on Ansatol. Her hand lifted and she traced the tip of her fingers over the top of my hand, sending goosebumps up my arm. My mouth went dry, so I wet it with another gulp of wine. And you don't think we can be together while you save the world? You don't think I can help? I don't know, Kai. I can't get distracted by relationship stuff. There's too much on the line. Well, I'm not going to try and convince you to be with me, but I need you to know I won't stand in the way of your goals. I'll be around as a teammate or a friend. Though my words were meant to comfort, the way her mouth tensed said they'd done the opposite. I didn't want to give up, but if all she wanted was a friend, that's what I had to be. Don't be sad, Raina. I knew this wasn't going to be easy. She put her hand to her forehead and wouldn't meet my gaze. Don't be sad, Raina. I needed to do something. The future we'll handle tomorrow. We still have tonight. She lifted her face and smiled, but I noticed a teardrop caught in her eyelash. You better make the most of it then. She was right. If tonight was all we had left romantically. I refilled our wine glasses. I plan to. Do tell. She leaned forward and put her chin on her curled hands. First, we're going to eat this pizza. Then I'm going to ask you to dance. Her eyes widened. You dance? I winked. Then I'll walk you to your dorm and kiss you goodbye. She smirked. Oh, there's going to be a kiss? You seem pretty sure of that. Definitely.
Chapter 18. Raina. By the time we finished eating, the wine had begun to kick in for both of us. We laughed so hard that I thought it would shoot out of my nose. True to his word, Kai walked around the table and held out his hand. Would you like to dance? I took it. I have to see this. Something about knowing his expectations for the night took the pressure off, and the wine did its work to hold me in the moment. Kai led me away from the table, and with a measured pull of his hand, he spun me. I gasped. No fucking way. His grin said it all. He pulled me to him, but when our bodies came together, my breath caught. Our smiles vanished. An inferno of intensity burned through me as his gaze landed heavily on my face. The rise and fall of his chest against mine beckoned me to pull him closer. We held each other, swaying softly, too afraid to let go. I slipped my fingers up into his hair as he rubbed his hands down my back. My thoughts moved to the night in the alleyway when Kai had pushed me to orgasm, and the need arose like an ache between my legs. I could practically see the same memory playing behind Kai's dark eyes, and then, in a flash, it was gone. His arms fell to his side, and he stepped back as he blew out his breath like a silent whistle. I think I'd better walk you back. No, I don't want this night to end. Take me right here. Yeah, okay. He took my hand and we walked slowly back toward my apartment. Even dragging our feet, it wasn't more than a few minutes, and even though it was a little chilly outside, it did nothing to cool me down nor slow my racing heart. As we stepped up to the door, my thoughts tripped over the words, "Goodbye kiss." It was so final. A goodnight kiss would have been different, but we'd already agreed that this was the end of our romantic relationship. Friends is fine, but I felt my gift combat the unspoken lie. The pained look on Kai's face told me he was more than a little reluctant to kiss me, no doubt struggling with the goodbye part. I can't, he started. If this was goodbye, I was not going to miss my last chance to kiss him. You promised. He pleaded with his eyes not to hold him to it, but when I said nothing, he sighed and leaned in. His lips skimmed mine for a fraction of a second before he pulled away, leaving me to lean after it. He nodded a goodbye and turned to go. Wait, I wasn't ready, I stammered. He froze and turned on his heels. His smirk destroyed me, and so did the velvety voice that he used next. Are you ready now? I waited for him to walk back over, then adjusted my dress to emphasize my cleavage. He turned an agonized face away and sucked in a sharp breath through his nose. You're killing me, woman. Killing me. I'm ready. He reached for me, but I put a hand up to stop him. Wait. I reached up and pulled my hair out of the elastic, spilling my curls over my shoulders. He shook his head. Really, Raina? 2 can play at that game. He put a hand through his hair and tossed it, then loosened his tie. I gulped. My stomach fluttered, and he moved forward so suddenly that I stepped back into my door. He pushed me back against it. My knees buckled as his hungry gaze bore into me. He leaned in. "I want you to remember," he whispered, his voice tickling my lips, "that you asked for this." This time, he moved in slowly. He snaked an arm around my waist and branded me with a kiss that deepened instantly. His mouth scorched mine as I pulled on his collar, drawing him closer. He ran his hands over my body, and I could taste his need. A metal click sounded, and Kai's lips slowly parted from mine. His gaze was locked on me as I traced the sound down. His hand was frozen on the doorknob to my apartment. I slid my hand down his arm and threaded my fingers through his to grip the handle. Together, we turned it, and the door pushed open. We slipped in, and he turned me as I kicked the door closed. I unbuttoned his shirt, leaning up to kiss his neck between buttons. His breath hitched, but he took my chin and looked me in the eye. "Ray, are you sure about this? We had wine, and..." I shushed him with a kiss. "I'm sure. I promise." The zipper on my dress slid down as Kai pulled me and kissed me hard. Button by button, I made my way down his shirt as Kai's mouth scrambled my focus. In the darkness of my apartment, I fumbled to unbuckle his belt. I'd never taken one off someone before. Kai's gift took over and the belt slipped loose. He pulled me back up and kissed me sweetly as my unfastened dress slipped down to my waist. He kissed along my jawline, back to my neck as he began to work his way down. His tongue sent chills to my toes. "Kai," I breathed. "It's not a big deal, but..." He straightened and cradled my face in his hands as he listened intently. "It's nothing. Never mind." He shook his head and smiled lovingly. "It's okay, Ray. What is it?" "It's just... I still haven't had sex. Like, with anyone." His mouth fell open. "It's not a big deal. I still want to." He scanned my face, put his forehead to mine, and exhaled slowly. "You're still a virgin?" he asked, his eyes brimming with sincerity and warmth. I felt more exposed than when he tore my clothes off. I scrambled to pull my dress up to cover my chest. "It's okay, Kai. It's really not a big deal." "It is." He stepped back. My body went numb. "You're not seriously about to leave." "I'm sorry, Raina. I never thought that you'd still be a virgin. If that's the case, I don't think we should do this now." I was frozen, but my eyes pricked. "Why? The wine?" "Yeah, but also..." "Also what, Kai? Finish your goddamn sentence." "Because as far as you're concerned, this is goodbye." His voice cracked, his emotions spilling out. I swallowed a lump in my throat. "You want me to take your virginity and then what? Just be your buddy after?" My body shook. "You were just okay with it. Why does me being a virgin change that?" He buttoned his shirt. "It just does," he said, heading for the door. The tears slipped down my cheeks, but I wasn't sure he could see them in the dark. "Kai, it's our last night to be together like this. Please, I want this." "That's the fucking problem." He put his hand against the door. My voice was barely a whisper. What do you want? He spun on me. I want you to be with me, not just tonight. I want to make love to you, slowly, every night. I want a million mornings of waking up next to you. I want us. He shifted a fraction and a sliver of light peeked through my curtains, highlighting a tear as it slid off his clenched jaw. Something inside me shattered. I don't want our last night to... Then maybe you should rethink whether or not this is our last night. He walked back into the hallway as the door closed between us.
Chapter 19. Kaito. I marched through the hallway, heat filling my face. I heard footsteps behind me and prepared myself for another battle with Reina. I nearly leapt out of my skin when I turned to see Wolf with a cheesy grin. Bruh, I wasn't trying to eavesdrop or anything, but did you just get that girl to beg you for sex? Not the time. You're a legend, man. I'm serious. I headed straight for my dorm. But just before I reached Blue House, I heard the unmistakable sound of crying. I peered through the darkness and saw Miranda seated outside Pink House. Nope. I pushed open the door, but heard my name. Kai? Is that you? I sighed and poked my head back out. She waved me over, wiping her tears and feigning a smile. How was your date? She said, false enthusiasm straining. I don't know, I said flatly. She patted the bench beside her, but I didn't have the slightest interest in taking it. Shit, I was going to regret this. Why are you crying? She sniffed. I didn't think you could see in the dark. She looked out to the hedge mazes for a moment before she brought back her attention. I had a vision. A bad one. I'm sorry, I said, half-heartedly. Her head dropped and she sobbed. It wasn't that I didn't feel for her. I did. I was even a little curious about the vision. It would be nice to know beforehand if a meteor was about to crash into Earth, but I was in no shape to comfort anyone. Reina had broken me, and I wanted to be alone. Well, good night. I hope you feel better. Before she could stop me, I made a beeline to Blue House. Locking myself in my dorm, I pulled off Reina's chain and threw it against the wall. I turned on the light and sat on my bed, rubbing my face with my hands. What was wrong with me? I'd gone into that dinner specifically so I could find out where Reina stood and offer friendship if it came to it. How did I go from that to demanding to be in a relationship? I lay back, crossing my arms over my eyes. My eyes stung as fresh tears coated my cheeks with salt. She doesn't love me. If she did, she would be trying to make a relationship work like I was. But Reina would rather give up on it before it started. Fuck. I am still in love with her. It wasn't that she was a virgin that triggered me. It wasn't even the extra emotional weight that comes with that. It was that she was ready to say goodbye. A weight pressed in on my chest, heavier as I willed my tears to stop. There was nothing left to do or say. I wiped my face and sat up. I wasn't as strong as Odin. I couldn't stay here and pine after Reina while she sunk with the SS Ansatal. That only left me with one option. Leave, and know that life will always be a little worse moving forward. A knock at my door turned my blood to fire, and I stood. Was that her? Had she changed her mind? I swung the door open, a lance piercing through my hopes as Miranda stood in my doorway. She pushed her way in and sat down on my bed. Having her in my room after our history set me on edge. As innocuous as it might have been, the last thing I needed was for Reina to find Miranda in here. Look, I know you're going through something, but if Reyna... Shut up. I set up the date, remember? I held my tongue, but I knew with 100% certainty that when the wrong woman was in your bed, the right one always found out about it. It was Mother Nature's way of setting things right. I know you're in love with her. It's written all over your face, even worse than when we were in school. I exhaled. So what do you want? She swallowed. It's about my vision. I have a theory about you and Reyna. Can I show you? Show me your vision? You can do that now? She flipped her ponytail. The world didn't stop just because you got yourself locked up. Get on with it, I said, growing agitated. Right, so you can get back to crying. I had half a mind to drag her out of here by her hair, but if her vision had flustered her this much, and it was about me and Reyna, I needed to see it. She got off my bed and onto her knees at the center of the room. She gestured for me to do the same in front of her. The severity of her expression compelled me to comply, and I waited anxiously for further instruction. She took a deep breath. This is going to be intense. It's also a little jumbled because these visions aren't set yet. I slouched. Then why do we care? It's a matter of life and death. But Kai, no matter how painful this is to see, don't let go until I say. The hardness of her eyes was an injection of nervous energy straight to my veins. My worst fear came into my head first. Reyna's death. Even if the vision could be changed, I didn't think I could take... Clear your head, Miranda said, lifting her hands. I mirrored her, too afraid to find my voice. This is very important. Reach inside yourself and think about the part of you that doesn't want to be with Reyna. I shook my head. There's not. I do want to be with her. She searched my eyes. The part of you that wants to leave so you won't get hurt. She watched me carefully. I didn't want to admit it, but the thought had crossed my mind. Every road I walked with Reyna led to the same dead end, with us hurting. I'd be doing us both a favor if I never let it get that far. I could almost feel Miranda inside my head. Good. Hold on to that feeling. Stay focused on it. My heart ached, but I held myself in the emotion. I barely felt Miranda's hands press against mine. A blue glow flashed through the room, but was swallowed by a flood of images. I saw myself leaving GFA. The vision flipped. My breath caught as Reyna cried on the floor so hard she choked. Kai, she whispered through sobs. Horror flooded my body, and I tried to snatch my hands away, only to feel Miranda's nails dig into my flesh. Don't let go, I heard her say, but she sounded distant. Please, I begged as pain shot through me. I couldn't watch Reyna for another second. No! I screamed, but Miranda held tight. Before I could pry my hands loose, the image of Reyna blurred. Colors clashed like fireworks. The next image pushed through. A flash of purple, blue, and piercing white. Reyna whipped her gift into a sea of swirling colors, her body locked in a frozen attack. A dagger cut across her leg, but she gritted her teeth and attacked again, her target off the edge of my vision. My blood pressure rose as panic choked me. The image flipped again, this time to Zane, standing with his arms crossed and a smile. He had his signature neon blue hair and his gaze was locked on two figures too distorted to see. Miranda's voice swept through my head. Let go of Zane and focus on them. I obeyed and the figures drew near. I recognized Reyna first. She was panting and bleeding, wrapped in an embrace with a second figure. "Look closer," Miranda urged. "Away from Reyna." My body screamed for release, my gift threatening to pull the vision away, but I held it back long enough to see her. "Bree. If you can see her, let go." I yanked my hands away and plunged back into the dorm room. I was sobbing and shaking, my throat raw from screams I never heard. Miranda pulled me to her. "It's okay. You did fine. It's over. Breathe. It's over." I cried as she ran circles over my back with her hand, and each breath swept the vision further away. Miranda seemed no more shaken than when she'd come to my dorm. Was this always what her visions felt like? How could she take it? Even as my body adjusted and my breathing eased, I could do nothing but lay limp in her arms as she cradled me. "You're okay. Deep breaths. It's almost gone." The vision of Reyna crying on the floor was the one that lingered under my skin. It had an endless echo that pushed fresh waves of pain through my body that took effort to swallow. I wiped my face only to find smudges of Miranda's black makeup on my hands. It was probably all over me. Finally, my voice found me. "How can you endure that?" She giggled, but her heart wasn't in it, which suggested she was also feeling her gift's effects. "You're not such a tough guy after all." I sat up and wiped my nose on my sleeve. "Yes, I am." She raised her eyebrows in pity. "Good, because we have to do it one more time." I stood too quickly and nearly toppled to the floor. "Whoa, take it slow." She leapt up to steady me. I shook my head. "No offense, but I'm never fucking doing that again. I understand what you're trying to show me, but it's irrelevant." I took a moment to gather my words, and Miranda waited. Reyna hurt me tonight. So badly that I did consider leaving for a second. But even before that shitty fucking vision, I'd already decided that I'd never give up on her. She swallowed. "You were always going to give up on her." Her words sliced me into ribbons, and Earth felt as if it tilted on its axis. "What?" Miranda grabbed my arm and helped me take a seat on my bed. Her eyes welled as she sat beside me. "The vision I showed you first came to me a year ago." I reeled, my head packed with questions. I knew you'd come back into Reyna's life only to leave for good. I wanted to scream, but it all hurt too much, so it came out like a whisper. "That's a goddamn lie." When she broke eye contact, I knew the worst was still to come. She stared at the floor for several agonizing minutes before she said, "Something changed tonight." I desperately strung things together. "The second vision? That's good, right? It can't be worse than..." She stood, causing me to trail off as she moved to the center of the room and knelt. "No, I won't." She dropped her hands to her thighs. "Fine. You don't have to see it. You can just trust me." "Okay, let's do that." She nodded. "Leave Reyna and never come back." "Are you fucking insane?" She gestured to the floor in front of her. I seethed but still knelt, my body involuntarily pulling away. I held my fists to my chest, too afraid to touch her. "This is going to be worse than the last one?" "This time, focus on how much you love Reyna." Fear had full control of me. "How bad is it, Miranda?" She held my gaze, but her silence spoke volumes. My head screamed at me not to ask, but my voice rang out. Is she going to die? Worse. I shook, unable to muster the courage to touch Miranda's hands. My voice broke. There's nothing worse. Yes, there is. She held her hands up, and I felt the tears begin to fall before I even reached for them.
Chapter 20. Raina. As I slipped into a hoodie and pajama bottoms and headed back onto campus, I told myself I just needed air. I wasn't going anywhere in particular. My gift wrestled the lie the whole way to Blue House. That asshole. Wasn't it my choice how or when I lost my virginity? He knew how I felt about him. But I couldn't just derail my life, my calling, to be somebody's girlfriend. And fuck virginity. I should have had sex with Kai years ago. Every year I didn't lose it, it turned into a bigger deal. I wasn't fooling anyone, least of all myself. I had loved Kaito since I met him, and when he went away to prison... what was it with that guy? I gave up relationships altogether because I couldn't be with him. Was it so wrong for me to want to express my love for him in that way one time before I had to fulfill my oath to this city? He'd had sex with Miranda and God knows who else, and he couldn't find it in him to make love to me once? I wasn't sure what my plan was. Barge in and demand sex? Yell at him? Seriously, where was I going with this? I ran through some potential opening lines that crossed the spectrum all the way from get naked to you asshole. I was too in my head to notice that his door was ajar. Too worried I'd lose my nerve to do anything but thoughtlessly push the door open without warning, I froze. Miranda sat on Kaito's bed, her face buried in her hands as she cried. Kaito was on the floor at the center of the room, sitting with his back to Miranda. They were both sweaty and panting. Even from the doorway, I could see Miranda's makeup smudged all over Kai's face and hands. The immediate thought should have been that I'd just missed a romantic interlude, but several things prevented that theory from growing legs. I trusted both Miranda and Kai, and the energy in the room was too morbid for a funeral. Miranda looked up, but couldn't catch her breath to explain. She nodded towards Kai. I walked around him to get a view of his face. His eyes were wide, but vacant. What happened? I asked, reaching for his face, but he pulled away. I turned to Miranda. Her hand shook as she covered her mouth. Unable to bear the suspense of it, I pushed my gift recklessly into Kai. He spoke, but didn't look at me. I saw what happens. My eyes flicked up to Miranda. A vision? Fear filled me. What was it? Ray, he breathed. You looked so beautiful in your wedding dress that I swear my heart stopped. I tore my gift back, but Kai kept on of his own volition. In front of all our friends, we became husband and wife. Kai started to shake, tears brimming his eyes. Our life together was full. He choked, shaking his head, his tears falling. He turned to me. It was so much more than I dreamed. Pain pulsed from his body and filled the room. What happened? I asked. You hid your pain from me. Resentment poisoned our marriage, and one night, out of the blue, you left. How? Part of me was overjoyed at the idea of us having a future together, especially after the way our date ended. I don't understand. You loved me. I could see it. You just couldn't forgive me for being the reason Bree died. I stood. What happened, Miranda? My voice was sharp, a dagger of emotion aimed at my friend, out of grief for a future potentially years away, as it was ripped away like it was never mine. What did you show him? She dragged herself off the bed and knelt beside us, raising her glowing hands. No matter how painful this is to see, don't let go until I say. The next morning, I lay awake as the sun rose, drenching my makeshift classroom apartment with morning light. My thoughts were tangled and my heart broken. I understood why Miranda hadn't allowed me to see her visions before then. It was unbearable. Not only was there no future for me and Kai, but I'd also gotten a good look at everything I was giving up. I'd been committed to fulfilling my duty as Fae and to finding Bree, but maybe deep down I thought Kai and I would find our place together somewhere down the line. I knew it would be a challenge to say goodbye to him, but I'd survived it before. Even during our date, I'd managed to keep up one last wall to protect myself from the inevitable heartbreak that marked every round with him. But watching Miranda's vision had crumbled it. I was no longer sure about my choice. Since he'd been back, Kai hadn't been shy about his feelings for me. But that wasn't the same as watching him marry me or seeing his devastation. There was no longer a way to pretend that Kai was just my first love, or that somehow I'd built up our connection in my head. We loved each other. If it was just Ansatol, I could have let it go for Kai. But Miranda's visions had dropped a second bomb. Bree was out there. So all of the searching hadn't been in vain. I could still save her. The cost was steep, and this time, there was no way around it. The only thing left for me and Kaido was goodbye. Now, or after years, it all ended in heartbreak.
Chapter 21. Kaito. After a long, restless night, I knew exactly where I stood. There was no way in hell I could accept that I had no future with Reina. I just didn't know how to change it. The decision part was easy. I had to leave her. Letting her love for me die slowly wasn't an option. I finally understood what Reina was trying to tell me. She had to find Bree. She needed to settle things with Yamojiru and Ansatol. I would be in the way, and she'd resent me for it. But I wasn't a quitter. Reina was my dream, and, now that I'd seen our life together, I knew more than ever what I wanted. Protecting Reina's dream was the most important thing, and that meant I'd have to ask a little more of Miranda. I picked up Reina's owl charm from the corner of the room where I had tossed it and strung it over my head before I strutted out of my dorm straight for Miranda's. I knocked with no regard for the fact that the sun was barely rising and we'd all retreated to our rooms only 3 hours before. Every second I hung around was a risk to Bree's life. I listened at the door for signs of life but heard nothing. I knocked again, this time letting adrenaline seep into it. I heard a thump, and shortly after Miranda pulled the door open. Her eyes were barely open, her hair on end like she'd been struck with electricity. She didn't seem surprised to see me. She merely turned and shuffled back into her dorm room. I followed, not bothering with pleasantries I desperately owed. What does me leaving have to do with Raina finding Bree? Why can't I stay and help her? She collapsed onto her bed. I don't know, Kai. Maybe you leaving hurt her so much that Bree was all she had left to believe in. So, no matter what, I have to hurt her? She sat up. I know, it sucks, but if you love her, you'll do this. I have another plan, but I need to know it won't affect Bree. Miranda groaned but moved to the center of her dorm room. She knelt on the pink rug and held out her hands. It's better if I don't know the details. Focus on your plan. The last thing I wanted was to suffer another one of Miranda's visions, but I needed to be sure. I knelt in front of her and put my hands against hers. This time I knew what to expect, so the emotional onslaught didn't land as heavily. The images flashed forward, identical to the first round that Miranda showed me, with one exception. This time, when Raina cried on the floor of her apartment, I didn't try to pull my hands away. I focused on her necklace. As expected, the charm had changed. I held my breath waiting to see if the end of the vision had been altered, but it wasn't. Bree was still alive. I kept my hand on Miranda's, hoping this time the vision would show what came next, but it didn't. After several stale minutes, Miranda pulled her hands away and the vision blinked out of my eyes. I'm sorry, Kai, she said. It didn't change anything. You're wrong. Miranda must not have noticed the change in Raina's necklace, and I needed to keep it that way. Raina needed to believe I was leaving forever, and for that, Miranda did too. Hope flooded me as my plan came together, but I didn't show a shred of it on my face. Thank you, Miranda, I said, standing and helping her to her feet. I have to let her go. She nodded, but surprised me when tears welled in her eyes. Tears for me? For Raina? Miranda was so exhausted she was barely on her feet. Just from looking at her uncharacteristically lethargic movements, I could tell it was more than lack of sleep. She was drained from overusing her gift, and she hadn't even complained. All this time she'd looked after Ray, keeping her on her path that led to Bree. She'd even set up that date for me and Raina, knowing that a brutal goodbye was the only way to stay the course. How many burdens did she carry alone? You know, I was wrong about you, I said with a smile. And I you, she sniffed. Goodbye, Kai. Have a happy life. Take care of Ray, and give Bree a big hug when you see her. I left, knowing Raina would be in good hands. I had work to do before I said goodbye, but I figured she'd be gone for most of the morning with Umoja Rue. If I hurried, I might have time to get it all done before she returned. This afternoon, I would leave her and trust that we were both strong enough to change our fate. But first, goodbye. And if it had to happen, it should be the way she wanted.
Chapter 22. Raina. I was eager to get to Umoja's apartment, like a child who skinned their knee running to their mother for comfort. But I was determined not to allow my problems to spoil a perfectly good morning with Mo, especially since she was supposed to be taking it easy. An older woman with short, bleached hair and dark roots loitered by the security booth, so it took me a moment to get the guard's attention so he could buzz me in. Give me a minute, I heard her say as she strutted over. My confusion bounced between the locked apartment door and the security guard, and the woman charged at me like I was committing a crime. Hi, can I help you? She crossed her arms. Do you live here? No, I was just visiting someone, but he knows me. I said, gesturing to the security guard. He pretended not to see me. She stuck her chest out. You're Raina Rue, right? I'm afraid to say yes. You're a disgrace and a criminal. The city doesn't want you anymore. It was so sudden, so out of the blue, that I almost laughed. I was about to ask her who made her a spokesperson for the city when she stepped closer. What? She poked. You going to hit me like you did our chairman? I swallowed a lump in my throat. So this was about what happened with DT. With everything going on with Kai, I hadn't exactly had time to switch on the news. Didn't Odin mention something about repercussions? I had no doubt that incident was a goldmine for DT's agenda, but I didn't think it would spread so quickly. The security guard must have taken pity on me because the door slid open. I didn't waste a second before walking through, determined not to let her rudeness affect me. If she knew the truth about DT, she would have punched him too. I didn't feel it hit me, but the sound was enough. She spat. I held my head high and ventured into the lobby without so much as a glance back. I texted Yamoja that I was running a few minutes late as I cried it out in the lobby bathroom. Why was I still here? Did they know what I was giving up for them? Did they know how vulnerable they'd be once there was no one left in Ansatol to protect them? Eventually, all the DTs of the world would make their way here. All I wanted was to save them, and they hated me. I heard the water run, so I swallowed my anger and walked out of the stall. A little girl no older than 7 stood on her tiptoes and washed her hands. I swiped at my cheeks, hoping she hadn't heard me crying. The little girl stared at me in the mirror. Then she turned off the faucet and pulled 2 paper towels from the dispenser. She handed me one and said, "It's okay." Without another word, she went on her way. A simple and kind gesture that was too kind to be anything other than my parents, lending a helping hand. I thought of the orphans from my old home. They were the most vulnerable, the most in need, and it was they who would suffer most from DT's plan once other cities moved to exploit Ansatol's weakness. Yamoja once told me that Faye stepped up when everything fell apart. And even if my title was given in desperation and from merit, I still had time to turn things around. I needed to be strong because that's what the city needed from me. And I was willing to bet that's what Yamoja Rue needed too. I'm getting the feeling there are 2 broken hearts in this apartment, Yamoja said as I handed her a cup of tea. Now that she'd been discharged and settled back into her home, she was more at ease, but also more observant. I'd consciously made an effort not to show any of my unease, but she either knew me too well or was on her guard since Kai was in town, because one way or another, she was on to me. I loved that my gift allowed me to detect the truth, but Yamoja had picked up a thing or two since we started training together. She always made me feel like an open book, a trait I both loved and hated. "What? No, I'm fine," I said with a forced grin. I sat beside her on the couch. She took a sip, her eyebrows raising above the cup. "Mm-hmm. I'm just happy you're home. I was thinking that maybe I'd move back in for a little while." Her expression hardened. I'm not helpless. "I know, I just miss you." That might be true, but something's wrong. You don't have to tell me everything, but maybe it'll help to get it off your chest. I was glad to get away from the academy, to focus on anything other than saying goodbye to Kai. The last thing I wanted was to rehash it with Mo. Between the city and her health, she had enough to worry about. "Please," she said, "I just want to be a part of your life." I touched her hands. I know. I just don't want to worry you." "This is about Kai, isn't it? Spill. He's always been so hot and cold. If that boy doesn't just make up his—" "That's not it." Her magenta eyebrows knitted together. "He's just hot now." Tea nearly shot out of my nose when I looked up at her. Her lips were pursed, her eyes loaded with sass, as if to ask, "How hot are we talking?" "So, what's stopping you?" Was there any way to spin this so it wouldn't sound as horrible as it was? "Miranda had a vision that I found Bree." Her smile waned. "You mean she's still alive?" "Only if me and Kai end things." Without a moment's hesitation, Yamoja scrambled for her phone. What are you doing?" She ignored me, holding the phone far too close to her face and typing into it. A minute or two later, she looked up. "Done." "What did you do?" "Only you can make a decision like that. But either way, we're going to need ice cream." "You really think there's a choice?" Her gentle gaze was a blanket in an otherwise frigid world. "Honey, I've been making those choices my whole life. That's the job, really. I always saved the day at the expense of my own happiness, and sometimes I wonder if that was the right way to live." She set her tea down on the coffee table and sighed, staring out the window. "Especially now. The city moved on so quickly, away from Faye, away from me." Her gaze swept the room. "And all I have left is this empty apartment." "You have me," I said. The warmth in her demeanor returned. "Well, I'm never going to have grandkids at this rate." I sighed. "Trust me, there's no chance of that." "Well, I'll just have to live forever then." "Deal." The conversation came to a natural pause, and it felt like the perfect time to bring up some of my concerns. "Mo, I think it's best if you take things easy for a while. Let me handle things." She sat up straight. "You mean like, retire?" The word held the threat of a blade's edge. I winced. "You know I can't. I made an oath. Even if the city won't acknowledge it, they still need me." "I need you too. I need you to be healthy." She shook her head. "What do you expect me to do? Stay here and do nothing?" "I don't know, Mo. Maybe you can pursue some of your other interests. Maybe it's time for you to put yourself back out there and date. It's not too late for—" "Stop this. I'm fine. I'll be as good as new in a few days." I looked down into my tea and sighed. "What? Say it." I shook my head. "Say it," she urged. I mustered my courage. I didn't want to hurt her, only protect her. I didn't even want her to retire, if I was honest. I wasn't sure I could do her proud, but she wasn't the only one who had picked up a trick or two from training. Where she'd learned to detect truth, I'd learned to detect fear. "You're afraid. That's understandable, but I don't think it's a good enough reason not to try it." She turned her face away, and it hurt to look at her. I was grasping at straws, but there was one other alternative that I hadn't tried. "What about running for chairman? You'd still help the city, but it wouldn't be as strenuous on your body." Her ears pricked up, but she didn't look at me. You could rally whatever Faye are left in Ansatol and do some good. She eyed me, but I saw a bit of interest flicker on the edge of her irises. She leaned back, adjusting a couch cushion. Now I need ice cream too. I wasn't sure if it was her vision starting to go south, or if she was struggling with the delivery app, but instead of 2 ice cream cartons, the delivery man brought 21. We had a good laugh and gave the mountain of creamy goodness our best try. When we were stuffed and sticky, we both felt a little better. There was a safety in Yamoja's presence that I felt nowhere else. Perhaps it was selfish to deny the rest of Ansatol that feeling, but if it was finally time for me to choose the city, then maybe it was time for Yamoja Rue to choose herself.
Chapter 23. Kaito. Of course I'm going with you, Yanis said. Wolf exhaled. Me too. We missed all the fucking action last night, and that Miranda chick thinks she's too good for me. Yanis smirked. She is. Whatever. If I still had any reservations about my new friends, they died on the spot. I hadn't expected them to want to join me. They had a nice setup at GFA. They didn't owe me anything, least of all their loyalty, especially after I lied to them about my gift and only started to fill them in on everything with Reyna. Yanis, to my surprise, turned out to be a helpless romantic, eager to offer suggestions. I liked his optimism, and was happy he'd be around for what would most likely be the most difficult months of my life. Wolf just seemed suited for trouble. I hadn't worked up the nerve to ask him what landed him in prison, but it was the danger in my plan that appealed to him. He had a restless soul and a penchant for acting impulsively, but his bravery, however stupid, was contagious, and I needed it more than ever. After a long day in the city, I paced in front of a store, the last step before we returned to campus for our goodbyes. Wolf groaned. They said it was ready. Why is this taking so long? Yanis silenced him with a backhand to the chest. Finally, an older woman emerged from the back room. I hustled over and she handed me the finished product to inspect. Wolf and Yanis hovered over my shoulder to get a closer look. Seriously? How rich are you? Wolf asked. I turned to Yanis for his opinion. It came out great. Are you ready? My heartbeat pushed a simmering heat to my cheeks and neck. I would never be ready to hurt Reyna. Miranda's vision leapt forward, Reyna crying on the floor of her apartment, whispering my name as she choked on her grief. There was no way around it. It was an essential part of my plan's success, but that didn't make it any easier. I took a deep breath. Yanis looked as nervous as I was. Why don't you get a new chain for you, so you can give her back hers? I nodded. Yeah, let's do that. My stomach dropped when we pulled up to campus and Miranda waited for us outside. Did something get thrown off? She rushed to me. Reyna's back. She's in her apartment. I searched her eyes. Did anything change? Are we still okay? A bright red flashed across her cheeks, like sunset peeking through a cloudy day. I looked over my shoulder at Wolf and Yanis, then pulled Miranda out of earshot. She looked more nervous to speak to me than when she'd come to my dorm room. You're scaring me. Your plan hasn't changed, but I saw... What, Miranda? Look, this is super awkward, so I'm just going to say it and you and I will never speak of this again, okay? I gulped. It's romantic and stuff that you're going to take her virginity and everything before you go, but just so you know, there won't be any lifelong consequences if you guys aren't... safe or whatever. I froze. What the fuck? Did Miranda have a vision of me and Raina having sex? As if she could read my expression, she said, "Relax, I skipped over it, but I mean, you could have warned me. I had to see if you were going to mess up the timeline. Luckily, it's still the same, with you leaving and Bree saved." "Firstly, you're a huge creep," I said. "You know that." She rolled her eyes. "Secondly, it was a complete invasion of privacy, way over my boundaries. It was fucked up, and I needed her to know it. But also, as a bro, she'd kinda done me a solid by giving me the heads up. She'd even risked the embarrassment of the confession to do it. Thanks." I did not want to dwell on the implications of what I'd seen of her gift just in the last few hours alone. Shit. Levitation was lame by comparison. "Wait," I said, turning back to her. "Can I see?" She scoffed. "No, you perv, because then I'll have to see." Right. Wolf popped his head over Miranda's shoulder. "I couldn't help but overhear. Do you have any dirty visions of me and you?" Miranda's gaze flicked to Yanis for a fraction of a second before she replied, "Not a one." Interesting. I wondered if there was something going on there. I sighed. "Well, this is so weird now." Wolf grinned. "Yep, you better get to it. If you don't perform well, we'll all know." "For fuck's sake. I appreciate you all, but I'm serious. Everyone here needs to butt out. Besides, at this point, it's more likely that some natural disaster will strike before anything goes down anyway." Miranda snorted. "Not this time." Nerves weighed my limbs. Was this actually happening? We all spun as the scuff of footsteps behind us drew our attention. Odin walked over. "What's going on?" We all spoke at once, a jumbled mess of excuses that lit Odin's eyes with suspicion. "I'm leaving for good," I said finally. "Yanis and Wolf are coming with me." His intense glare softened. "Well, I can't say I'm surprised. You lasted longer than I thought you would." My immediate instinct was to punch him, but there was some truth to what he said. I had left Raina twice before, all while he remained loyally by her side. It wasn't fair to ask, but I needed him to step in once again. Holding his gaze, I hoped he understood those things. "Take care," was the most I could offer, and I hurried away from the group before things got more tense. The sun grew stale as I walked in silence across the GFA campus, with Raina's owl charm hitting my chest as it swung on my new chain. I couldn't bear to part with it, knowing that we might never see each other again. I was taking it with me, but I didn't intend on leaving her with nothing.
Chapter 24, Raina. Knowing Kai was waiting for my decision only made it worse. I'd rehearsed 100 ways to tell him, but none felt right. How could I possibly explain to him how much I wanted to choose him? No matter what excuse I gave, he was going to walk out of here thinking I didn't love him. But delaying the decision only risked Bree's life. A knock sounded at my door, causing my skin to prick as if I'd been stabbed with 1,000,000 needles. I rushed over and opened it. Kai stood in the frame, his black eyes lingering as his gaze met mine. I drank him in one feature at a time. The way his top lip bowed and the bottom one was swollen and alluring, his dark hair as it fell over his eyes, and the pointed way his dark eyes pierced my will to leave him. It had been us against the world since we'd met. Why wouldn't the universe cooperate? He watched me carefully. Was this it? The end of love? The end of the wild and boundless energy that bolted through my veins? I exhaled, but my breath skipped. "Are you okay?" he asked. I motioned him in and he shut the door behind him. He walked around the room, this time with the lights on. He took a look around. "Stay with me," echoed in my mind, as much a part of me as my own heartbeat. "I'm just about ready to go," he said. "I got my stuff packed. Giannis and Wolf are coming along." I should have known he'd choose to go. Of course he wouldn't let me make that kind of sacrifice for him. It should have filled me with relief because I wouldn't have to be the one to say no, but it didn't. With him standing in front of me, it was all too real. Suddenly, those few happy years we'd get if he stayed seemed worth every sacrifice. "So you've made a decision, just like that?" To my dismay, he smiled. Frustrated tears pricked the corners of my eyes. "Why are you smiling? This isn't funny, Kai. I'm dying." He swallowed. "I'm dying too. I just think it's sweet that you even considered it." "Of course I did. Didn't you?" "No, not for a second. It's like trading your dream for mine." His dream? Us being together? Did he think this was making it easier to say goodbye? His teeth scraped over his bottom lip, drawing my attention to it. What I wouldn't give for one last kiss. A shine shot through the room, and I noticed my owl charm hanging from his neck on a new chain. I walked over and picked it up to take a final look. "I suppose you're keeping this, then?" "Is that okay? I don't think I can make it without it." "I just always thought you wearing it meant... I don't know." He smiled, sending a flush of heat through my body. "It means that my heart belongs to you, even if this is goodbye." He sat down on my bed as my thoughts tried to break the surface only to be tossed under by each new emotional wave. The word goodbye triggered me, the same way it had for him the night before. "I never expected you to give up." The second I said it, I knew it was unfair. Shit, what was wrong with me? I could see in his tortured expression that I'd hurt him. Then I felt the smallest hint of a lie on his tongue, but he never spoke it. Desperate to ease the hurt, I sat down on his lap, wrapping my arms around him. I'm sorry," I whispered as I peppered his solemn face with gentle kisses. "I just don't want to say goodbye. I know we have to, but Kai, that vision of our life together didn't make me want to stop being with you. I'm so in love with you." He caught my jaw and drew my mouth to his, stopping just before we touched. So close I could almost taste him. He whispered against my lips, "Then we better make the most of it." I froze when his meaning sunk in. Butterflies and nerves doing the tango inside my chest and stomach. It was strange to think I'd proposed the same thing the night before. Only now that I knew this would be goodbye forever, I understood how Kai must have felt. Sex as a goodbye was a surefire way to maximize the pain of separation. I could feel it even as he held me, waiting for me to gather my thoughts. I knew this offer was for me, that he'd thought carefully about our argument. He was determined to give me what I wanted. One last memory between now and goodbye. It was my virginity to give, and I wanted him to have it, to carry it with him through life like my owl charm. My heart raced, and his eyes lit like he could feel it. "Is that what you want?" he asked. It was harder to be bold without wine, so he'd have to settle for a less confident reply. "Yes." He squinted at me suspiciously. "If you change your mind, tell me, and we'll stop, okay?" I lost my voice, so I nodded. The small spaces on my wrist and lower back where our skin touched, stinging like a sunburn. Worry, sadness, and guilt all took a back seat to fear. Kai leaned in and kissed me slow and deep. It didn't taste like a goodbye, fervent and full of desperation, but rather like he savored it, like a fine wine or a decadent cheesecake. His tongue sent a pulsing, tingling sensation through my body, sending an ache shooting between my legs. He cradled me back onto my bed, where he stole another kiss, each one more potent than the last. My head fogged, my body shaking with adrenaline. He crawled over me as his gift slid me up the bed to my pillows. The restlessness in his eyes made me wild. My hoodie rose up, slipping over my head and flying onto the floor. He must have assumed I had something underneath because his breath quickened, his chest heaving stronger with each breath. It was a challenge to stay in the moment and not to watch him. A war raged behind his eyes between his desire and his resolve to move slowly and take it easy on me. I don't know why, but the more I watched him struggle, the more I hoped the former would win. I wanted everything. His shirt rose over his head, and my hands moved immediately down his chest to his abs. Shit, did he spend the entire jail sentence working out? My hands stopped when they got to a scar, one I'd been responsible for, and it brought a smile to my lips. Kai's mouth descended, this time on my neck, his tongue sweeping over nerves that sparked to life. The heat of his bare chest on mine pulled my attention to my hardened nipples as they pressed against him. Losing myself, I struggled out of my pants. Kai let out a soft laugh. "Do you have somewhere to be?" "You're making me crazy. I'm so ready for this." Damn, it was like his kisses made me drunker than the wine. My panties slid slowly down my legs, sending my heartbeat into overdrive. As they moved, I could feel the sticky wetness that clung to the fabric against one of my legs. Kai's gift tossed them off the bed with the rest of my clothes. I pressed my knees together as the fear of being totally naked in front of someone assaulted me. Kai, at least, still had his sweatpants on, although, now that I was looking, they did little to conceal what was bulging underneath. I held my breath as I took it all in. I already felt so vulnerable, emotionally speaking. "Don't be afraid, love. I have you." His certainty eased me, so I let my body relax. "I just want to make you feel good." He lay beside me, putting his weight on his elbow and cradling me in his hand. He traced over my body with a free hand. A chill tore through me, covering my skin with goosebumps. Kai breathed as he watched. His fingers ran over my collarbone. He moved to my chest and teased my nipples, sending an involuntary moan up my throat. The sound must have rattled his restraint because he leaned forward, bringing his mouth to the base of my neck, then lower to sample my chest with smooth flicks of his tongue. Tendrils of desire caressed my every nerve. I pawed at his back to urge him on, my mind sliding toward the white-hot sensation between my legs. He lifted his head to study me as his hand moved lower. Curiosity and desire were a cocktail in my blood, hazing out my fear. Kai's finger brushed my slit as he whispered, "Are you ready?" I was an even mix of relieved and disappointed to learn he'd start with a finger. Begging my shaking body to relax, I nodded. A gasp escaped my lips as Kai slid his finger in. "Is this okay?" he whispered. I pulled him in for a kiss, tasting his tongue as desire boiled over. His finger moved and another moan broke our kiss. He drank the sound in with a ragged breath. He began to work magic with his hands, his thumb sliding onto my clit. Pleasure slivered up each time his thumb moved, or the pulse of his middle finger each time it shifted. But his gentle touch grated on my patience. I reached for his hand and pushed it harder against my body, working his thumb in a way that caused my back to arch. "That's right, Ray. Show me what you like." "More," I muttered, barely keeping my tone from begging. A second finger filled me, and the pleasure moved from my tailbone up my spine. "Is that okay?" I wiggled to test the feeling, but his fingers were locked between my thighs, so I squeezed the muscle there. Kai's eyes rolled. I could tell he was struggling to keep his composure, his cheeks hot. I rocked my hips against his hand, and he started to work me. I started to bead with sweat as Kai's thrusts grew more intense, the waves of bliss overlapping. "Kai," I moaned, "please." My body shook, my primal instincts grabbing hold. "Tell me what you need." "All of you, now." He froze, then slid out his fingers. I panted, hoping to cool down a little before we started up again, but Kai tossed his pants off the bed. I told myself not to look, but I couldn't help but peek. Kai moved back over to me. Oh, God. It was way wider than 2 fingers, and far longer. Now I see why he wanted to take it slow. I was going to die. He was literally going to kill me with that thing. Should I have watched porn or something? Should I have tried shoving something up there to prepare? Girls talked. They all seemed to agree this would hurt. What did I get myself into? My thoughts raced. I'm too scared. But as he crawled on top of me, my urge to flee faltered, and I widened my legs, angling my hips to receive him. Instead of rushing in, he paused against me. I braced myself, but he didn't move. My heart raced so hard that I felt my body vibrate with each beat. Then I realized that the racing I felt was his heart. I searched his eyes. It was the same neutral expression that he always had when he looked at me, only I saw more in it. His thoughts rang crystal clear in my head. This is goodbye. His lips devoured mine as we poured a lifetime of love into one scorching kiss. He pulled me closer, holding me tight by the waist. I grabbed a fistful of his hair as I clasped my arms around him, as if trying to absorb him into myself. Love me, Kaido. Don't forget me. Don't ever let go. His hardness leapt before coming to rest against me once again. My body screamed for more. I bit his bottom lip as a distraction, and while he watched me, the devious glint in his eyes fraught with wanting, I wrapped my legs around his body and pulled him into me. A grunt passed through his lips that mixed with my breathy moan. My legs exploded with a mixture of physical pleasure and emotional pain. Are you impatient? I rotated my hips. Pleasure tore through me, and Kai and I cried out in unison, his eyes clenching shut. I couldn't stop watching him. His arms shook as he began to lose the battle of restraint. Before I could adjust to the sensation, the emotional weight of it crawled up the back of my neck. Don't cry. He'll think you're hurt. But I was hurt. Broken, even. This was goodbye. Remember me. I rocked my hips, the pain and fullness drowned out by a fresh wave of white bliss. Kai's jaw tightened, his face tinged with sadness. I wasn't sure if I was ready yet, but I could see in his dark eyes how he felt, and I wanted to feel it. It's okay, I whispered. Show me. He thrust into me hard, and my bed frame smacked into the wall. Holy shit. Before I could recover, he drew out and pushed in again. Yes, I breathed. I reached up and pressed my palm to my headboard to give myself leverage. This time, I timed my own thrust to meet his. My vision blurred as my eyes rolled back, my senses locked to the radiating bliss. We fell into a rhythm, marked by the slam of my bed frame against the wall as the pace quickened. I felt a delicious pleasure build up as Kai began to lose control. With each drive into me, I felt his body say, I love you. Don't forget me. Don't let go. Kai moved back onto his knees, pulling me up against him. My breath caught as he reached a depth that almost immediately pushed me over. The new position hurt more, but desire had taken hold. We moved together, slowly at first. Then Kai pushed my body into a bounce. My bedroom filled with my voice, my back arching as an orgasm burst between my legs. Kai held tight, keeping the rhythm, punctuating the pleasure. Then his body jolted, a breathy shout slipping out that made me want to start again. He pulled me tightly to him, and through the waves of spasms, I could feel him release. Our breaths heaved as we stayed meshed together. He slowly released me, sliding out of my body and easing me back onto the bed. I couldn't tell if he was using his gift or his strength, but his gaze never left me as he lay beside me, his arm draped over my waist. My body shook so badly, and I could no longer tell if it was due to the physical or emotional impact of the ordeal. Concern settled into his features, as if he'd realized that he'd been swept up and had forgotten to go easy. As my body relaxed, I could feel the soreness settle into place. Stay calm. But the tears began to fall against my will. Stop it, Raina. You'll ruin it. But it was no use. I covered my face with my hands. Did I hurt you? Kai asked, his arms wrapping around me. My body felt euphoric, but tears still fell. I didn't want him to worry. It was so amazing, I said through sobs. Laughter broke through my tears, the mixture spilling out. Why am I crying? Kai rubbed my back as the heaviness settled into my chest. This is so embarrassing. Why can't I get a grip? I shook, trying to rally enough to check Kai's reaction, but it was no use. With my guard completely lowered, my gift pushed the truth out. You're leaving, I cried. You were right. That changed everything. I buried my face in his chest. Why was he so quiet? Did I freak him out? Was he going to make a break for it? But the words kept coming. I'm not going to survive losing you. I'm going to regret my choice. Please, Kai. I don't care. Please don't leave. Please. I sniffled. Don't leave. I can't. I froze as a sound broke through my sadness, paralyzing me. Pressed against his trembling chest, I finally realized that Kai was crying too. Each word I spoke, an ocean of salt on his wounded heart. Regret broiled my every nerve. How could I say such selfish things? Love was a sunset, slipping away so quickly that I could watch it surrender to the horizon in a few relentless minutes. The night that followed was sure to be a starless one. Not the smallest sliver of moonlight to see me through. In those last moments, my gift would not allow me to ease Kai's pain with a lie. I wished for the first time that I'd never unlocked it, or that the epidemic could sweep it away. But since I could not comfort him, we cried together, letting our emotions steal our consciousness as we fell to sleep in each other's arms. I blamed myself and those frantic words I'd inadvertently cut him with. When I woke in the darkest part of the night, he was already gone, the bed cold beside me. I sat up quickly, Kai's absence shattering the last fragment of my heart. Forgetting he'd taken it, I reached for my owl charm. My stomach dropped when I felt it. He hadn't taken it? Did that mean I no longer had his heart? Stunned, my thoughts were interrupted as my finger slipped through the dainty metallic object. It was not the familiar owl shape that I knew so well. I swallowed as I slowly looked down, squinting through the darkness. My blood ran ice cold as I held it between my fingers and angled it to my eyes. I scrambled for the phone on my nightstand and fumbled for the light, beaming it on the ring. The band was made up of 2 studded white gold owls that framed a pear-cut diamond that glittered. What did it mean? Was it a proposal? Some kind of promise for the future? But that hope drained away when I got to the 3rd probability. He'd left it as a reminder of the life we gave up, the choice we didn't make. I needed to know for sure, so I stood with every intention of tracking him down. I'd throw on my oversized hoodie, some sneakers maybe, and track his ass down. It would not end like this. I could not live with this choice, not without knowing. I threw on my hoodie and adjusted the necklace to hang on the outside. I slipped on my shoes and creased in the heels with no time to put them on right. I reached for the door, but froze when I remembered Bree. Her chilling screams as her life blinked out in Miranda's vision. My hand dropped from the doorknob and I stumbled back. I collapsed into a pile on my floor. I had to let him go. I choked on my pain, his name barely a whisper on my lips as the rest of my hope surrendered. Kai, I whispered again through tears. Love may be over, but it's not dead. Even though I'd never see him again, each memory was vividly etched into me. I could still feel him on my body and taste him on my lips. I clutched the ring against my chest. He'd taken my charm with him, but left me with a lifetime of love to dream about. My strength broke. I didn't have enough time with him. No amount would have been enough, but at least I know that it was real. Otherwise, it wouldn't hurt this badly. I couldn't move beyond the rise and fall of my chest as I gasped for air. Goodbye.
Chapter 25. Kaito. She'll forgive me. I promised myself again and again as Wolf, Yanis, and I hopped a bus back to my old home. Yanis leaned over. So, what's the plan? Yanis asked, pulling my attention back to our group. Across the aisle, Wolf slumped against the window with disinterest. We're going to hunt down Zane. He's involved in this somehow. If we find him, he'll lead us to Bree. Yanis bobbed his head. And this Zane person is a friend or foe? I leaned back in my seat. We'll see. Wolf let out a groan. Ugh. Why are we not talking about you getting it on with that Faye girl? Yanis chuckled. Getting it on? Seriously, how old are you? Wolf leaned across the aisle. You could at least not blush like that when I bring it up. I turned my face to the window. And now you're smiling. Look, I can see it. She was totally great, wasn't she? I bit back my smile and tried to shake it off. I'm smiling because you're an idiot. Actually, man, Yanis said, I think he might have you on this one. I crossed my arms over my chest and leaned my head back, determined not to let my mind drift back to my most recent memories. The bus slowed, and out the window I could see a crowd of people gathered outside a stadium. At first I thought it odd that an athletic event would be held when the government had just collapsed, but then the bus pulled close enough for me to read some of the posters. This was no game. It was a political rally for Calvin Hall. I remembered running into Zane's sister the other day, but Rachel Black wouldn't be brazen enough to attend a rally for her opposition. Still, it wouldn't be hard to find someone public. Wendy may not have known where Zane was, but her gift could be useful in tracking people down. At least we had somewhere to start. It was odd how easily the three of us settled back into my parents' old place, like the GFA had been some kind of holiday. I headed straight to my room to be alone. I wasn't feeling particularly chatty, and I had a ton of research to do before morning. I researched Zane first, hoping I could bypass the campaign trail altogether and leave his sister out of it. But as expected, all trace of online presence vanished around the time I went in. An hour after I'd settled in, I heard a knock at my door. Yanis poked his head in. Bruh, you have a lot of books. Is that your thing? Kind of. He took the response as an invitation in and sat down at the edge of my bed. Can I ask you something? His tone made me uncomfortable enough to shift in my seat. Where was this going? Yeah, sure. What would you do if you didn't have a gift? The question struck me. Yanis hadn't seemed too bothered by losing his gift. Wolf complained constantly about it, but not Yanis. I felt for him. Since puberty, I'd drawn the bulk of my self-worth from my gift, and I shuddered to think who I'd be without it. I took a deep breath as I flipped through my memory. You know, I was really late getting my gift, and for a while I didn't think I'd ever get one. Part of me wished I wouldn't. That way I could disappoint my parents one last time and be done with it. He smiled that pudding-winning smile. I used to be able to melt things with a touch, he said, shaking his head. Got mixed up with some bad people, you know. Melted a bank vault and wound up underground at the agency. I just think, though, how long do you plan on letting us be here? And what happens to serfs like me and Wolf when this is over? Look, man, I'm glad you and Wolf are here. I consider you friends. I took a pen off my desk and threw it at him. No matter what happens, we'll figure it out. His head bobbed. All right. You know, you never did answer my question. What would you do if you lost your gift? I leaned back in my chair, looked up at the ceiling, and sighed. I'd be a librarian. Bullshit. I smirked. I'm serious. I could read all day, every day. I mean, the massive bookshelf should have been a giveaway, but it still feels a little random. I nodded. Just think about what you like to spend your day doing, and the rest will sort itself out. It dawned on me as I said it that Yanis might have been trying to prepare me for what might come next, the loss of my gift. The urge to flee with the rest of the elite amplified, but the gifted giving in to those fears was what caused this mess to begin with, leaving no one to fight for it but Reyna and her friends. No. This time I had a chance to be on the right side, Reyna's side. It seemed like everything I had to lose was what I might finally earn if we somehow succeeded. My friends, my gift, my life, and even my love. It was worth the gamble.
Chapter 26. Reyna. The next few hours ran together. I could practically feel Kai getting further away with each painful tick of the clock. I let myself melt to nothing as I took a long, hot shower, determined to let it out all at once. Once I joined the others, I would not allow myself to be weak again. I dreaded the look on Miranda's face next time she saw me, the pity in Asher's eyes. And God, I hoped that I wouldn't see something smug in Odin's. Instead of sulking, I spent a little extra time on my makeup. I put on my favorite workout leggings and tank combo, tied my hair up in a high ponytail, and smiled at myself in the mirror until it felt real. When I headed to the cafeteria, I was grateful that the remnants of our little event had been wiped away, and the tables returned to where we usually kept them. Asher and Odin sat up straight when I walked in. Hey guys, how are you? Ash stood. We're good. Are you okay? Odin's attention was on his phone, and I had no doubt Miranda would shortly follow whatever message he'd just sent her. I'm good, I said, unnerved by his concern. Asher always made light of everything, and this new dynamic said that everyone knew what was going on. The last thing I wanted was to talk about it. We should get back to work. Yes, boss. Wait. I cocked an eyebrow. His eyes narrowed. Something is different. Odin looked up from his phone, his eyes scanning me in appraisal. Oh, I said, I'm wearing a little makeup. He walked closer. No, that's not it. My concern only rose as he tilted his head in observation. Odin joined in, trying to find the source of Asher's worry. I'm really fine, Ash, I swear. Just leave it alone. He beamed. That's it! You're not a virgin anymore! My cheeks burned hot, but I couldn't help but snort a laugh before I shoved him. Shut up, Ash. You're such a dick. His gaze softened, and I saw the pleased glint of a mission accomplished in his eyes. Of course he'd meant to cheer me up, a task he knew would take drastic measures. Out of the corner of my eye, I felt Odin turn toward the window to sulk. Asher must have weighed that into his little scheme and determined that Odin was a minor casualty, but I felt for him. I need to talk to you, he said, his eyes a mossy green, and just in case I didn't catch the urgency from his practically hostile tone, he added, "Now." He led me out of the cafeteria, and Asher shot me a concerned look before I followed Odin out. Since we were out of earshot, I expected him to stop and tell me what was on his mind, but he took the extra effort to pull me into an empty classroom and shut the door. Whatever this is, it's going to suck. "Have you seen the news?" I told you this would happen. Calvin Hall or DT or whatever is getting support from other cities to forcibly remove the elite from Ancetal. He's calling it a free city, and it's all because you gave him exactly what he wanted. There was nothing quite like having my shortcomings served to me by my closest friend. "I know. I'm so sorry, but I can fix this." He shook his head, and it almost seemed like the worst of it was over. "I'm sorry," I repeated, touching his arm. His gaze snapped to my hand, and the tension in his body intensified. The desks around us shifted as his eyes glowed green. "Don't say that, because you don't actually give a shit." "Of course I do." He made no effort to hide his tears. "You're too goddamn busy fucking Kaido. Your friend is missing and your city is going up in flames. It's 100% your fault." He shrugged. "Well, I guess you're trash in bed because he still left you." The words should have made me mad. They normally would have been enough to bring my temper to a boil. But my heart was already broken, and it recognized its equivalent in him. My strength broke, spilling out as I realized just how badly I'd hurt him. And in the moment, that was my greatest failure. "He doesn't want you. No matter what you do, she'll never want you again." There it was. She. It seemed to catch him off guard, and he slumped down onto a desk, dropping his head. "I'm so sorry, Reina," he whispered through sobs. I was frozen, disgusted with myself for my part in breaking him. Gone was the vibrant and sweet Fae apprentice who charmed the whole world. His light had gone out, and I understood, because mine was barely aglow. "I'm so sorry," he whispered again. He slid down to the floor and wrapped his arms around my shins, crying into my knees. "I didn't mean it." I moved away just enough to have a seat on the floor across from him. I wiped my face. "I'm sorry I hurt you. It was selfish of me to keep you here, knowing how you felt." He nodded and swallowed like his words slipped back down. "So you're leaving, then?" He studied my face, then took my hand. "Please come with me. Kai left, but you and I could still have a life together away from here. If you give me a chance, I know I can make you happy. You don't have to be alone." It would have been so easy to go with him, to grab Mo, pack up my things, and have a normal life with Odin somewhere else. What hurt the most was knowing with absolute certainty that he could make me happy. "I can see in your eyes that you want to." Instinctively, I closed them, as if it would erase all the time he spent learning me. "Odin, I'm grateful to have known you." He turned his face away like I'd slapped it. "I believe that I could be happy with you, but I've hurt you enough." "So it's Kai or nothing?" "It is," I said, pulling my necklace to rest outside my shirt. Odin's gaze crept down the chain of my necklace to the ring. He tilted his chin up and his Adam's apple moved against his throat. But my decision to stay isn't about Kai. It's about the kind of person I want to be. I've vowed to help and protect the people of this city, not some other city, but the place I've lived all my life. I can't go because I think about the people like the kids from my orphanage who depend on the system for survival. The city might be angry, but the people don't know how much danger they're in, and everyone else has given up on them. I became Fae so I could protect those who need it most, regardless of whether they have powers or not. You're really going to die for these ungrateful people? If that's what it takes. Odin took a slow breath in and stood. So I did too, as I prepared myself for yet another loss. He leaned in and kissed me, and it happened so fast that there was nothing to do but remember what we'd once been. He pulled away, his green eyes searching mine, and without another word, he left. I don't know how long I stood in the empty classroom, but when I was ready, I returned to the fishbowl to join the others. "Reyna," Miranda said. "Odin left," I blurted. Her lips pressed into a hard line. "We know. He said goodbye. Want to talk about it?" I shook my head. It was so quiet that we could hear the rustle of the trees outside. Then Miranda took control of the room. "What are we all standing around for? We have a lost girl to find." "Right," I said as I headed for my laptop, and the thought of the little kid from the bathroom who had said, "It's okay." That was my new mantra, as much as I could manage. Odin would be better off, and that was what mattered. The three of us poured every ounce of our energy into the task, mapping out our next search location and researching internet chatter for leads. The distraction was welcomed by all of us. It felt good to focus on something other than how I felt. Still, thoughts of Kai slipped into my head, tearing my nerves and reopening the wounds, no doubt leaving scars I'd never heal from. Kai was such a force of nature, a tornado that tore through me every time I drifted. How could one person do so much damage? I swallowed a lump in my throat, then gasped as the question flipped a switch on a tangential train of thought. How could one person do so much damage? Miranda looked up from her laptop. "What is it?" I shot up and my chair tumbled backwards, the crash drawing Asher's attention. "I fucking knew it! There is no epidemic. DT is doing this." Miranda tilted her head, pursing her lips as if she was unconvinced. "I know he's evil as shit or whatever, but maybe you're reaching a little here. I mean, there have been cases where huge groups of people lose their abilities at once. But always in Ansatol. Why? People travel in and out of the city all the time. If this was some kind of virus, it would be spread across the whole world, not just here. Think about it. We know he has a death touch." I lifted my hand and sharpened my gift into a blade around my wrist. We know we can manipulate our gifts to target in very specific ways. Miranda said, "But he'd have to be able to target someone's gift specifically. It's not possible." I shook my head. Not for us, but we didn't even finish at GFA, and DT was a prodigy. Miranda shifted in her seat. "That doesn't explain how he's targeting large areas at once." Silence filled the air as the answers to our questions fluttered around the room, just out of reach. A very specific memory floated into my head. I fought DT once. Miranda knows, but I don't think I've told you guys the story. It's been hard for me because all these years I thought I'd taken his life. I literally watched him bleed out and fade away. Everything he'd touched had turned to ash in seconds. He'd had me and Kai beat, backed into a wall. He'd charged across the room like the Grim Reaper, hand outstretched to take everything away. Asher's face drained of color. I knew we were both dead, so I'd panicked and projected my gift's energy straight out. I searched their eyes for signs of judgment, but saw only their attention. Kai must have had the same thought because I felt the sudden rush of his gift, too. There was a bright white light that shot out when the two collided, and DT just sort of stopped. Asher's gaze dropped. So, you think they combined somehow? I shrugged. I don't know. It seemed like it. Miranda said, maybe DT thought so too. Exactly. Now, this could sound crazy, but what if he's using someone else's gift to project his? You mean Bree? Asher asked. We both turned to look at him. His eyebrows rose. You didn't think I was paying attention. If her gift is manipulating radio waves and he'd somehow figured out how to combine gifts, he could probably use her to target large areas. Miranda stood and began to pace. But if that's true, he's unbeatable. He has taken thousands of people's gifts. There's no way to stop him. You said that you watched him die, and he's stronger than ever. I swallowed hard. But maybe I shouldn't have been attacking his body. Maybe I should have been aiming for his gift. Asher's shoulders slumped. But that was a fluke. We don't know how that happened, much less how to repeat it. I shook my head. Right, but there are Fae out there who might. If they knew this was just one person, they might return and fight. Surely someone would know how to stop him. Miranda picked at her nails. Personally, I think you're all crazy. If the Fae left because they were afraid to lose their gifts, what makes you think they'll come back now? We have to try, right? I scanned their faces. If you think Ancetal is in bad shape now, you're not going to want to see what happens when DT wins this election. I guarantee there's a whole lot more to whatever he's planning. He's sick, and I really think we're right about this. Asher tossed his red hair. Okay, but if what you're saying is true, why hasn't he targeted us? More than a bit of the room's enthusiasm waned. A few silent moments passed. Maybe the school's barrier is too strong. I say we go to the media. We expose him, send a distress call to the Fae, and lure him to campus. We can hold tight inside the barrier until the Fae arrive. And what if... Asher started. What if they don't come? A flare of anger moved through me. I have to believe they will. But the concern on Asher's face was echoed on Miranda's. I could hear the anguish in Miranda's voice when it came out as almost a whisper. Do you maybe want to bring this to Yamoja-Rue? My gut twisted, remembering how washed out she still seemed. I'm afraid she'll try to help. Most of the Fae abandoned Ancetal too early, but not her. Miranda said, then maybe go to her as a daughter asking for advice. Because you're not exactly a media darling right now. Asher put his hands up. Don't look at me. I already signed up to die. I exhaled slowly. I'll ask what she thinks of us taking what we know about DT to the media. I need both of you to shift your efforts from finding Bree to any proof you can dig up against DT. We don't need the city to believe us. We just need the public to doubt him. If they do, I'm sure the Fae will come back to stop him. Let's get on it. In my gut, I knew this was the break we'd been waiting for. The connection. All roads led to DT. We'd wasted years blindly believing what the media said about the epidemic when the truth was there all along. A person did this. A person I should have stopped 3 years ago. Once I exposed him, this would inevitably turn ugly, and I was putting a lot of faith in Fae who had already given up. All I could really do was hope the Fae answered our distress call, and that the barrier would hold. I wasted no time and rushed to see Yamojiru at the apartment. "It's me," I called as I pushed open the door, but I didn't see her. "Mo?" I called. I trembled as I looked around the empty apartment. I heard a muffled voice yell, "Reina?" I followed it into Yamoja's bedroom and then to her closet where she sat slumped on the floor. I rushed to her side. "Mo, oh my God, are you okay? What happened?" She wiped her tear-stained face with the back of her hand. "I'm fine," she said, wiping her tears with a balled garment. I helped her to her feet. "What happened?" "I've been following the doctor's orders, staying away from the news. But since I've been feeling better, I figured it wouldn't hurt to watch for a few minutes." She lanced me with a look. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Calvin Hall. That's him, isn't it?" I broke eye contact. "Why didn't you tell me?" she repeated, her voice as hard and cold as a glacier. "I didn't want you to worry." "You thought punching him was going to solve the problem?" "Admittedly, not my best move. Mo, why are we in the closet?" She sniffed. "I came in here to put on my battle suit, and I realized I don't want to fight anymore. I'm so tired. But if I don't stop him, then all my years of service will be for nothing. I'm going to handle this, Mo. Put your faith in me, and I'll finish what you started." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "How about we grab some tea so I can tell you my plan?" I was pretty sure Mo would agree to anything if tea was involved, so my suggestion was a safe bet. A few minutes later, we sat down in our usual spots on the couch, with the type of tea we typically reserved for holidays or special occasions. I hadn't noticed that my necklace slipped to the outside of my shirt when I helped Mo up, but her gaze moved to it and stayed. My stomach clenched. I'd almost forgotten about that ring, and I hoped she wouldn't ask me about it. "Tell me what's going on with you," I said. "I guess I've been so programmed to jump in to defend Ansatal that I thought that was what I wanted. But it's not. Now that I've had some time off, I realize how many things I've never gotten the chance to do. And now I'm running out of time. You don't owe this city another second, and you have plenty of life left to live." She looked thoughtfully out the window. "I never thought this day would come, but I think I'm done. She shook her head. "Done with being Yamojiru." Her breath hitched. "I don't want to let you down." I put down my teacup and took her free hand in mine. "You've given me everything." My tears started to well. "You've protected and guided me for my whole life before we even met." She squeezed my hand. "I love you, and you will always and forever be my hero." Her gaze dropped away and she choked out a sob. I am the daughter of Yamoja Rue, and I will save this city because you taught me how. She pulled me in for a hug and cried against my shoulder. She sniffled. I'm so proud of you. I sat beside her and she laughed as we wiped our tears. She reached for a box of tissues and put it between us before blowing her nose. But even through her tears, she looked more at ease than I'd seen her in a long while. She hopped off the couch and hurried out of the room, only to return a second later with her uniform. She practically bounced on her toes as she handed me the iconic garment. I traced it over with my fingers and relived every moment I'd seen her wear it. From the time I was a kid dreaming of becoming Fae to the last time we fought side by side. We both dove for the box of tissues. After we settled and my new role sunk in, I felt the weight of Ansatol transfer from Yamoja to me. No matter the outcome, I was ready to give it every ounce of my being. I reached up and squeezed the diamond ring, but my new charm didn't soothe me the way my old one had. I felt a pang of sadness each time I touched it. But what was on the line was bigger than my broken heart. Mo sipped her tea, but her gaze made repeated trips to the ring on my necklace. You're sure you want this life? I looked up, a little startled by the broken silence. Of course. And I suppose something else someday, too? She asked, gesturing at the chain. My gaze dropped to my cup. I'm afraid not. She knew better than anyone that being a Fae almost always meant family came second. The necklace was merely a reminder of what I was giving up. I've given it a lot of thought, and my mind is made up. I want some grandkids. I laughed. Sorry, Mo. I might have to disappoint you there. Do you want to talk about it? Actually, I wanted to talk to you about something else. DT. She nodded, lowering her teacup. We think that the pandemic was really just DT taking away people's gifts. And he has Bree. I plan to make the announcement at the debate tomorrow and ask the Fae to return and fight. He'll come for you. Yes. Yes, he will. What makes you think you can stop him this time? What happens if the Fae don't return? If anything happens to me, Ansatol will know the truth. Protecting this city was never going to be an easy job, and to me, being Fae means putting myself in harm's way to protect others, no matter the cost. You taught me that. Have faith in me. I can do this. I ran a finger around the rim of my cup while I waited for her response. She took a moment to think about it, then said, Be ready, just in case. In case they don't come. Remember, as long as there is one great Fae left in Ansatol, the city has a chance.
Chapter 27. Kaito. I felt Reyna's presence before I saw her, just a feeling that hit me like a punch to the gut in a sea of strangers. My body moved to full alert as I scanned the crowd. Then I saw her, curls bouncing as she made her way to the stage in front. I'd half expected to see Yamoja Rue here instead, endorsing one candidate or the other. With elections just a few weeks away and Yamoja being so well known, it seemed natural for her to make an appearance at some point, unless she'd already asked Reyna to step in. If Reyna saw me here, it could put Bree at risk. I spun. Wolf, we have a slight complication. Raina's here. He turned. No shit? Where? The left side of the stage near the front. We have to get Wendy without Raina seeing us. Yanis pushed through the crowd. Kai, I think I just saw Raina, he said. Did she see you? He shook his head. How are we going to get the girl out of here? Wolf perked up. Didn't she write her number on your arm? Did you add it to your phone? Yes, I didn't add it, but I remember. You remember her number? How? It was only one number different from Zane's. I pulled out my phone. Me. It's Kai. Meet me outside by the vending machines to the left of the entrance. It's important. We walked out of the crowded auditorium and waited by the vending machines, while Wolf tried in vain to knock a snack loose. I stared at my phone for some confirmation that Wendy was coming, but nothing came through. A minute later, the door swung open and she hurried out, half out of breath. Sorry, she said, steadying herself. I just got your message. We need to find Zane, I said. She frowned. I already told you I don't know where he is. I shook my head. He must have left you a clue or something. Her expression grew colder. You think I haven't been searching for my brother? Believe me, if I knew where he was, I would go after him. Oh crap. I upset her. I softened my voice. Wendy, we are going to help you find him. Think about him. Did you have some kind of secret code or a special place you'd like to go? She grew quiet, then looked back at the stadium doors. Her arms crossed over her chest. There's this place at the beach. Will you take us there? She nodded, biting her lip. My mom is going to kill me, but I guess if we find Zane, she'll understand. Yes, you're awesome. An hour later, my shoes sunk into the sand. The wide open space seemed to benefit all of our spirits, but none more so than Wolf, who ran around like an unleashed puppy. He was so excited that I wonder if he'd seen the beach before, if he'd just spent a lot of time here before he got thrown into prison. The chirp of the seagulls sounded a little like a siren as they rode the wind with outstretched wings. The crash of the waves against the shoreline seemed foreboding against the overcast sky. Wendy stopped. Here. This is the spot. I looked around. There was nothing here. A few 100 yards away, I could see the pier where I used to come with Raina. Was I wrong? What was I expecting? For him to be sitting right here? Can you use your gift? My mom doesn't want me using it in public. You know, because of the epidemic. I shrugged. I don't see anyone around. She smiled, and I thought she looked a lot like Zane for a second. I need a general time frame to target. Can you go back to February 15th, 3 years ago? That's when he last made a post. She knelt and touched the sand. I waited for the image to take shape like I'd seen before, for a shadow of the memory to burst from her hands and imprint on the sand. The fact that her gift could bring forward a memory so long past was incredible progress from what I'd seen her do 3 years ago. It was a shame that the time of the Fae had ended, because she'd definitely make a good one. I can't, she said. The sand, it's too many pieces, they're scattered. I squatted in front of her and could see tears welling in her eyes. I wanted to comfort her, but finding Zane was the best chance at that. She needed confidence and encouragement. It's okay, Wendy, I said. Sometimes we have to do something we think we can't. That's the best way to grow. Try thinking about the sand as one big rock. She buried her hands deeper. This time, the grains of sand shifted as if a strong breeze pushed across them. Then I started to see the faintest shadow form. A dark and translucent Zane crouched over the sand. He smoothed it out with his hand, then his fingers began to draw something in the sand. I knew it. I moved out of the way, crouching over to get a look at what he was drawing. I held my breath, for fear of breaking Wendy's concentration. I could tell this was more difficult than usual, because instead of watching Zane's shadow form, Wendy's eyes were squeezed shut. I felt Wolf's presence as he rushed over, and I held my hand to stop him from interrupting as Zane completed a map in the sand, marking an X before standing. I knew the location the instant I saw it. It was the old factory where Zane and I prepared for DT's mission. I was lucky to recognize it, because a second later Zane swept away the image with his foot. He walked away, the image of him fading with each step away from Wendy's hands. Wendy's eyes blinked open. Did it work? Did you see it? I grinned. Great job. Wendy, you found him. I know exactly where he is. She brightened, and I wasn't sure if it was for finding her brother or the amazing leap forward she had made with her gift. Probably a combination of the two. Yanis walked up behind me, his voice startling me. You know, if that librarian thing doesn't work out, you might want to take a look at teaching. I smiled, but kept the thoughts to myself. As Wendy jumped up and down in celebration, I felt a warmth inside me. It was a rush to see her succeed. It was odd to suddenly consider what I wanted to do. I had always been the path my parents set, and by the time they gave up on me, I was in prison for life. Gifted or not, I wasn't sure that becoming Fae was what I wanted anymore. I'm not sure it ever really was. That shit was crazy, Wolf said as he joined us. You make ghost people and shit. Wendy tossed her sand-colored hair over her shoulder. Thanks, I'm kind of a big deal. I dusted the sand off my jeans. Let's go find your brother. We arrived at the factory within the hour. The concrete building looked so still it was hard to imagine anyone inside. But as I slid the door open and saw how much of it had been rearranged, I knew we were in the right place. The leftover glass had been swept to the left. A mattress lay on the floor in the opposite corner with some blankets draped clumsily across it. There was a table between them with a glass of water that still had ice floating in it. He's here somewhere. Zane had been loyal to DT once upon a time. It was risky dragging him in without knowing which side he was on. But I did know what kind of person he was. He would help if he could. A voice shot out and echoed around the high ceilings and exposed pipes. Who's there? Zany! Zane stepped into view, his gift's shield blinking out as he lowered his guard. Wend? Is that you? Wendy threw herself into Zane's arms, and I felt a little awkward turning to Wolf and Yanis, who seemed mostly interested in exploring the factory. Why is there so much glass here? Yanis asked. I smirked. It used to be a glass factory. Ouch! Wolf yelled, throwing his finger into his mouth and glaring at me like it was somehow my fault he'd decided to poke at the glass barehanded. I sighed. Kai? Zane said, his eyes wide. I waved sheepishly. You found the map. Wendy whined. Zany, how could you just leave me behind? Hey, Wenbear, I'm sorry. I just wanted to keep you safe. Why are you hanging around with this criminal? I smirked, but before I could think of a witty retort, he pulled me in for a hug. Wolf stepped in. Don't tell me this is another old flame. Yanis elbowed him. Hey man, I'm Yanis. This is Wolf. Old flame? Let me guess, you guys found Reyna. I felt my face go hot and turned away so Wolf wouldn't call me out on it. Zane exhaled. Look, man, your girl is driving me crazy. You asked me to look out for her, but shit, she hasn't made it easy. I shook my head. What do you mean? I mean, I've been sabotaging her little mission for the last 3 years, sending her team around in circles by messing with their data. Bree, the epidemic, all roads lead to the same place. I stepped back. Why would you do that? I'm sure now that he's taken his campaign public, you know that DT is back. Yeah. Are you saying he has Bree? Yep. He's the one taking away people's powers, too. How? That's not his gift. I don't know, amigo. But can't you understand why Reyna needs to stay the hell out of his way? I mean, you told me he was dead. He took my silence as his cue to continue. I think that's a good reason to believe he's unkillable. Think about all the gold-tier Fae who lost their powers. We can't win. He's a one-man army, capable of taking down the whole world. It's only a matter of time. Why didn't you just tell Reyna? She spent years looking for Bree. Well, first I tried to go to the media, but I was written off as a conspiracy nut. Then I thought of going to Reyna, but I knew as soon as she found out DT was behind all this, she'd just go right for him instead of fleeing. Shortly after I came forward with all this, I started feeling like I was being watched. So I fell off the grid. But if I hadn't intervened and sent Reyna in circles for the last few years, she'd be dead. She used to have a big team. How did you manage to do this for so long? Zane waved a hand. Follow me. He led me around the corner, where he had several desks pushed together, a wall full of computer monitors, and a wheeled office chair. And you, built a spaceship? I asked, eyeing his setup. Wendy clung to his arm like she was afraid to lose him again. He laughed. That's the thing. I had to help. Someone has been virtually assisting me in scrambling her data all this time. I noticed it shortly after I started. I wasn't nearly as tech-savvy, but I picked up a lot as I started to track the patterns. I shook my head. Who? His blue eyes glistened. That's the thing. Based on how the transmissions are coming through, I think it's Bree. We know she was taken. She'd already used her gift to warn us to flee. Obviously, DT would have prevented her from doing something like that again, but she'd probably try to help her friends in some way. I mean, who else would sabotage Reyna? I exhaled a mountain of pressure on my chest. So you think Bree is helping you protect Reyna, which means she doesn't think Reyna will win a fight against him? I mean, there's no way. How can you beat someone powerful enough to literally kill you with a touch? His question stopped me. My memories pulled forward the image of that white light pulsing through the room, stopping DT in his tracks. He'd looked down at his hands and screamed. Before he could say another word, Reyna had cut him down. But I wondered what had actually happened. I always wondered. The reports were so vague. But how did you take him down before? Why didn't he kill us? What was that light? And more importantly, was it possible to repeat the process? I don't know. Zane, look, Reyna's on TV, Wendy said. She's wearing Yamojiru's uniform. Reyna stood at the debate podium. Zane snatched the remote off his desk and raised the volume so the sound cut in mid-sentence. The epidemic. There is one person behind it. Calvin Hall. He goes by DT, Death Touch. And we think he's found a way to use it to take gifts away from Ansatal's citizens. If the Fae don't return to put a stop to this, the world will never be safe again. We can band together. The program cut out, and a rainbow screen accompanied a stale tone. I turned to Zane. What happened? He shook his head. It's citywide. DT must have blocked the broadcast. He looked at me. This is complete shit. I can't protect her anymore. She's made herself a target. I shook my head. You don't think the Fae will help? No, I don't. I think you should grab her, change your names, leave the city, and never look back. She won't go, I said. But Zane had a point. DT was practically a zombie, unkillable and bloodthirsty. He had the public and the police force on his side. Reyna was never going to back down from a fight, so my only option was to rush back to the school and die with her. We had no chance. My thoughts shifted, and Zane studied my face as if he could see it. We did have a chance. My eyes widened as a tidal wave of realization crashed into me. Miranda had a vision where we defeated him. All we had to do was play our part and have faith that it would all go as she saw it. The pieces of Miranda's vision came together and I understood. I couldn't be with Reyna. Not yet. Could you get me DT's location? Zane hung his head. I don't think this is a battle you should be running toward, my dude. Could you? He sighed. Yeah, probably. I put my hand on his shoulders. Look, man, I really appreciate everything you did for me while I was gone, with taking care of Reyna and stuff. If you give me the location, I'll get out of your hair and finish this. I said the words and I meant them, but I knew what his response would be, because I saw in Miranda's vision that Zane was present at the end of this thing. I doubt you'll need his location. It's more likely that he'll come after Reyna at the school. I know, I said, waving Yanis and Wolf over. I need you two to go straight to GFA. Stay outside the barrier and out of sight, and alert me if anything happens. Do not engage, no matter what. Understand? You got it, man, Yanis said, heading for the door. Turning back to Zane, I said, I'm not going to help Reyna. I'm going to get Bree. I finally understood. If I had stayed with Reyna, I never would have gone after Bree, especially knowing DT was coming for her. It wasn't Reyna's heart that needed to break. It was mine. I needed to learn that saving Bree was essential to keeping Reyna. This was my opening. Zane's eyes narrowed. What is it? What aren't you telling me? Miranda thinks we have a chance. Miranda Calix, the seer? She's still around? I nodded. Wait, so you already knew I was going to come along? I shrugged. He thought it over for a second, and I could see the wheels turning as he tried to decide if Miranda's vision meant I'd tricked him into this. He exhaled deeply. We better get moving. I felt a little relieved that our friendship wasn't the only reason he decided to tag along. I turned to Wendy. You're gonna have to sit this one out, Wend. She scoffed. You're joking, right? There's no way I'm sitting this out. Zane walked over and pulled her to his chest. She hugged him as he patted her head, and I could hear her muffled voice as she said, You have to let me come. Next time. I promise.
Chapter 28. Reyna. The crowd spun into a flurry of questions. My name had been slandered. DT had made sure of that. But even if there were people out there who suspected Calvin Hall was hiding something, I was sure I could at least damage his campaign enough to buy Ansatol some time, even if my plan failed. I could practically see the headlines. Reyna Rue has second nervous breakdown. I wasn't anywhere close to knowing all the answers, nor did I have much experience to support what I knew, but I had to try and convince the Fae to return. I didn't get far in my message before a man I didn't know leaned in to tell me the broadcast had been cut. But even with it gone, the crowd wanted answers. My thoughts clouded with 100 voices shouting my name. Then I felt a grip on my arm. Miranda stepped up to the mic and began answering questions, the crowd hushing to hear her better. She perked up a little more than was appropriate, relishing the attention, but I was more than grateful that she came along. I'd delivered the message, and there was no telling if or when the Fae would return, but one thing I knew was DT was coming for me. Many of GFA's defenses were still in place, the barrier infused with gifts of Fae who had taught there. That was likely why he couldn't blanket sweep our base to steal our gifts. Knowing the campus well would also be an advantage, as would having a few people on our side. The barrier wouldn't hold forever. I'd seen it penetrated before by Zane. All it took was the right gift, and I didn't know how big DT's team would be. I'd grown strong in the last few years, and I hoped my ability could stand up against his. As long as he didn't touch me, I should be able to hold my ground. One thing I knew from Miranda's vision was that this confrontation would somehow bring me to Bree. It felt like a lifetime since I'd lost her. Years of failed attempts, even letting Kai go, all led to this last battle. I refused to lose. Miranda's voice echoed through the gym, finally registering in my head. That's all the information we have. We're going to try and stop this, but we can use all the help we can get. Asher nudged me. You with us, Ray? Yeah, sorry. We should get back. DT could be on his way already. When we got to campus, I spent a few minutes checking the barrier and consequently lost track of Miranda. When I was satisfied that it was functioning normally, I headed straight for her room, but it was empty. I texted her, but was too impatient for a response. I figured she must be in the classroom she sometimes camped out in. I turned the handle and pushed the door open, only to have it slammed back in my face. What the hell, Miranda? We have to get ready for the... The door swung open and Asher emerged, closing the door behind him and holding it shut. If his raised eyebrows didn't give him away, the deer in the headlights look certainly did. What's going on? What's in there? I need a few minutes, he said. Now that the campus was on red alert, I was more than a little on edge. My body teemed with nervous energy. You need to tell me what's going on right now, I said, but my voice came out harsher than I'd expected. Asher nodded and pushed open the classroom door. Miranda grinned at me, but I could see in her bloodshot eyes how rattled she was. Her ponytail was lopsided, her makeup smeared, her face blotchy. Are you okay? I asked, rushing in. What happened? Her fake smile waned. My vision split again, and she swallowed the words. I knew in an instant what she meant. My worst fear unfolded before my eyes. The announcement, challenging DT. It had all been a mistake. She sniffed. We, still have a chance. The future where we save Bree is still possible, only now. Her gaze dropped to the floor. Tell me, Miranda. If it goes the other way, we'll all die. She choked. I can't see the difference in the two. I don't know how to make sure we win. I turned to the window. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I need the two of you to evacuate. You're not serious, Asher said. You'll die. Hear me out. Turn on all of the school's security cameras. If he uses his death touch, we'll have the proof we need. I don't know, Raina, Asher said. We can't just leave you here to fight him alone. You can. We're not going to risk everyone's life when we only need to draw out one death touch to finish this. Make sure the footage gets uploaded, and he'll become a target. Not just in Ansatol, but worldwide. Miranda exhaled loudly. It's a suicide mission, Ray. Only if you think I can't win. There was a pause. so I looked each of them in the eye before I said, "You've done everything you can. Neither of you have combat gifts. Get going before it's too late." "Wait," Asher said, turning to Miranda. "Did the future change?" Miranda shook her head. He shrugged. "Worth a shot." He put his hand on my shoulder, then headed out. With a pleading gaze, I urged Miranda to follow. I took a walk around the empty GFA courtyard, my body numb to the task at hand. All the training I'd done, all the dreams I had of becoming Fae, boiled down to this: my imminent death. If it saved the people I cared about, it would be enough.
Chapter 29. Kaito. I dropped Wendy back at the debate and got a text from her a few minutes later that her mother hadn't even realized she was gone. Zane had stayed behind to see if he could figure out Bree's location, and I checked my phone every few seconds waiting for it to come through. Time was precious. Every second DT got closer to Reyna. In the back of my mind, I wished things were different. I was sure Reyna would have loved to be the one to find Bree, and I still had a score to settle with DT. I returned to the warehouse, but I knew if Zane didn't have the location when I got there, I might have to leave to go back up Reyna. My hand froze outside the back door as I recognized a familiar sound coming from inside. The scrape of shifting glass that marked my time with the Fallen. There was only one person I knew who might still be using the glass this way. I pushed open the door and Zane was backed up against his desk, his arm ablaze with his gift, a glimmering orange shield. A wall of glass shards hovered in front of him, each piece tied to a yellow thread that ran to the end of Ensley's fingers. She'd grown her hair out to her shoulders, but otherwise looked the same as I remembered. I could see in the precision of the glass that she'd greatly improved her abilities since we last fought. The last I'd seen of her, she was knocked out. But out of everyone in the Fallen, Ensley was probably the most likely to still follow DT, as they had some kind of romantic relationship. She'd also dated Zane, and now I regretted that I didn't know how their story concluded. But suddenly it felt like dire information. "Ensley," I said, casually slipping myself between them. "If it isn't the other traitor," she said, but her gaze never left Zane. "So I take it you two broke up?" I kept my tone as casual as possible while I strolled around, running my fingers over various objects and pulling them into my range. I needed more ammo, and it was obvious that seeing Zane again had thrown her. "You didn't just defect from the Fallen, you fought against us." Her attention was fully on Zane, so I pretended to tie my shoe so I could touch some sharpened glass that was swept into the corner. That's when I noticed a mass of black shards on the far side of the room. It reminded me a little of the beings we'd formed to attack the Fae. Ensley continued. "And now I find out you've been tracking us." My hair stood on end as a piece of glass stung the back of my neck. "DT is going to be so disappointed that you're not at the school, Kaito," Ensley said. "He really wanted to bury you in the place you tried to save." I straightened, the cut on the back of my neck stinging as I turned to see several more shards pointed at me. I gritted my teeth. I don't really care what DT wants. Unlike you, I can think for myself. Her eyes darkened. "Don't you get it? He's already won. He thinks 10 steps ahead, and he always has an insurance policy." With the last word, her gaze moved to the mass in the corner. "Is Bree in there?" She smiled. "Yes, and unless you want her skewered, you'll die with dignity." I backed away from the glass, returning to Zane's side. We'd have to take her down, but I needed to know if he'd have my back or if their past relationship was going to complicate this. My gaze moved to Zane, and the intensity I saw in his eyes gave me what I needed: permission to beat her ass to a pulp. Zane's gift flared, forming a barrier to protect us. With the twitch of Ensley's fingers, glass fragments launched at us like an avalanche. I threw everything in my range at Ensley, but waves of glass deflected it all easily. Zane's arm began to shake, and I searched the desk for anything I could hit Ensley with. The computer monitors lit and words appeared on the screen. Touch the barrier. My gaze snapped to the dark mass across the room, but with Ensley's focus on breaking Zane's barrier, half of the form had toppled to the floor. Bree stood with her hands clasped around the computer wires, her determined expression marked by the focus in her eyes. I threw my hand against Zane's barrier and could feel the energy pulse with each of Ensley's attacks. The barrier was malleable, but strong. I fought the urge to pull my hand away from Ensley's onslaught, as the thin barrier was all that separated us from certain death. I closed my eyes to focus. "I can't hold her much longer," Zane said, his voice strained and husky. "Focus. Breathe." Then I felt it. Each glass shard slamming into the barrier. I felt them drop to the floor and Ensley yanked them back to slash at us again. I pushed my gift into the barrier, and the color changed from orange to blue. Zane's eyes widened. "What is this?" "Hold it as long as you can," I said, but his arms were shaking. Ensley's gaze shifted at the color change and her attack slowed, but it was too late. Every fragment that collided with the barrier fell into my range. The weight was unbearable as more shards pierced it. I was way out of practice, and after 3 years of being blocked from my gift, I was a fraction as strong as I was during my GFA days, and Ensley had practically mastered hers. Before I could make a move, I noticed a tiny break in Zane's shield, no longer than a hairpin. It cracked like fresh ice dropped in water, and a wicked smile stretched across Ensley's face. With all my might, I thrust every piece of glass in range back at Ensley. The shrill scrape of colliding glass filled the factory. I sagged in exhaustion, gasping for breath. Everything was still. Zane ran to the pile of glass in front of us. "Ensley," he whispered. His gaze shot to me, so I lifted the glass as carefully as I could. I turned my gaze away. Ensley was covered in blood, probably bleeding out. There was so much blood it was impossible to know how many shards had penetrated her. Zane pulled her into his lap. "Ensley," he whispered again. I backed away to give them space, but could feel some of the glass that was lodged in her body. If I pulled it out, I might kill her faster. I hesitated, looking away. "Zane, look out!" Bree screamed. I spun to see a shard hovering in the air between Zane and Ensley. I yelled, but it was too late. Ensley drove it straight into her own chest, the light in her eyes blinking out instantly. We stood frozen until Bree pulled Zane away from Ensley's body. I shook, wanting nothing more than to run and get those fragments still lodged in Ensley's body out of my range. I don't want to be this anymore. I don't want to fight. "I know it's hard," Bree said, "but you guys saved me." I nodded, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Bree grabbed me by my wrists. "We need to get to Reyna. If she faces DT, she'll die." The words trapped me. For a moment, all I could picture was Reyna, as covered in blood as Ensley. The image sent my head spinning. "Hey," she said, lifting my chin. "Let's save your girl." My limbs felt weighted, both from the emotional burden of what I'd done and the strain of overusing my gift. Zane walked over and held his hand out. His eyes were wet. I took a deep breath and shook his hand. He nodded. I felt too weak to go on, too broken to do anything but disappear. But the battle wasn't over. Across town, Reyna and the others were up against DT. I swiped at my cheeks and headed for the door, my mind focusing on Miranda's vision. I had a reason to go on. Reyna needed me, and this time, I wouldn't let her down.
Chapter 30. Reyna. I stood in the courtyard behind GFA's barrier and gate, my nerve wilting like a flower with every passing moment. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. The garden lights blinked on as the setting sun was lost to the horizon, and I hoped that the people I loved had gotten far enough away. My spirit was resolute as the barrier buzzed with the energy of the Fae. In a way, they were all with me. Their collective defense wrapped around the school and the last GFA student. All I needed was to make DT show his power, even if that meant using his death touch on me. But in the back of my mind, I couldn't help but wish I could see Kai one last time. Then, between blinks, DT's form slid into view through the glowing wall. He glared at me, his usual easiness replaced with an icy stare that dripped with malice. Calm down. Calm down. I focused on how many Fae had infused the barrier. It wouldn't hold forever, but it could at least buy me a few more minutes. DT's pale hand rose, and with a gesture akin to wiping dirt off someone's face, he brushed the barrier. Without a second of resistance, the barrier turned to dust, soundlessly floating out of place like flower petals in the wind. Fear paralyzed me like poison in my blood as the protection I'd counted on fell away in chunks of charred, gray ash. The air surrounding the school darkened as it mixed with the dust, the remains of decades of Fae abilities snuffed out in an instant by DT's corrupted touch. I didn't hear any indication that the gate had also been breached, but I assumed it would be. It was only iron, so no match against his power. DT emerged from the dust, the stone-like, inhuman quality of his skin and neatness of his collared shirt, a contrast to the turbulent storm in his frosty eyes. "I told you not to interfere," he said, stepping onto the campus. "All you had to do was keep to yourself, but you're just desperate to die playing the hero." I walked backward, keeping a measured distance between us. If that's my role, yours is the villain, which means it's time for you to tell me if you have my friend or not. His eyes widened, and my limbs trembled beneath his gaze. He scoffed. "Even after everything, you've learned nothing. Oh, the blissful ignorance." He sighed. "How I envy it. Enlighten me." His voice softened and he looked away. "There is no good or evil, just those in power and those against it." I shook my head. "You take people's gifts. You take their lives. And you purge the truth, not just from your enemies, but from loved ones. The only difference between us is which gift we were born with." His words stung, but I knew who I was. I wasn't convinced he was as certain about himself. The difference between us is that I'm fighting on behalf of the city and you're fighting for yourself. So tell me, did you take Bree or not? He clenched his jaw, then breathed out slowly. Yes, he hissed. My question got lodged in my throat. Is she? I swallowed. Is she still alive? He watched me, his head tilting in curiosity. It's your fault I took her. I'd known it was, but his words still cut. I wondered if this was his way of torturing me before he put me out of my misery. Is she still alive? She is. I knew it. She was still out there, which meant I couldn't die here. I had to find a way to beat him. Why did you take her? He put his hands in his pockets and I felt my body ease a little. Initially, I'd taken her as a sort of insurance plan in case I couldn't get you back to the tower without killing you. When you came easily, I knew I had no use for her, so I planned to let her go. Why didn't you? What changed? He reached down and thoughtlessly turned a shrub to ash. Then he smiled, his gaze distant, as if caught in the memory. I was hopeful then. I still thought Kai cared, and I remember you laughed. His gaze swept across the courtyard. Where is he, by the way? Gone. We're not together anymore. DT grinned, a smile so dazzlingly beautiful and destructive that it drew in my morbid attention like a train wreck. He let out a laugh that made me stumble back. That's perfect, he said, calming down. Here I thought killing you would be great revenge on him, plus a neat little invitation to Kai. But he doesn't even want you? I balled my hands into fists. We'd only spoken for a few minutes, and I felt myself already losing this battle. But I hadn't lost Kai for nothing. Tell me why you kept Bree. He pinched his nose in frustration, as if my question disappointed him. I had an epiphany. That night we were fighting, I was overcome with rage at Kai's betrayal. You'd both put up more of a fight than I'd expected, but you never had a chance. In your final moments, you both attacked, your gifts merging together and creating this pure white light. His eyes glistened. Do you remember? Did you see it too? I nodded. The light shot through me, into my gift, and I could feel it, your intent to end me. He searched my eyes. But death itself can't die. I'm no more capable of it than you are of lying. I listened, fascinated by his strange perspective. That night had always baffled me. Part of me felt relieved that he stood in front of me now because I'd suffered over his death and my hand in it. He was wrong about me, though. Each time I lied, I felt the strain of my gift, but I was still capable of it. Either the truth was less absolute than death, or DT was capable of dying and didn't know it. I learned something that I'd previously thought impossible. Gifts could be combined. The Fallen was losing momentum, and it looked like the agency was going to pin the whole thing on Kai anyway, so it was time to fall back and gather my resources for a more direct approach. One I'd already begun cultivating long before I took your friend. Back when I first began killing gifts without harming the hosts. Of course, no one believed the first victims and wrote them off as crazy. Oh, how I love this twisted city. I had no reason to keep Bree and went to release her, Her gift was intriguing, but not useful for my purposes. And then I remembered that white light, and I saw this image of broadcasting my death touch across different sectors. He ran a hand through his moon-white hair. What might have taken me a decade to set up took only 3 short years with your friend's assistance. So really, I should thank you. So she realized you couldn't die and sent everyone a message to leave the city. He began to pace, but he seemed more in control than the night Kai and I faced him. Even with his explanation, I couldn't fully understand why he was doing all this. He didn't really care about the people of the city. He didn't even seem to care about his own life. I'd known broken people like him. I'd been broken until GFA saved me. Would he have turned out differently if given the same opportunity? Or was he locked on the path of destruction the second he unlocked his gift? These were extraordinary lengths for acceptance. He straightened. Why are you looking at me that way? I held his gaze. He moved forward and my gift flared to life. You pity me? His voice was so soft that I almost thought I imagined it. You don't have to be this. Don't. Don't try and get in my head. What are you suggesting? We become friends and skip off into the sunset? Once you're on a path, you can't change it. Kai did. He rushed me, wrapping his lethal hands tightly around my arms. His chest rose and fell as he glared down at me. Please be quick. Please don't hurt. You don't know shit about me. Forgetting myself, I slapped his hands away. Maybe not, but I can see how unhappy you are. This path that you think you're stuck on is taking you further away from what you want. And what is that? Connection. Friendship. And you think if I turned it all around, you could be my friend, Reyna? I swallowed a mouthful of fear and pushed the purple glow of my gift forward to prove my answer. I let out a relieved breath when I felt my gift still intact after DT's touch. Yes. He walked closer and I worried he might touch me again. His nostrils flared before he spoke. It's a shame how people drop dead these days. I mean, you're alive 1 second, and then 1 touch later, you're dead. It was a strange tangent that I struggled to connect. 5 years ago, when the Fallen was still new, I used to enjoy taking shots at the establishment by testing out all the different ways my gift could kill. That's how you become an expert, you know. Of course, nobody really cared until I targeted Faye specifically. It clicked. It was only a few heartbeats of understanding, but just like that, he'd broken me. Darkness settled in, extinguishing every bit of me and leaving nothing but unchecked hatred. Rage sent a cyclone of purple energy whipping around me, the force so strong I could hardly hear the question as it tore out of me. You killed my parents?
Chapter 31. Kaito. Yanis's text confirmed my worst fear. The barrier was broken. With the gem gates closed due to lack of elites, Bree, Zane, and I had no choice but to take the bus across town. I could barely sit still. From the way Zane's leg bounced, he seemed unnerved to be moving toward the danger. Bree's eyes were closed and I could hear her chanting something under her breath. Finally, the bus came to a stop, so we bolted off and tore up the hill towards the campus. I stopped short when I recognized the group blocking my path. Miranda, Asher, Yanis, and Wolf stood together. They were so engrossed in conversation they didn't see me approach. "What's wrong? Where's Reyna?" I asked, drawing their attention. Miranda's mouth dropped open and she ran to Bree, hugging her tightly. Bree chuckled. "I didn't know you cared." The ground shook as a crackle filled the air. We all scrambled to keep our balance and turned to the school to try and get a look at the commotion. "Is Odin with her?" Miranda shook her head. "She's fighting him alone?" My anger was misplaced. There wasn't much any of them could do without a combat gift. Miranda grabbed my wrist. "Kai," she said, "things have changed. There's a good chance that we're all going to die today." This time, when I looked into the faces of each person, I saw the choice weighing behind their eyes. The sound of shattering glass in the distance set my nerves on edge. "Look, no one has to go in there. No one would fault you for staying out of harm's way, and I certainly wouldn't think any less of you. But Reyna saved me from DT once, so I figure I owe her one." Zane shifted. "She saved me too." Asher grinned. "Damn it, she saved me too. And Miranda, I know she saved your ass." I could feel their spirits rising. "She didn't fucking save me," Wolf said with a smirk. "But I'm not gonna miss this shit." Yanis patted him on the back. We paused for a moment, a silent goodbye passing between us with each gaze we met. I turned my attention to the commotion, but the campus was shrouded in the black ash that had once been the school's proudest feature. I ran into the darkness, knowing that either way, this would be the last time. I sprinted up the hill, my heartbeat forceful, not from the run, but from fear as I made my way in. "Stay hidden," I whispered over my shoulder, and most of the footsteps behind me grew fainter. My pace slowed as I peered through the smoke. A purple blast shot through the darkness, and DT's voice rang out, the malevolent laugh of a madman. I ran toward his voice, and stopped short as a sudden gust of Reyna's magic cleared the air. My eyes moved toward the threat. I could feel the bloodlust in the air as I gazed into dark, murderous eyes. Reyna's eyes. DT's laughter echoed through the shattered courtyard. It looked like it had been devastated by an earthquake. The garden lights spit sparks and a shrub was on fire. The ground was torn to shreds as Reyna's gift spiraled off her body in sharp waves that cut like daggers. DT grinned despite deep cuts on his body. His shirt was shredded and covered in his dark blood. Whatever she was doing, he was the cause somehow. I had to stop her before her power consumed her. "Reyna!" I yelled. "Stop this!" Ribbons of power flashed past me. I was far enough away to dodge her shots, but any closer and she could have sliced me to ribbons. DT's gaze met mine. "Kaito, so glad you could make it." "What is she doing?" I asked through my teeth. "What did you do to her?" Everyone thinks they're a hero until they're pushed. Some of us just get pushed earlier in life. He smiled, gesturing to Reyna's crazed expression. "This is Ansatal's last Fae." "Go ahead, Reyna," he yelled. "Be free! Let it out!" "No!" I screamed, but it was too late. Two purple blades shot out at DT, meeting their mark. The ground where he stood was shattered, filling the air with dust. I held my breath, certain DT was gone. I heard a giggle and saw him stand again, spitting a mouthful of blood. DT smiled with blood-red teeth. So it's true. He can't die. "Reyna!" I yelled, but she couldn't hear me. I picked up a rock and threw it at her, guiding it with my gift, but her magic sliced it. DT clapped his hands in mock applause. "By all means, attack your own people. Humanity never disappoints." "Reyna!" I yelled again, but her gaze was fixed on DT. I need to get over there now. I need Zane, but calling him would put him in danger. The ground was broken enough for me to start pulling ammunition, but I wasn't sure having any would help the situation. I drove myself crazy during the bus ride here, imagining horrors, but never this. The biggest threat here was Reyna, and it wasn't like we could attack her. "What did you do to her?" I asked again. I finally had the time to do a little research. Turns out Reyna and I have some shared history. "You took everything from me!" Reyna shouted. "They did not deserve to die!" DT bore his teeth. "And who deserves to die, Reyna? Me? Well, I say it's you." He charged and my blood ran cold. I was certain it was over, until a flash of magenta knocked me off balance, and I looked up to see Yamoja Rue cut between DT and Reyna. I gaped. She shouldn't have come while she was still in recovery. I watched as Reyna's magic ricocheted off Yamoja. She was strong enough to block most of Reyna's attacks. Reyna stumbled back. "Get out of here, Mo. This is personal." "What luck. I can kill another parent," DT said with a snicker. Yamoja held out her hand, and DT flashed his teeth as his dark magic collided with hers. Yamoja pushed him back, and for the first time I saw the black glow of DT's magic outside his body. My body shook as the two titans faced off. All the while Reyna's power surged like a storm, growing in size and danger. Her gift sliced into the ground, stirring the wind into a cyclone around her, one filled with blades of truth. I moved further back as I watched helplessly, unsure if Yamoja wanted us to fight alongside her or get out of her way. Her gaze was cold as it met mine, her magic never ceasing as it clashed against DT's. She whispered, "I don't think I can beat him." Dread seeped into me. "We need to get to Reyna." For the moment, she had him distracted. So I turned and took off, away from the battle. "Zane! Where are you?" "I'm here." I followed the sound through the dust and ash and found the rest of our group huddled together, trying to get a glimpse of the battle. "What's going on over there?" Bree asked. "It's shaking the ground. I thought I saw Yamoja Rue." "Yeah," I said. "She's fighting DT, but we have a problem. It's Reyna. DT's the one who killed her parents. She's lost control and I need to get to her." Miranda gaped. "Reyna's doing this? Then I'm going too." "Me too," Bree added. I turned to Zane. "We're going to need your shield, buddy. Are you up for it?" He nodded, but his wordless answer told me how afraid he was. The ground shook, nearly knocking us all off our feet. Fuck, something happened. We huddled around Zane, who had a glowing shield around us in seconds. The four of us moved as quickly as we could while staying inside the barrier. The dust cleared and my attention snapped to Yamoja Rue. She knelt in front of DT as she stared down at her hands. No. Without a trace of magenta in the air, I knew he'd taken away her gift, and with it, our last hope of winning. I could see cuts against Yamoja's back as Reyna's gift spun out of control, and Yamoja could no longer defend herself. Sandwiched between Reyna and DT, I wasn't sure who would kill her first, but she was going to die. Our group sprinted towards Reyna, into the maelstrom of her power. Zane's shield held, and together we pushed until we could only move an inch at a time, buffeted by her magic. Zane clenched his jaw, his blue eyes blazing with determination, and I pressed my hand against his shield, willing my gift to reinforce it. Miranda and Bree followed, and we started moving closer again. "Reyna!" DT shouted. "Watch me kill your new mother!" Reyna moved into our reach, but to get to her we'd have to drop Zane's shield and take the brunt of her deadly gift. Zane's frantic gaze met mine. Pure energy ricocheted off Zane's barrier. His nose bled as his shaking hands held it in place. I gazed through the barrier. Reyna was so close I could almost touch her hand. I pressed against it. "Reyna! You're not alone! We're all here for you!" I yelled. Her dark eyes moved to me. "He killed," she said, and her voice hitched. "He killed my parents. He's going to kill Yamoja." "Not if we stop him now!" "I hate him. I want him to die." "I know, Ray, but he's broken, and you're strong. I love you, Ray, and I believe in you. You're Faye. You can stop him. You can save him." Reyna's magic halted, specks of glowing purple orbs suspended like stars across the courtyard. Zane dropped the barrier. Reyna's gaze snapped to Yamoja Rue. "DT!" she called. "Stop this!" DT's eyes narrowed. "The homicidal maniac speaks. Welcome back." She smiled, but there was a kindness in it now. Pride. "I'm going to save you." DT kicked Yamoja to the side and walked toward us. Reyna turned her gaze back to us and came to rest on Bree. "Thank God you're alive," she breathed. "I'm so sorry, guys, but don't give up. We still have a chance." Adrenaline raced through me as DT closed the gap, his hands raised and his dark magic pulsing to turn us to dust. "Everyone, give me your power. All of it." I didn't hesitate. Feeling the power rising as we grabbed hold of her arms and willed our power into her, I felt weak as my gift drained away through my hands, the full force of gravity weighing on my body. I didn't know if she was planning to kill him. I didn't know what would happen if we combined all our gifts. But I trusted her, as did the rest of the group. Tears streamed down Miranda's face, and Zane closed his eyes, feeling DT's hatred inches away. The ground beneath us exploded as the full effect of DT's ability rained down on us. Blackness filled my senses and drowned out a scream that sounded like Yamoja Rue. Then there was nothing. No pain, or sound, or fear. A piercing white light began to blow above me like a beam of sun cutting through the darkness. It flared, and all my senses rushed back. But the light remained. The smoke lifted, and my hand still gripped Reyna's tightly. Bree and Zane held on as we stared up at her. Her head was tilted back, her mouth stretched open as if caught in a scream. White light beamed from her mouth and eyes. It poured from her fingertips and off the ends of her hair as the five of us hovered. We were all caught in my levitation gift, only it wasn't mine. I felt the hug of Zane's shield wrapped around me like a second skin, and Bree's gift spread as the staticky air crackled. The world blurred at the edges as if we were watching one of Miranda's visions. Reyna's head tilted down, her gaze meeting DT's blood-red eyes. His death touch struck us, but all his desperate and violent attempts were in vain. Our encased group was protected by Faye. Reyna lifted her hand, turning it over as the glowing white light blossomed into a flower in her palm. She lifted it up to her lips and blew. The flower floated through the air, arresting all of our attention as it drifted down, heading straight for DT. The moment the ethereal petals collided with his darkness, A blast of energy exploded through everything. The 5 of us dropped from the air, Reina's body taking the brunt of the blast. I slammed to the ground too quickly to slow with my gift, and Reina landed hard on my ribs. Nothing moved in the wake of the blast. It was as if my heart was too shaken to beat. My consciousness drifted away.
Chapter 32. Reina. I stared down at my hands, too afraid to look up, too afraid to find out who survived and who didn't. I lifted my chin to see cold blue eyes wet with tears. DT shook, his posture mirroring mine as he looked up from his hands. "How did you do this?" he whispered. "Last time you tried to kill me, and this time, after everything, you..." His voice broke as he began to sob. "I healed you. I took away your gift," I said. "You can't hurt anyone anymore. And neither can I." I'd felt my gift slip away in the blast. There were no more monsters here. "You're just Calvin now." "I'm free of it," he choked out. Mo bolted over and wrapped her arms around me. "How did you... Are you okay? I'm sorry. You saved us." She took my face in her hands, her voice lowering as she repeated herself. "You saved us." I nodded, but I was shaking. I'd gone so far into darkness that I lost myself, and Umoja paid the price with her gift. I understood DT and how blurred the line was between us. Anyone was capable of terrible things, and the only difference between me and him was the people who fought to save me. That's why, in the moment, when I felt the energy of my closest friends, I used it to save him. I turned to see Kai, Zane, Miranda, and Bree helping each other up. I blinked hard, certain I was imagining Bree, but she hugged me so hard she practically tackled me to the ground. "How are you here?" "Kai and Zane rescued me." "It's really over." Approaching footsteps drew our attention as Wolf and Giannis emerged from the dust. Miranda looked ragged, like she had when I'd previously made her overwork her gift. She panted. "Holy shit. We were not supposed to win this. We should all be dead." Zane said, "Still the comforting presence you always were." Kai lifted me off the ground into a hug, and I felt the wrap of his gift as I hovered in his arms. He put me down and looked into my eyes. "I never doubted you." "Me either," Bree said, yanking me back from Kai. I held her, and my joy spilled from my eyes. We both cried until it turned into a laugh. My long-lost friend finally returned to me, and I had no idea how Kai had pulled it off. I was so consumed by our reunion that I didn't notice the white-haired boy who watched us with a longing gaze. Mo stood. "I'm going to call this in." She grabbed Calvin by the arm. "You're coming with me." When the shock started to wear off, our group exchanged theories and listened to each other's versions of what happened. We all experienced it a little differently. They sat in awe of my version, but it was cut short as Asher joined us with a huge smile. "So I just checked GFA's old security network. We got it." His words were rushed as if he could barely contain what he had to say next. "I got that whole freaking thing on video." We watched it immediately, at least 10 times in a row. Even through the dust, darkness, and the occasional broken lens, we all felt the video accurately captured the essence of what happened. I felt a whole lot better about losing my gift after I saw it. I was equal parts ashamed about losing control and proud of overcoming it. I'd somehow shielded the rest of the group from the blast that took away my gift. We knew that we'd done something that had previously been thought of as impossible, but we didn't know the impact those 20 minutes of footage would have on Ansatal. A few weeks later, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I slipped it out and glanced at the screen, but my eyes rolled back as Kai trailed kisses down my neck, his tongue blurring my senses. I dropped it, and it landed beside the couch with a thud as Kai's skillful fingers deftly unbuttoned my top. Heat radiated down my body as I hyper-focused on Kai's lips. They moved over my skin, and I squirmed under the pleasure. "You promised me we could try 0G this time," I teased. His gift slid me down the couch until my lips brushed his. "You sure you're ready?" he said against them, making quick work of my belt buckle. His phone buzzed, and he tossed it to the side but eased its landing across the room. I pushed up to my elbows as I glanced at his phone. "You don't think there's something—" He claimed my mouth with his, sending me into a daze. It seemed like ever since I'd lost my gift, everything had gone into hyperdrive, except this. Every second I spent with Kai, we savored. It silenced the noise like nothing else could, an escape from all the chaos. In fact, if our team didn't check in on us from time to time, I doubted we would come up for air at all. Maybe I was avoiding it because, unsurprisingly, Ansatal's problems didn't get solved with Calvin's arrest. The Fae started to return, but Ansatal no longer wanted a Fae in charge of the agency. The election campaign sent a constant flood of reporters harassing us every time we stepped out of our new apartment. Releasing the video had told the world that gifts could be taken away, and the agency was eager to figure out how to utilize the techniques to police the city. It was hard to live with being a serf again. My dream of becoming Fae was every bit as spectacular as I'd hoped, but far too brief. I didn't care much for the fame and praise the world showered me with since the video was released. When it came down to it, I could never help Ansatal again. Not in the way I wanted. I tilted my head back as Kai ran his hand up my body and stopped at my chest. I looked down, flummoxed by his delay. Between his fingers, he held the ring he'd put on my necklace. My breath caught. "Do it. Please. Ask me." My stomach fluttered, and Kai's eyebrows rose slightly like he could feel it. "I will kill you if you don't ask already." Kai's eyes were cold and his smirk teasing. He was every bit the bully that he ever was. After we'd all recovered from our injuries, Miranda had shared with me and Kai one last vision. Our wedding. Without the cloud of Bree's death hanging over it this time. We both knew it would happen eventually. I knew Kai would ask. He knew I'd say yes. We just didn't know when. He used the when to torment me, and loved to fluster me by making me think he was going to propose. "Raina," Kai whispered, his voice a little husky. I gulped. Oh my God, this is it. A knock at the door sent me scrambling to button my shirt. I held up my finger. "We will continue this conversation later." "What conversation?" I shoved him back on the couch. "Kaito, stop teasing me. I know what you're going to ask me." I hopped up and headed for the door. "Coming!" Kai zipped his pants and mumbled, "Who's teasing who?" I pulled the door open, and our old team stood in the doorway. Zane shifted uncomfortably as he surveyed me. "Oh, I hope we weren't interrupting." "Just tell her already," Bree said. "What's going on?" "You haven't been watching the news, have you? Asher asked, pushing past me. Come in, come in. Miranda poked her head in. Kai's not naked, is he? Probably not. We were just... Your shirt is misbuttoned. I felt my face warm. Whoops, I said as I fixed it. Wolf watched me pointedly, and Giannis suppressed a smile as they all moved into our apartment. What's all this? Kai asked, greeting everyone in their own unique ways. A nod to Miranda, a smile to Bree, a hug to Zane, and 2 distinctly different handshakes for Giannis and Wolf. The group exchanged glances. It must have been big if they all showed up together. Everyone had been laying low since the fight, and they usually only showed up unannounced in groups of 1 or 2. Miranda sighed. You pussies. I'll tell her. Raina, you were just elected as the chairman of Ansatol. I blinked. What? What are you talking about? Mo had you put on the ballot. They voted you in. The words hardly made any sense. I had just started to come to terms with not being able to help the city. Mo must have hidden it from me, knowing it would be a long shot. Why did they vote for me? Asher grinned. You really should watch the news, Raina. Bree chuckled. Ash brushed her off. I'm serious. Ever since the video, you're all anyone can talk about. And since you're a serf now, no offense, you're sort of the best of both worlds. Wolf smirked at Zane. Bruh, doesn't that mean she beat your mom? Zane shoved him. It's whatever, man. I voted for Raina. Wolf nodded. That's kind of messed up. Bree glared at Wolf. You're ruining the moment. I spun to Kai, but he looked less surprised than he should have. You were in on this. I knew you wanted to get back out there. There's still so much good you can do, Ray. My heart stuttered in my chest as he peered down at me. I felt the weight of the undertaking before I'd even fully decided to take the job. Maybe I could be the bridge between those with gifts and those without. As I looked around my apartment at all the people I had in my life, I knew that all the struggles I'd faced led me here. Everyone out, Miranda said. I need to make Raina presentable enough for the public. I doubt this sex hair is going to go over well. Bree's eyes lit up. I called dibs on doing her makeup. Miranda sighed, her voice dripping with annoyance, but her face was a monument of unmasked joy. Fine, but either way, boys out. As Miranda and Bree made me over, my thoughts were consumed with what I might say to Ansatol. I suppose more than anything, I wanted them to know that the gifts we were given didn't define us. A person's worth comes not from their superhuman abilities, but from their human ones. Our will to help and protect others is what makes us strong. It's true that some people are born with extraordinary gifts, but we're all capable of heroic deeds. I know that things won't sort themselves out overnight, but one act of kindness at a time is all it will take to heal Ansatol. 3 weeks later, after I was inaugurated, and on Kai's first day as a professor at GFA, he suggested we take a walk, just the 2 of us. I'd expected he'd want to have a quiet night in, but I jumped at his suggestion. The sun was setting as we reached the beach, but we walked hand in hand towards the pier. His emotions swirled behind his dark eyes, like the crash of waves against the rocks below us. I knew that this time for sure he would ask me to marry him, and I narrowly fought the urge to throw my arms around him and say yes, all so I could hear what he would say. He took a sharp breath in that skipped, and I felt myself begin to tear up. Raina, he said as he lowered to his knee, will you help me with my lesson plans? I snapped into attack mode, leaping onto him and trying to pull him down to the rickety pier, laughing. I'll kill him! That's it! He's dead! He laughed and fought me off, relying heavily on his gift to keep us upright. I was still scrambling around taking shots at him when the sun kissed the horizon, and I noticed that I was no longer wearing my necklace. A second of panic slammed into me before Kai lifted my hand, and I saw that during our little brawl, he'd slid the ring on my finger. My mouth dropped open, my breath shallow. "Reyna, marry me," he said. Words tangled with joy and got stuck in my chest. "Marry me because I will always do what's best for you. Marry me because it'll take a lifetime to make up for what I put you through. There will always be darkness in me, and I need your light to keep it at bay. You saved my life, and everything good in it has been brought to me by you. Reyna, be my wife, and you will be loved for every second of the rest of yours." I wiped my eyes, my racing heart beating his name. It was strange to think that I used to sit with my future husband and watch the sunset when I was 12, and stranger still to see how much he'd changed since then. Considering the tough guy he pretended to be in high school, he turned out to be more of a romantic than I'd predicted, and it was his love that held us together through our darkest days. I think I'd always known that our bond was unbreakable, but we'd still tested it, and in the end, he had every part of me except the rest of my life. I couldn't wait to promise it to him. I managed to smile, composing myself before I said, "I'll think about it." I spun on my heel and headed back down the pier on my own. "Reyna," Kai whined. "Reyna, don't bully me." Author's note and acknowledgements. Thank you for reading the Gifted Fae Academy series. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to leave a review and let me know what you thought. Reviews are an author's best friend. A simple, "I liked it," makes a huge impact, and it's a key factor in deciding whether or not I'll continue writing a series. To find out more about my other books and series, visit my website at BrittanyChanel.com. That's BrittanyChanelle.com.